Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Low Ink in June. My name is Rose Battle, and I am joined here by my friend Debbie. How are you doing, Debbie?
I am all right. It may be a rainy day, but things are looking bright and Low Ink right now.
It is. Oh my god, it is so gross and humid where I am. So I'm very happy to be indoors in air conditioning, watching a bunch of Splatoon this morning. Oh, wait, it's afternoon already.
Well, for you, it's still morning for me for another hour, so we're fine. However, we have our first match ready to go here in the alpha bracket of day 2. We have the Horror versus Twister Time.
Yes, and I know you and I are both familiar with some of the players on Twister Time. This is going to be a really, really fun one. Both of these teams won 5 of their matches yesterday. They went 5-1 for both of them, with the Horror winning 13 out of 18 of their maps, and Twister Time won 11 out of 18. But both these teams, I think, are going to put on a really good showing. Why don't you tell us about Twister Time from what you know of, Debbie?
Okay. My information might be a little outdated from what I know of what they could be running for potential comps, because I don't know what it is here, but I do know of their backline being a ballpoint enthusiast. So if map prevails, or if they still run it in their comp, which would be fantastic if they do, there is a chance you might see that, or you could see still something standard like pencil, or they're using something else different. I cannot remember the last time, I'll be honest. We know Eon, the Tri-Slosher.
Very aggressive.
I think that's all I have to say. From there, so with Hagglefish Zones being the first one, there's a high potential to see really whatever things like to do with. Now there's a whole bunch of different weapons in the lineup too, but the question is, are teams incorporating those new weapons now, or are they still putting them in the lab for experimentation before it's actually brought out for something like this? Since it's still relatively new, things might not be fully practiced yet, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I played yesterday and I saw a lot of teams breaking out the new weapons. Like it's been really interesting seeing people like just already start running with them.
Yeah, I know that few would be, but I know how some really like to take it down and just wait. But here we go. We're going on to Hagglefish zones. Here we got the Squeezer, Blaster, Pencil, and we see a frontline, basically mostly frontline, but we're going to have that new Rapid coming out. The Rapid with that Tacticooler for that extra range brought out by Goku here. And we got to see the new Reflux too. I love seeing the Reflux come out.
Yeah, me too. Man, yeah, so Twister Time's running like a lot of chip here. Gonna be really, really great if they're able to work together here. We already have a lot of scrappiness coming down. Of course, the Crab already ready from the Horror. First points being scored on that zone for Twister Time, but it is still so much left to go. People going down left and right, that Wiper going down, and we still have a lot to go. What do you think of that Inkjet?
The Inkjet there going up there, but didn't have any support there, so they had basically all members of the Horror shooting down that Inkjet, making now kind of a three-person, or I should say a one-person situation where, one-person down situation where can't get the whole team here, and the zone is now in control with lead for the Horror, and now Twister Time just looking to try to find their way in here, but they are approaching really closely, and which they have to for their weapons. So one thing for their weapons, they have to be patient to try to get in, because the Horror does have that extra range to poke them back, so they really have to use their specials to get back here and push the Horror back if they want to get the zone back.
Absolutely. Re-entry is key on this if Twister Time wants to get back in. The Horror is accumulating tons of points, going down to 30. They want to play for that lockout. They're narrowly holding on to control of that zone right now. It is currently in neutral, going to go back and forth. Fortunately for Twister Time, able to cap that zone. And they have everybody alive, ready to start moving in. They're going to have to take a ton of space.
They were able to use those specials to get back in. It actually started out with the first pick from that Rapid, and then we saw the Inkjet go out, and I saw the Hammer throw, getting one pick on zone, which was huge, because spotting someone on zone gives you that extra paint to work with to help get that recap, and we can see now they are back underneath. I will say, Twister Time are ledge gremlins. I mean, there may be a blaster on the other team, but with the short range and how much they can lob upwards with the comp on Twister Time, definitely a lot of ledge gremlins there.
Yeah, and that's really great for just like they were able to guard those drops and whatnot, making it very difficult to drop on. They may lose zone here. Possibly it's going back and forth. They do still have it though, and honestly, this is really huge for them. Going down into single digits right now and getting a wipeout, just everything, the aggression, you see it from Twister Time. Just wow. You said it, they were gremlins.
Yeah, they have a lot of under the ledge potential, and you could see even when the Horror was coming back in the second time, they did have to retreat because they were people down, but they had the extra resources to come right on back forward, and it was like the retake was just kind of there, and it was just kind of gone. Like, I saw the retake, but it didn't take long before Twister Time was just right back up, right under the edges, just keeping them back. And of course, a couple of those weapons get the special quite quickly. So, like that Reflux. So that Reflux, even though the Booyah Bomb charge time is slower, it can still have a lot of displacement impact.
It can, yeah. And I think just we did get to see it once Twister Time got their footing. If you think about zones, especially, like, you can lose a ton of points in the beginning, and then as soon as you're able to actually go for that lockout scenario and hold that space, really punishing the drops and forcing the Horror to get a lot of resources ready to even break through to drop to get to zone. And then they just, because they spent all those resources trying to go drop towards the zone, then they didn't have enough resources for the zone. And that's what you want to make sure they're doing if you're the one, holding that zone.
Mm-hmm. The Horror as well, they also found some of the members of Twister Time going up on their own and catching them off one by one, because there was actually a good solid time there where the Horror had the zone that had their initial take and just kind of picked a member off one at a time, leaving it so they never had their full unit together. And then I'm glad that Twister Time realized this and then got themselves grouped back together and pushed back in. Like, I saw the Inkjet pop up and it was staying back a little bit. It wasn't being as aggressive. It was using those range shots to help everybody get back in, because the range that they have is also with that Booyah Bomb, with the rapid shots, with the Inkjet. There's their range compared to their main weapons. So once they finally utilized that, they were able to just go back forward and just keep on going. Just be right up in the horror's face. Take that, horror. We're not afraid of you.
Yeah, and that's true, because like the strength with those chip comps is when you are taking fights together. You might not be able to, maybe you're far enough away that you're not able to reliably hit those direct shots from the Inkjet, but if you can get indirects in, just forcing the enemy to respect your space a little bit, to let the rest of your team move in, who also has, a lot of chip damage potential, that rapid chipping from all of that range farther away, then you can start pushing your way in and then just like descend like a tsunami, engulfing them.
Yes, and now we see the second map here. We're going to Tower Control Mako Mart. A good old classic in the comp Splatoon scene here that we like to have. And between both these comps, they both have those weapons where you don't want them to have control, where they can just take over the tower. And by those, I'm saying both blasters. There's two blasters if they keep them. You have the rapid and then the, I think that was the other blaster. I didn't actually pay attention to which one it was. There we go.
Yeah, we've got that. What was that? Sea Blast?
They are keeping both blasters. It is. It's basically the same comps, except I believe. Is the splash different? I can't remember which splash was used last time.
It is different. We had crab splash.
It is. Okay. I did see that. So they do have the strikes to help control tower. They do have that Booyah Bomb from that reflux still. We see first things first. We see the blaster going down on the side of the horror. And tower is in control for Twister Time. Eon getting that pick right underneath the right stack here. Has that Inkjet online, and the Wipers just going to play underneath. Again, ledge gremlins. We have the Inkjet putting up top. We have the other one behind it. Just going forward, just steering around, is able to get the 2-for-1. That is what Twister Time wants, and they have solid control here right now, and they're already approaching checkpoint 2, but do have to be aware of those strikes. But Booyah Bomb is going to go in return. One is approaching from the top right, one is from the grates above, but we're not even quite a minute into the game yet, Rose. We're at checkpoint 2, it's gone!
And we're on our way to the final checkpoint here, unless the horror can really do some damage. Fortunately, that pick on that tower is going to be huge. 2 going down on Twister Time. The horror can start taking a ton of space now, but wow, what an initial lead push from Twister Time. They did not let up that aggression, but now it looks like things are switching over to the horror. Eon is going to start fighting with this Tri-Slosher on the stacks. Definitely a place you want to be if you're on that Tri-Slosher. Getting behind the enemy, really just try to take out that pen, able to do so. That's going to be huge. Taking out the splash, getting out just like those supports, just saying, nope, you're gone. Now the rest of our team can start getting into position. They're going to be pulled away from the tower for a little bit because of that person over on the right side, which, good for the horror, but still, they're going to have to get some major momentum.
I noticed there on the back when Eon was on top, Eon tried to try to take a fight, help on the right there, but in the end was not aware of the one behind them and did get picked from behind there. So that did help out the horror to reclaim the stacks. It looks like 2-for-1 again, going down now 3. The advantage now in the horror's favor. We can see that they're trying to set up here. The pencil wanted to take the top, didn't quite get it, but was just going to put paint over top on the side. Does see where this reflux is, does see the try. So they should know where the members of Twister Time are now and should be able to use their resources accordingly to where these members are.
Yeah, we hear that tactical jingle coming out, and of course, Tri-Slosher committing crimes on the stack is going to get punished there. Another member from the horror jumping onto that stack. The strikes coming out, just trying to deny that space. And honestly, the horror has still some momentum going. They're clearing the second checkpoint now, still going in. They have the potential to get the lead here. It's gonna be sort of stuck in this choke, but they're starting to push it forward. Hintai on that pencil, ready to provide more support, and that is a lead switch over to the horror. They are absolutely changing the dynamic of this game.
That is absolutely crazy. The way that they just fought that right back, you could see that they were picking off one on the side. I mean, Eon almost got away with crimes there on the side, but they were able to take it back with the help of that splashdown, and then both the squeezer and the blaster moved in together to take underneath in that pit area. and just helped take that lead. That is crazy. And now Twister Time, they're not going down without a fight here, Rose. They brought it strong. They came back towards the middle of the last map. They are looking to try to regain control of this left-hand side. We do see Eon does happen to go down somewhere. The Reflux is now going down, just leaving the Blaster and the Wiper in play, but it looks like the Try goes down again in middle there. You can see the mid presence that the Horror wants to have, because as soon as they let one of these weapons go away, this Hammer is not able to find anybody on the initial, is able to take out the Squeezer, gets the splash down, but is going to go down in return. That is huge, though.
Oh my gosh, just a little flip, smash that splash down in the air. What a trade. That's a cinematic trade right there. Absolutely love to see it. But, you know, through all of this really, really entertaining and really good fighting, still, like, any trades that happen are gonna benefit the Horror at this point. It's a narrow lead, but you still have to move that tower all the way to one side.
Yeah, that is true. Even though the Hammer did get that trade there, it looked like there still wasn't the exact numbers as they were as the Horror was coming in faster at that point in time. But the looks of it, because the state of play after that Hammer was still in the Horror's favor, and Twister Time still had to go back. That Hammer trying to find Nia here does end up getting followed up by the Wiper themselves. They are going to take this ledge. The splash is out of the play, followed by that Reflux. Two key weapons with the specials of displacement to hold, but we see that, oh, we got the one from the side, the Squeezer! This Squeezer's been putting on a lot of follow-up work, was able to poke from the side, but two members down on the side of the Horror. The strikes are going out with 2 seconds left, but is it too early? Whoa! I was gonna say, is it too early? But all of them got hit by the edge of that tri-strike. I honestly thought that they were gonna live, Rose. I'm not gonna lie.
Me too.
I think...
Yeah, I don't know if that point, through the midst of, like, that final tri-strike exploding, if a member from the Horror was, you know, if Twister Time saw a member from the Horror about to jump on the tower, and they were just like, well, okay, we just gotta jump on the tower and hope that we somehow survive this.
That was the split half of a second. Like, okay, the tri-strike was just about over. Like, you could see it. It was just about to, like, go away. But right on the end there, and then all three of them get hit by it, and I was like, oh, I honestly, I could have sworn that they were about to live it, but like you said, there was probably one more up there that I didn't quite see either, and they all just had to go for it. But what a game. Like, at the start, you'd think it's just like, are they playing tower control? Because this start feels something more like Rainmaker.
That was scrappy. And honestly, a really, really close match. Haggle Zones was also close. We did see some back and forth, but I think not even to the extent that we just saw in Tower Control and Makomar with, you know, we had players on both teams. That's a strong map for their weapons. So it'll be interesting to see what Twister Time picks as their counter pick. For, you know, they're going to pick the deciding here. So looks like they've gone with Rainmaker Humpback.
Oh. Okay, I can see this. I was like, all right, what benefits their quick comp? And I'm like, it's going to be something that just really has to run. And I'm like, well, I did just say, are we watching Tower Control or is this Rainmaker? So this, I was like, Rainmaker would be the best thing. But which map? And now that I see Humpback, that it makes complete sense for their comp.
Full steam ahead.
It is, really. So the question is now, are they going to be running the exact same... both teams going to be running the exact same comp, or are they going, or is, I'm curious to see if the Horror is going to switch something up to be something more quicker, because they had the Pencil, the Blaster, and the V-Splash on the first map. And then they changed it to the Neo Splash in the second, and it basically, it kept up with the pace mostly, and I saw that they were really picking off the Tri-Slosher and the Reflux. Finding out those two weapons that were causing them grief and putting them back to spawn.
That's
so
true.
I'm wondering if one of them is going to be quicker, if they're still going to keep with the comp, because we got one comp that just wants to go up and go rush, which would really works for them. Or are they going to keep it how it is and just kind of play patient with it? And just make sure that they don't get picked off by the rush and make sure that they can catch one off as they go forward ahead. But there's the answer. I saw what I like to call the Blapples, or the Blue Dapples.
Yeah. That is a fun one.
Making
here.
an appearance. Actually, the comp's almost different. You got the
quite
Slosher,
different.
the Dapples, and an N-Zap, so very quick. they're prepared for this. I feel like this is that one comp you bring out for Humpback Rainmaker only.
Yeah, Humpback Rainmaker is really like a lot of teams will be like, okay, we have a comp that we play specifically for Rainmaker Humpback.
That hammer is online for the sword here, as it looks like trying to take control of the elbow. We can see that the members of the horror are back in their base here. They're just taking it easy, but it looks like the Dapples are trying to flank around from the side here. Was trying to make a play from the middle, is seen by a couple members, and it's just kind of playing like that mosquito play style here. Is seen trying to take things, gonna go in and try and disperse that Rainmaker away from the side. Does get caught out from that Reef Slider. Strikes are appearing out on the side here, but goes on each side. 2 members now down on the side of the horror, and they're just able to go take checkpoint 1 there. I'm not completely sure how that all went down there, but it did happen, and something was happening on that backside that I didn't quite see.
Yeah, they were able to go get that checkpoint. So this is going to really benefit Twister Time. They're not able to really push it forward past this checkpoint just yet, but getting really nice 2 picks with the Booyah going down. They have space to grab it, start running with the Reef Slider coming out, not able to take the Rainmaker, but absolutely got that. I know they got that 70 damage in, so the rest, just another team member could just quickly finish it off. And that's the thing with the Reef Slider sometimes, especially if you're not running a ton of special power-up, which typically you don't do as much on dualies, you have other important things to run. It's just knowing with your team, like, hey, I'm probably going to die when I do this, but I'm going to put out a big 70 radius, and you better follow up on it.
You know, the hammer is online, is able to get 2, I believe, with the assistant of that pop, is going to try and get that 3rd, is unable to get that 3rd, as they are going to splash down in. They knew what was coming. Peace is gonna peace out, and we're gonna go right back in. We see the Dapples they're gonna wait for an opportunity, but are seen on the side. Dapples looking to try to get a pick, are able to get that pick. Reef Slider is online, is gonna use it to take space, is able to get another pick, but the Rainmaker is going to finish them off. It is just the Rainmaker online here for the time of Twister Time, and they're getting stuck in the corner. Zap was trying to go down and get that pick, but was unable to find it right away, then is able to get it. And now we see the members of the horror back in middle here, while most of the members of Twister Time are up on top, but I saw the Blaster, and I think it was the Tri-Slosher assisting on the side here. No, it was a Wiper. It was one of them. There were 2 members fighting on the side. We're able to get 1 member down from the horror, and we're going to go and try and take back middle here, but it is mainly just the Blaster here in middle with not a whole lot of paint. We do see Eon trying to go here to just try to keep it a little bit, but the rest of the members of Twister Time had to back up. So Eon here, you can see Eon is playing a bit safer, knowing that I have to back up. There's 2 members here. And it looks like the horror is trying to push here. Reef Slider is online. This is going to be huge to try to get these points. And you can see they were waiting for that Booyah Bomb. They were able to pick off that Reflux. This will be the big time. That Mist was in the way. Reef Slider able to get the one in the corner. Eon was still there on top. Able to get that pick from the Rainmaker. Tri-Strikes are online. Inkjet is going forward. 2 members to 3 were down on the side of the horror. And now just... they're going to run this out, because that splashdown was right there. Good call to run that Rainmaker out.
Absolutely the right call, just to be like, I am getting this out of here. You're going to have to work that much harder to try to get lead again. We're going to run it. And honestly, they still have, space here. They've run it all the way to the other side. At this point, I mean, they might just get bombed out in this way, but no! Several people going down on the horror. Twister Time is running forward. That is a wipeout. They can run all the way to that podium, but being taken out by that Slosher. They got it all the way down to 1.
That is a lot of good points. That is an extra way to secure your lead, especially in that time. And it looks like now they're trying to catch the jump-ins that were happening on that other side there. Eon's still there, where there were still members of Twister Time. They're like, we're just gonna keep going until the end here, because they're able to just go on right back. They have a little bit of extra control. Now all they have to do is get those resources, because the Reef Slider and Strikes are online for the side of the horror. They have the Splashdown at the ready too. The N-Zap is the one carrying the Rainmaker. And now we see the Wiper does go down on the side of Twister Time. Eon is there on the window yet again. This is the second time Eon is able to make it to the window just with no contest whatsoever, and able to pick off those 2 members on elbow. That is something that the horror does not want at this state of the game.
Yeah, and you can tell they're throwing out these specials now, but I thought I saw somebody behind her.
That's
no,
3.
That was a teammate. Oh, yeah, they could get it. No, they're gonna go down there. They use the specials to
splash down to get 2. The torpedo. They need to stay alive, but the mist is in the way, can't move back, and 2-member down, they cannot paint the feet and get out in time.
Oh, Mist absolutely underrated in Rainmaker specifically.
I love Mist. I'm okay. I feel like that is not a surprise for people who know me, because I see the benefits for
Mist.
these other kind of things. But yeah, no, Mist in Rainmaker has a lot of impact.
Oh, yeah, that was
crucial things.
Super crucial toxic Mist from Eon's Tri-Slasher there at the end. Just like, okay, and now you're suddenly slowed down and you're stuck, and everybody else is going to clean up on you. Wow.
We went to a game 3, and you could see how back and forth all of these were, and this is only round 1 of Alpha Bracket.
Something's in the water this slowing. Something's in the water this slowing. I felt it yesterday. I was like, what did I not drink? I feel like I missed out on drinking something yesterday.
I even haven't had a sip of coffee yet. But boy, oh my gosh. That was amazing. You could just see the adaptation from both teams. You could see how they were both working to try to get the specials to go forward. But just there was always that one thing that was overlooked each time. And for the Horror's case, when they were pushing, is they weren't really aware of what was around that window. Because there was a lot of times Eon was either underneath when Twister Time was trying to push, or was on top when defending. And I feel like that part was not covered as well as it could have been for the Horror, because that was a huge shutdown to 2 of their possible defense and pushes.
Yes. I believed in the Horror there. They had some resources there to really force it through. I remember they had Reef Slider, Strikes, Triple Splashdown, but just it did not end up working out for them.
Mm-hmm. It's just, that is one of the key points. Like, if you mark them on a map, it's just one of the key points at the danger zone of all things that can destroy a single push in one hand is window on Humpback. Especially if specific weapons are there, like Blaster, Bucket, Roller. Those 3 weapons can do huge impact if they have control of that area, whether they're defending or if they're just pushing. Anyone who steps up that far is just going to get deleted by them. But on both things, both teams had such good resources pushing in. They had... The timing was right. They waited for the right time, and you could see that none of them were really diving overly too far for majority of the game. Like, there was a lot of patience there, and whether it was like mosquito behavior, it was like, go in, okay, now it's time to back out because I can't do anything without here, and I don't have any teammates here. You could see that throughout the overheads of that game, and that was such great adaptation.
Yeah, because like sometimes what you really need to do, that, okay, I'm not actually going to win this fight, so I'm not picking the fight necessarily to win it, but I just want to, draw some attention over here instead. But I know I'm ready to back out immediately the moment it starts to look hairy. And we saw Eon going in, poking, and then being like, okay, and now I'm backing off, just to draw some of the Horror down one direction and split up their forces. And like, that is such a great way of being an annoying skirmisher. Just like, you draw the attention away, and it's even better if you're able to then get out alive.
Mm-hmm. I really hope the Horror keeps up that oomph that they had in that round 1, because that was solid. Even though they were put down into the bottom bracket, that was a lot of energy. I hope they keep it, because that will let them go far. Twister Time moving on, and speaking of moving on, we are going to be looking into getting into round 2 here, where it looks like Bad Guys and Kittens are on.
Yeah, Kittens. Kittens won their round 1 2-1 over This Is Fine. I'm sure that was also a close one.
That was probably also a very spicy set. There was actually a couple other ones as well, because it looks like Blitzwave and Octo Express also had a 2-1 set that went to game 3, I should say. So a few basically kind of evened out throughout the bracket of between game 3s and 2-0s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bad Guys and Kittens. I know I've seen more of Kittens than I have of Bad Guys. Are you more familiar with Bad Guys?
I've heard the name, and all I can think of is the movie. Whenever I see the name in events, like I've looked through brackets when I miss them sometimes, and I see the team names to try to get familiar with them here and there, but I'm not as too familiar with the players. So I've definitely seen the name, just not the players.
Well, I have fought against Torch on Bad Guys, and Torch is a terrifying like wiper roller, typically carbon as far as the rollers go.
Another ledge gremlin.
Just so annoying.
That's a good thing on their part. It's great when you have someone like that with you, but coming from a Hydra player, that is something that you do not want to fight or deal with in a game. It is like, you are my nightmare, leave me alone, please.
Yeah, and just, man, Wiper, I fought mostly Torch as Wiper, and Wiper can just be so annoying in a way where it isn't necessarily, like, obviously it doesn't have as much range as Stamper does. Stamper also has more, you know, like, killing power, but Wiper is just so fast. Like, it's like a little mosquito. Except that it can kill you.
And we can see the impact of those hammers, and how much the throwing of the hammers can also be just as big of a nuke. Just being present. But now we've got both teams ready to go, and the first map mode is zones on Mahi. This is going to be cool.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good one. Kittens, it can play super, super aggressive. I've seen like all of them, all of their players. Especially Key. I've seen Grubhub be wildly aggressive, but like Bad Guys is also a really, really strong team. I haven't watched as many of their team plays as some of just more of like, I know it's just a couple of the individual players. But I do recall that Bad Guys did really well last month in low ink. Even like they placed podium, they got to third. So of course, not only do they want to hit podium again, they want to win. You want to go up to first now. You get like
I'm sure nice, they do.
Nice big image.
I was just going to look through like what weapons to possibly see through here, and the first thing I clicked on Bad Guys was Blaster. They are not a blaster. Sorry to disappoint.
Yes.
But I do see minis and dualies. So I'm like seeing Mahi here. I'm like, oh, there are two different things that can be put present here from this player. And I'm very curious to see which one it is. Between either the blue dapples, which can have that reef slider. But they also have the new mini on there as well. And I know that can be an absolute Zuka demon, but I don't think they're fully gonna need it. But there's a lot of options from those two, and I thought that was quite interesting. But the first thing I put, and I'm like, do I shake my head or feel proud that their name is Blaster and they don't have a blaster?
To psych you out.
But we're going on to this map mode, very kind of tight space, and it is the new mini. Yes. Luna Blaster coming up from the other side, though. This one is going to be very interesting. We've got that Luna really needs to get up close and personal, but with how small that this map can be, as long as they follow up with something, that Luna can be an absolute pain that Bad Guys does not want to deal with.
Yeah, and Key absolutely on that Luna will get up in your face. Like, super aggressive, but that is a really quick wipe from Bad Guys onto Kittens. Now Torch going in with that wiper, ready to be super, super aggressive. The Reef Slider from the Dread coming out is going to get punished there for that. So that is going to bring down a little bit of that offense from Bad Guys, allowing Kittens to start getting in. You see Key being a menace like they always are. They're able to get control of that zone now, and that is going to be a flip.
That was such a rapid turnaround. Just the hammer goes forward and just, boop, you're behind me. I'm going to just turn around and get you. So the blaster, like I said, as long as they have something that... Huh? There we go. It's like, wait. Whoa. Did I just see that correctly?
Yeah, I was like, what happened?
And it dodged underneath. And then the Luna's alive, and then they put out their own hammer and just destroys. Like I said, if the Luna gets space, they're gonna be a menace.
Yeah, that cooler is out now for Kittens. I'm going to expect all of them to start playing aggressively. That Dread is going to come out, not able to cap the zone with that. Was cooler, jumps out really quickly. So they didn't die to it, but they did use the Reef Slider with no other effect coming in. Torch is going to use that hammer to start moving in now. They definitely want to cap that zone, but they are not going to get it in time. Still using tons of resources, the Strikes were able to hold on to the zone. Kittens has lead now, going below 40 points remaining, and with 2 people down on Bad Guys. I don't know. There's a chance for Bad Guys to get back in here, but it's okay. Fortunately, able to get the lead switch there, the cap there, but ooh, what do they have to do here to actually get a presence back in long term, Debbie?
They do have that Zuka. They do have the Reef Slider that they can use to their presence. So I think just here, they just have to make sure that they can wield, like, get those specials back and use them. They do have it there, but I just want to make sure that they can get these resources back because the other team has the double strikes online. They have that cooler, and now that hammer is online as well. So this counterplay is coming. The only thing in return, I guess they had that Reef Slider. Good, they did shut down the hammer, and then strikes going out there. We see another hammer going out here on the side. Looks just very back and forth. So yeah, like I said, if they had the resources there, because they just need to keep for that potential counterplay, and it did. That counterplay worked in their favor, and that Zuka, able to pick off one on the side, is looking to try to get the members on that right-hand side. I believe the team knew that, and that could have, if they were all kind of bunched together, I'm like, oh, is this Zuka going to hit 2? Is it going to hit 1? Hammer from the Luna coming back out here, but it looks like the pencil just trying to paint over top. We do see the cooler out, but that zone is ticking down fast with the GG slider right there.
Just guaranteeing, like, you're not going to put out more paint on this. Yes, definitely that slider into, I believe it was Key's hammer. I love it. I mean, yeah, I have been playing a lot of Dread for the past half year, and whenever I see a hammer come out, I'm like, oh, rubs hands together evilly. Oh, it'd be a shame if somebody exploded right in your face.
Yeah, and so seeing how impactful that hammer was from the Luna towards the start of that game, they could not let it go wild. So using that Reef Slider on that hammer really helped them not only keep control of that one side, kept their team members alive, able to take out the Luna so they couldn't do much. There was that one hammer where it just, from the sword, just briefly missed, and the Luna was able to live. And I was like, did I just see that right? Hold on, I blinked. I literally blinked, and I was like, huh?
I don't know what happened there.
Something I didn't note is that on the side of Kittens, they were the ones running the double tri-strike comp, and they had that ZNF charger compared to the pencil. There's one thing, it does take down a little bit of their paint, but that charger was making a presence on the side there, was able to get those picks from the side, able to put control there, but just, of course, when Bad Guys got up closer and had their resources, they really had to be careful because they would become really vulnerable. But they did have a couple moments to shine that weren't exactly highlighted during the game, but I just wanted to point out that charger did have a presence here and there, and it's just, as long as they were able to move in with their teammates, really held their ground, especially on that bottom left corner where the camera did pan in on them once there. They were able to get a shot, able to keep themselves back there, and they had their tri-strikes not on top of one another, but always just tried to help keep space there. So it was a nice job on the charger, just trying to keep space, but of course it just wasn't enough to keep back from what Bad Guys had to throw at them, because it was very rapid, very explosive, is the best way I can put it, from Bad Guys comp when they had them all together to use.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Grubhub is a very, very aggressive charger. I think I've mostly seen them play ZF. They definitely like those aggressive charger plays. Also to note, Grubhub is, doing the art for Low Ink this month. So for whoever wins Low Ink Alpha will be getting art by Grubhub. So, not only a demon with the charger, but it's also a demon with our art tool of choice.
All right, win Low Ink, you get to make art for your team.
Oh, that would be the best. We win for the art from your own team.
But now with the counter pick here, the counter pick from Kittens is ship-shape tower control.
I mean, if Grubhub can set up, that will be terrifying for Bad Guys.
I can see, considering what they used for zones, I can see that comp really working pretty decent here for this map mode in particular. Yeah, they are using the same thing, but we are seeing that new splatter shot with the Kraken. There's a lot of extra frontline pressure, but I'm wondering, is that going to be enough to be able to hold the corners between the hammer and the Kraken? Because the Kraken can kind of get stuck in kind of like a bottom corner. Yes, it can hold the top corners, but is it going to be able to do what it needs to do around the side? I wonder if it's going to be used more to approach from behind, so that way the shot can pinch with the Luna.
Could be, yeah. If they can set up those angles, that will work. Kittens is the first one to get on the tower and start moving forward. And we see that Kraken is coming out, going to push in really deep aggressively. Honestly, not a terrible idea, but it's going to be difficult to get out. Looks like they actually were able to get out safely, which is surprising. They were able to just, buy enough time to get through that first checkpoint. And now Kitten's already over to that second checkpoint. And Grubhub getting a
Let's go.
Knife. But, that's a lot of people going down on Kittens, and that is going to be the end of that push there.
That is a very nice push from the start. So with the Kraken, how I was thinking of it, I wonder if it's going to go forward and kind of approach from behind. That's what it was. It was going to go forward, push them back a little bit, so that way Kittens has more space to move up. And also, I didn't note, but the bubble dualies are on the side of bad guys right now as well to help also with protection on the tower. But we are seeing more impact from this Kraken. Want to try to find this pencil, just be a nuisance to it, but the pencil able to take out the transformation, and the S-Blast was nearby as well, so the shot was going to go down there, but it's nice extra pressure just to keep members like that back, get the pencil out of the way, so that way the front lines can move forward freely.
Yes. And I love to see people taking the team fights together, keeping an eye on one another. Always go in with a buddy.
Golden rule, go in with a buddy, friends.
That's what we learned in Girl Scouts. You go in with your buddy.
That is true. Splatoon. Look at this take back of top right by Kittens here. They use the strikes to get their members back up forward. Now they're moving from right to left here, which is exactly what you want to do. Get control of that tower path, because the tower has to move in a certain direction. It's a fixed direction, so you need to make sure you have control of that path. And that is exactly what Kittens was doing. They know. I was like, don't say that for too long. They know. It was a valid attempt, though. I can see how, hey, maybe they're not looking, and then I'm like, just give it a second.
No, they know. But now bad guys starting to move in. Unfortunately, this push is gonna have to be on a bit of a halt. It's gonna have to pause for now because they lost a few people. Goatchild's really trying to hold this area. Does get a pick on somebody, which is big. Those strikes are forced to come out, creating a bit of space, but Torch is trying to disrupt things on Kitten's side, throws the hammer, not able to get a pick, dancing around on this tower, trying to stay alive, but just no, too much damage gonna hit their way, and they're going down. But Kittens is not done yet, still moving in. Key's hammer! Key is an absolute menace, a menacing frontliner. This is big for Kittens. They still have a lot of time that they can keep eating. That Kraken, doing Kraken things, even able to get a pick there, and surviving out of this. Two huge things able to do. And now they're moving through the court, and I don't know, they could be setting up to KO here.
Considering where their lead is at right now, they can still play it safe. Like, they don't have to hard push this tower. They can just keep it on this side of the map. It looks like they want to really secure and break this checkpoint for sure. And yeah, they can go for knockout if they want, but if they know it's dangerous like now, they do have the opportunity to get back and hold. There is still a minute left in this game. They have a lot of control. If they lose that control now, it could be bad for them. But they've been holding them in mid to forward this entire time. Bad Guys hasn't been able to even push tower that far onto the other side of the bridge. So Kittens have just always been there in their face and just keeping it up here. So now there's a minute left. They do have the strikes online. I can see them possibly holding this till the end. Bubble and Cooler are going up here. The Dooley's using the bubble on the corner here just to try to get up front and is going just outside of the bubble and ending up playing ahead of the bubble, but it was just kind of like a backup measure, like, hey, if I can't get these shots, I have some kind of safety to move back to. But now this is their chance to actually push it up onto this top corner, get some more points on the side. Those strikes, again, still online from this Charger, who is sitting on that left side. Strikes are being used now, so the question is, are they going to be able to have something at the end here with 15 seconds left to go? It looks like they do have that hammer online as well from the blasters, so if the blaster can keep themselves alive, that can be huge. You can see that's where they're going to go. 7 seconds left. They want to try to destroy the bubble, but the Wiper able to just turn around, get that, and now there is 2 down on the side of Kittens. Overtime is going on here. They still have to break through that checkpoint, but of course the Charger is in position, just able to get those picks, and all they have to do now is go for the tower. Charger in sight line.
Oh my gosh, Grubhub snipes, I think, saved that there at the end, because things looked really dicey for Kittens there at the end. I understand the temptation to throw those strikes to try to like, okay, but if we can just like delay them from even getting this check, then we're golden. But then it was like, okay, but now we don't have that resource to make sure we're ending the game right at the end. And Key had a really nice shark, pulled out that hammer, went in. And I just wanted to make sure, okay, I'm going to immediately go crush their bubble and anybody inside it, but just got picked off before they could do enough damage to take out anybody. And fortunately, it was Grubhub who was holding the line with those snipes at the end.
It was a really nice position because usually most will take that top left corner, but for a Charger, you get a perfect straight line of sight for that tower on the right-hand side as a Charger player and just able to go on the side there. And even if they... like all the snipes didn't come online there, they still had the blaster down below, they still had to break checkpoint, there was still a little bit of wiggle room before there was a chance that lead was taken, because that checkpoint was broken. And even that push before, how you said they could push to KO, and I'm like, they could, but I think they're going to try and break this checkpoint at least for sure, because that can secure them a lot, because then they, like, Kittens still had to, or not Kittens, bad guys still had to go through 2 checkpoints to be able to get from there. And they were going quite far and trying to hold up on that top side. So it was looking pretty scarce, but there was still some time for Kittens to be able to fully lock that. And at least they still did have that hammer online to be able to help. And when they did do the strikes there, but yeah, they were still lined up in place for defense, and they still had it relatively locked down from that right-hand side there.
Yeah, man, I just imagine if somebody had like run down Grubhub on that guy's side from that left, like going through.
Yeah, that could have changed a little bit if checkpoint was broken, but then they would have also had to find the Luna.
Yeah. that is the struggle when your first real big push is happening right at the end. It's like, okay, well, we gotta hope that the other team is making some mistakes right now, because we don't really have any room to mess up.
Mm-hmm. And I'm really glad that Kittens got to showcase that comp with the Kraken shot, because I was like, Kraken can have its impact on the 3 big points here of when teams are defending the tower, but I'm like, how are they going to use this with the Luna? And I was like, wait, they're going to dive, and then they're going to pinch it. And that's exactly how they did it, and I'm so glad I got to see them execute that.
Yes, we love to see it. I was really impressed how often that shot survived at the end of Kraken, knowing when to then duck back into cover while in that little bit of end lag, and just, it's like, I'm gonna harass you and I'm not even gonna die doing it.
Stands there with their arms crossed looking cool. Oh yeah.
But it looks like now Bad Guys has counterpicked for this tiebreaker. They're gonna take us to Museum Clamblets.
This one makes me go a little bit, because both have that range presence from the pencil to the ZNF, and that's going to cover a lot of mid. But I'm like, what's going to be the push strategy here? Because now we've seen the Luna Kraken comp come out from Kittens. That is also very big for this map too. But then there's also the bubble dualies, because if the dualies can get set up front, put bubble and get the clam jumps, or just hold it to get points, that's another thing. So this makes me go, At what are they cooking?
Yeah, I wonder. But I don't.
This could go both ways.
Yes,
as a pure advantage. I can't see like one team having the pure advantage over it, because both have advantages, disadvantages, and could be relatively even. So this could be just one of their strong maps that is well practiced and they know what they're doing and whatnot. And we might see it right off the get-go.
Maybe. Yeah, we do see
The Reef Slider comp. Oh, the zones comp. Okay, yes. Now it makes sense. I understand. The zones comp. Also, Grubhub. I was like, I was going to ask you if you've seen Grubhub play leader, because that's also a huge one for this. And there it is. The Kraken leader coming out here on Museum from Grubhub. And they also is going to be fighting that new mini, which has those beacons and the Zuka, so they also have that Reef Slider to go in. That is a lot of hold on the front there. So both these teams going back to their zones comp for this Clams game.
That is interesting. You know, my coach did tell me, I don't know, a couple months ago, when we were struggling with Clam Blitz, to be like, you need to think of Clam Blitz like zones. You want to be playing for these long, sustained holds. Sometimes when I see people, you know, like sort of use their zones comp also pretty similarly for clams, I get it now.
Sense, yeah. It definitely makes a lot of sense, because you still need that paint control. You need to be able to hold a certain area, and especially when you're pushing, you need to have that one way to go forward and that one way to hold. And now we see the Wiper doing what they do underneath the ledge, helping to get poke. We got a hammer online from Torch here, going to try to come around the side here. Still has that hammer, is going to be trying to throw it at that leader. I believe it fell a little bit short, so leader still being alive, but is going to be absolutely bullied by torpedoes. And now we see absolute chaos happening from behind here. And you can see how patient that Bad Guys is being to try to get the clam in here, but they end up going down off the ledge. They were going to try and go around from underneath from behind, but they got 2 down. All they have to do is go up past the clam up or just make it all the way back around. They had 2 clams there, but now it's just absolutely shut down. The mini was the only one alive and does get taken down, but you can see why. This is why Bad Guys wanted to counter this, because their weapons can just hold that corner, push forward together, but they do have those obstacles that Kittens has to be able to close it down completely.
Yeah, you know, I could see, you know, Bad Guys saw, like, okay, no, we can score. And then just, like, it getting delayed several times, and then just the impatience at that point. I say, as somebody who is very much like this as well, like, I'm gonna throw this clam in if it kills me, but then you die. And you don't throw it in. And it's like, dang it.
It's one of those, should I, and those little points of hesitation. I'm a big victim of this. That can really change key points in the game, of where your mind is kind of like, do I go for it? Do I not? Because it can do this, it can do that. All of the different stages of the game, then all of a sudden just like, I should have just did this. Why didn't I just go with my instinct? And that could have been one of those situations there. But now we kind of have a neutral game here on the side. Both teams do have enough for clams on the side. For both teams to be able to get a push, but they have to try to find that first pick. You can see there were 2 resources online for Kittens. They launched those strikes, the hammer's at the ready, and the Reef Slider and Cooler were online for Bad Guys, and it looks like the Cooler has gone out. That hammer is still ready to roll. 1 pick is able to go there. It looks, Luna's trying to go from behind. This is where the hammer's going to appear. Yeah. There we go. Hammer goes in along with the Kraken, and they're trying to clear that top part, but there's still people fighting down on the bottom there from behind, but of course that gives them an opening to score. So now Strike's going to try to secure the top platform here, but of course Pencil and others underneath the basket going to stop that shot, and it looks like more clams coming in from the jump here. 2 are down. The push is now basically over. The plat is reclaimed by Bad Guys. We're down to 65 for the first push by Kittens.
Yeah, long time to get any points in, and it is still anybody's game. 2 power clams, and that is a lead switch into Bad Guys' favor. It was a good idea for Kittens to end it where they did.
How fast is it going?
Going in, throwing that power clam, and going in deep now to try to get some kills. Here's that second power clam able to go in. That's an immediate lead. And now we have the bucket. Just doing bucket things from a really, really good position is going to get taken out here. That is a wipe, which means there's going to be a time now if Kittens can move super fast, which you can see they've already taken back mid. They're getting clams at the ready. 19, 20, 21 in hand now with 3 specials. Here's that first one with Cooler. This is the time for them to get a lot of points in and also not lose people on the field. They definitely don't want to wipe out here and then give yet another counter push over to Bad Guys, like Bad Guys just did for them, giving Kittens a chance to get in. But we do have the Zuka ready, and it's able to take out Grubhub. Now we just have that hammer online from Keys Luna, and there's just everything is going down on both sides. Kittens is going to have to move in quickly but carefully in order to move this forward. We will go into overtime here in just a second. Now that we have 2 power claims in hand for Kittens, that was moving in. We've got the cooler online. We need them to start moving through here, but that Kraken's going to be a help. They need to throw in that clam. It does go in. They need just one more, but no, they go down. The Grubhub's trying to grab it. No, the Kraken end leg. Just one more. We just need that last
here. They have get shot out. It's so tight. They were right there. Oh, it was so close. I was about to say in the middle there, the thing that helped them is even though Grubhub got picked, there was cooler. They still had that Kraken. They're waiting to try that moment, and then they all moved in together. But the bad guy is too strong of a barrier. Just able to stop it before those last couple extra clams were even able to have the reaction from the throwing button to the basket. And I'm like, I feel this so much. This is it's right there.
But slamming the A button.
Oh,
please,
yes,
please.
just please go. But that was such a solid attempt because they were waiting for that extra moment to be able to use that Kraken. And I could sense Grubhub was like, not now. And even though they got picked by the Zuka, they had cooler because they still had Kraken when they came back. And meanwhile, when members from Bad Guys got picked, they actually lost their resources, so they didn't have the cooler, so it was more in their advantage in that state of play. But towards the end there, everyone was still able to regroup there. They moved in when they needed to, and that was probably the best opportunity that they had, and I'm glad that they took it. Just wasn't able to get those extra picks from those last little bit of specials that they had, like from that hammer. It just got shut down immediately while trying to run it in. I'm curious to know as if throwing it was going to even have that opportunity, or if they were just going to get shot out trying to throwing it. That part I'm not too sure of, but it's just so many different little things. Like could have that just ended how it was. But I think the defense wall from Bad Guys was still there, and it was going to just close out anything that they had on hand there. That was possible, but that was the opening that they needed to try to get it back, and you could see how close it was. That was such a crazy ending. Like I said, do not feel disappointed by that loss. You did what you had to do, even though it fell short by a little bit. You did what you had to do. Do not be upset by that.
They played to their outs. Like,
yes,
honestly. Absolutely valiant effort. They just needed a little bit more. Hammer's a little bit wonky sometimes. It's like, okay, well, I think if I'm charging through with this, with where I'm positioned compared to the opponents, I think the hammer's going to shield me enough, and sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes it's just like, well, yeah, if I'd taken, the extra time to throw it, like, would I have been picked off? Probably. So, yeah, but they played to their outs, and so huge props to Kittens there. Really good showing, and Bad Guys doing absolutely what they needed to do at the end, making sure, okay, everybody, eyes on Plat. Yeah. Do not get distracted.
Yeah, it was just, all right, focus mode, and you can just see how much these teams want it today, Rose. Even from the first stream set to now, you can just see how these teams are ready today. Like, we've seen nobody just take it out of the blue. It's always been a solid battle, and just, I'm taking a look at the bracket here for round 2. Roulette 2-0 Twister time, but the rest of the sets went to game 3.
Yeah.
So, Bad Guys versus Kittens, which we saw. We had 2-1 Bad Guys. Then we had Plurality versus Reef Runners. That ended up 2-1 for Plurality. And then Blitzwave versus Rising Beyond the Tides. I was like, what's the rest of it? I know this. That was 2-1. And actually, it was Rising Beyond the Tides that took the win there. That took over Blitzwave, with Blitzwave being in the initial first seed slot.
Yeah.
So that one's a big one.
Yeah, Rising Beyond the Tides, I can't remember what tournament it was this year that I've fought against them, but I do feel like they've been rising quite a bit in the past several months. We did, with my team Malibu Rising, we did have quite a bit of a chuckle, though, whatever tournament it was where we fought each other. We were like, Malibu Rising Beyond the Tides! We're all rising!
You gotta love to see it.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they have been doing. I think they've improved a lot, even just over the course of this first half of the year.
All of these here, even seeing like the teams here, I know a lot of us when we saw Krill Streak making alpha, we all were just like, "Let's go, Krills, let's go."
Yes. Yeah, that's always fun too. Like, I think speaking from somebody who is a competitor in the low level scene, it is really, really nice seeing a lot of the same teams and players over and over. I mean, especially if you're scrimming together and whatnot, and you like get to see each other get better. And it's just really exciting. You're just like, those are my friends. They beat my butt yesterday.
They did get knocked out in the first round of losers, but it's still happy to see them up here and that they made it up here to alpha. But we are going to be, most of the people are in the lobby here for this next one, is we are going to be looking at Plurality versus Rising Beyond the Tides.
Yeah.
I am pretty sure that even so, this should still be, we've been seeing solid sets so far, Rose. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the same way. Like, the teams seem locked in today, and there are some days where you can see where some of them struggle to get back up, but then they pick it back up over time, right? They're like, all right, just like does the whole like, just smack your face, get back into it kind of thing. Let's wake up here. Let's realize what we're doing. Let's focus. This is here. We got this. Okay, we have the potential to do this. Let's remember what we practiced. We got this, and just full on focus mode with the team and just lock it in. Take it home. Even if it goes down, just go down giving it your best shot. There's a saying in baseball where you go down swinging. So even if the pitch looks good, but you're not sure, try and go for it. And even if you miss, you went down swinging.
Like you gave it your all. And that's huge. I'm going to be really excited to see what they play on Splatzone's Umami, starting this for our best of 5 with counter picks. I recall Querdy on Rising Beyond the Tides being a backliner. I know Hydra is in their pool. I don't know how frequently they bring it out in comp. I've generally seen the cooler options, pencil and edit.
As much as I'd love to see it, I feel like in this stage, it's probably not going to show up.
Yeah.
If it does, I'm probably going to internally screech because, of course, it's rare and But even I know where it doesn't have its uses, even though I still play it anyways here and there. But I do know when it doesn't have its uses, and seeing where they have the edit and the pencil, they do have that Explo and that ballpoint, which does have favored maps that make them really strong. Seeing the edit and the pencil will probably be more likely, considering what their comp will probably be.
Yes, we'll only have to wait another second to find out. Let's see, we do have an edit. We have no backline.
Absolutely nothing.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be... The thing that intrigues me here is that we have the edit and the rapid here working together, which can both be solid, basically midlines, because the edit can play that way. And as soon as they go forward, again, that range that is on the presence of Plurality is able to just push back Rising Beyond the Tides. They really have to... This is going to be another situation, kind of like Twister Time at the start, where their comp is relatively short range, their longest range being that Crow, but their specials have that range with the Booyah Bomb and the Crab. But just look at how much pressure Plurality has.
Yeah, they did lose their rapid there because of, a little bit of a Crab explosion happening at the end, but they're still keeping Rising Beyond the Tides stuck in their area by their spawn. They haven't really been able to break into mid yet. They're going to start using their specials, the Booyah, onto that right side zone, able to cap that there, but it looks like they're not able to get in just yet to go cap the other zone. So it was only in neutral and not able to cap both those zones until maybe just about now. Now they're finally able to apply those penalty points over to Plurality. The Crab coming out on Rising Beyond the Tides. That is a nice backline special, and that is a splash, so it's going to get it pretty frequently, sort of like a quasi anchor just running Crab Tank probably a lot of the time. This is going to be really, really scrappy. I think we saw from that opening just like tons of people going at it. I think that's just going to be the course of this game. We see the interactions happening again already. This Rapid tried to stay alive, able to, get that space and get the pick there. That's going to be huge. It's almost a lead swap over to Rising Beyond the Tides, but it's currently in neutral. But a lot of people going down on Plurality this time. Rising Beyond the Tides, able to push them back. They are about to get this lead swap here just now.
That lead swap is happening, and Rising Beyond the Tides doing a good job being able to pick off what was being thrown at them. And of course, with the extra range also comes extra vulnerability at close range. So as long as Rising Beyond the Tides can get close, that makes it really hard for Plurality to get anything done. So as soon as they lost control, you could see that they have been struggling just trying to get back, and it's been absolutely held by Rising Beyond the Tides.
Yeah, once they got their footing, you could have those crabs come out. You could have that Forge Pro not being a backline, but being able to just, hold a little bit of distance, able to just keep the spacing correctly. That Plurality had a really hard time breaking through there at the end, despite a really dominant first push.
Mm-hmm. That first push was looking actually quite dangerous for Rising Beyond the Tides, as they were just kind of stuck. But like you mentioned, like some of them can kind of like pseudo backline with their specials, just with the Booyah Bomb trying to get a distance there. And that Booyah Bomb landed right on the zone, able to actually pick off the sword. The sword got caught right in the middle of it. It just got landed on their head.
Lucky.
Not only did it cap, and it got that pick on the sword, which helped the rest of the members just move in to push back, because they had to move back because the zone had to go get repainted. So the other one was there and had to paint it, and it just allowed them to move back in. It gave them some wiggle room to move back in, and just go through there. And now we have the counter pick coming in, and this one does not surprise me at all, which is Rainmaker Crab Leg. And considering the team that had 2 ranged weapons, this doesn't surprise me. But
yeah, none of the players swapped out for anybody else on Rising Beyond the Tides, so I don't know if just they don't have like a backline today.
I'm not sure, but the interesting thing here is, maybe it just didn't pull out for that one, but the interesting thing here is you have quick short range comp with a midline that also have range specials versus double range. It's Rainmaker. So the comp that actually looks more to take this is the faster comp.
Yeah, unless they get locked out on Crab Leg. So
yes, unless that happens.
Plurality, if they play this well, and if they're, especially if they can get a good opening push and then just play defense the rest of the time, I think that would be the ideal for them.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting because Plurality is, I believe that is Plurality. Yeah, Plurality is already locked in, ready to go. So I have a feeling they're probably going to be running basically a similar comp. Meanwhile, Rising Beyond the Tides is just taking a minute just to reset. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you don't have to just fully get ready to go. Taking this extra time just to discuss your strategy, how you're going to take it, what you're probably going to expect. Just get to know what could happen here. So they fought a bunch of rage on the last one. By the look of it, it's probably going to happen again.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens here, because usually when it comes to the Rainmaker thing, the quicker comp is going to take up here, but the range with these grates is going to cover a lot of space, and there has to be a lot of patience here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that Kraken shot, though. Interesting. Considering it's majority a grates map, but the Kraken here can put a lot of space on the bottom that's needed, followed by a lot of range. So yeah, range comp versus the exact same thing we saw. I also noticed there's a lot of bomb pressure on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. I don't know if you saw those subs, but the pro is also running double sub saver.
Bam, 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 bam. Junior can do it, I can too.
And that actually disrupts the range quite a bit. That is crazy to see, but I also love to see it at the same time. And of course, like I said, the range can have its vulnerability as soon as the shorter range can get close, and with it being Rainmaker, it's going relatively quickly. So you can see the range being poked back and being pinched at the same time. And it's just Rising Beyond the Tides is just going right in, doing what they can, of course backing up when they need to, while the rest of Plurality is just kind of stuck up top and now have to try to push these people back so they can actually use their range to their advantage.
Yeah, I loved Kiro's positioning on Rising Beyond the Tides with that splash, setting up on those top right grates while the rest of the team went to the left check so they could put out that crab to put on some pressure from a different angle from relative safety and just also pull some attention their way. I think really helped create some space there for that check and also just keeping the Rainmaker there for a little bit, even if they couldn't, totally secure the check and move farther. It was a good positioning there, but 2 going down on Plurality, things are still looking pretty good for Rising Beyond the Tide. So that whale from the Rapid definitely able to put in some nice work here, but Plurality's not actually able to move in too deep just yet.
No, not yet. And what's actually happening is members of Plurality have been moving in too deep, and that's been a big issue where the shot will go in just ahead of or try to Kraken, but then has nothing to follow them up when they're done. The Kraken so gets picked off. Sword had a similar deal where the Sword went in on the side, didn't have anything to back them up, and just goes down here. So the Sword and the shot, they really have to rely on each other and the extra rest of the teammates to be able to get them forward and to keep them forward safely, because the rest of Rising Beyond the Tides is just staying at a similar pace because they know that they can't approach this range together. They just need to secure it, wait for them to overstep, and then they can just outright push them down. And right now, we can see that the defense was good there from Plurality, able to get 2 members down before anything got too crazy, but Bomb able to pick off the Sword here on the side. Kraken is going to go forward again, but it's only the Kraken left alive. There's no team members here, so as soon as this Kraken disperses, they need to get out. But they're going to try and stay in this corner just to be a bit of a nuisance of a presence, but does get picked off by that splash in the end. So you can see here where the front lines are just kind of not in the same mindset as the mid. And it's really separating them to allow Rising Beyond the Tides to do this.
Hero is swimming! Max top speed, swimming super, super fast, getting it all the way down to 9. Like I said, the ideal for Plurality would have been to get a lead like this and then play defense the rest of the time. But now they're going to be on the back foot for this last about minute and 45 seconds left to go, plus any potential overtime. The pressure's on them a lot. They are having to use that Kraken right now. They're sort of clearing that space through mid, and they're trying to run it over to that left check, but you see right now the Tide's already there.
Just already there waiting to wait, and that Kraken was used. The nice thing about the shot is that it can get Kraken back relatively quickly as long as they can get the paint for it. But again, you've got a lot to worry about, and you can see the members just waiting up top there, and just there's no pressure on the top. They're trying to panic dunk it just to try to get that checkpoint, but it's just losing them a member. They have to really secure it to be able to get the dunk, secure it so that they can push forward after the dunk. But they're just trying to go faster than what their comp is right now. Yeah,
that nice pick there, I think it was something against Rainmaker shield. Oh, that could have been the end of that Zipcaster. It did manage to stay alive there and whatnot. Able to get that jump onto the opponent's plat, meaning they are down to 46 now for Plurality. A good start, but definitely they want to keep this momentum going, and unfortunately that momentum is now gone. People going down and others forced to jump out. This is a very purple map. Plurality, unfortunately, still forced to sort of play back. But you can tell, some of them really want to move in because they know the clock is ticking and they have to make some big plays now. But against such an aggressive short-range team here for Rising Beyond the Tides, that is scary. But the Kraken! So there's waiting. But there's not much time left. There was a DC on Plurality's side. And unfortunately, that is going to be the end of that game. They were not able to grab
that was definitely there, but it's like I said, the comp with the range, you can see why they picked the map for sure, and the mode, it makes sense because they want to be able to hold that. But then you have to consider what the mode actually offers, is that it really benefits the short range comp like that. And I didn't even notice the double bomb at the first game of Splat Zones, but when I saw the double bomb on the Pro, I'm like, wait a second. Or it might not be double bomb, but the extra sub saver on the Pro, which I know I don't see too particularly often, but considering the team it's with, it makes complete sense.
Oh yeah. You get some
But
consistent like clearing space for the rest of your team to move in, and even if you don't actually get the picks with those bomb kills, you're threatening a pick. And when you see the lethal bomb thrown your way, you have to respect it.
absolutely, and of course you get the ones where you just, have to accept your fate. But going by what happened in this game, like, you could see what Plurality wanted to do, but there was a disconnection between like the edit and the rapid between the sword and the shot. It's kind of how it felt. Like the front lines were playing at their pace and then the mids were playing at their pace because there was always stuff in between. It's kind of like the two pieces of the sandwich not having the filling. It's like, okay, you've got the bottom, where's the filling? And then the top's just way over here. Can we put it together? We need to make the sandwich.
Where's the mayonnaise?
and go forward together, but it seemed really dispersed because you could see how they were also trying to run the Rainmaker to that checkpoint and just rising beyond the tides. The camera was even on them. Two of them were just happily sitting up there with no issues whatsoever, waiting for them to rush dunk the Rainmaker, and it was just cancelled. So it was just rapid pace from half the team, but just not quick enough from the other ones. Even though you could see what they wanted to do, it's just not the whole team was on the same pace as what they could have been. And I think that could have really helped them out towards the end. Because even at the end there, they also used Zip and Kraken basically around the same time, which blew two resources right off the get-go that could help push them forward, just to be kind of a nuisance there, while the other two could move in off of the displacement. So just to space them out a little bit. But yeah, it just seemed a little out of place there for Plurality.
It did, but we're going back to Rainmaker yet again. We're going back
to Rainmaker. I'm confused now.
Yeah, Plurality counterpicking Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge this time.
I don't know how, I'm gonna be honest, Rose, I don't know how I feel about that.
I would be afraid if I was counterpicking this against such a fast team.
Yes.
Like Rising Beyond the Tides, I would definitely be a little scared. Cause this can be over very quickly.
And compared to Crab Leg, where there's an open middle, this one has that platform in the middle where the Rainmaker sits on. It's not as high, but there's still that platform in the middle, which allows that roller to really hide around those corners. So that could be very difficult. So I hope that Plurality can realize either if they're going to maybe change up the comp a little bit, or realize that there's been a disconnection between their members here and can group up, because their comp has to play more patient, because Rising Beyond the Tides, one has more paint control and more extra kind of boundary, like basically control, and can help enable that roller really well. Along with the follow-ups of their specials. So I just really hope that Plurality can fix that disconnection, be a little more patient. They need patience. That is what they need versus this comp, because they can catch Rising Beyond the Tides one out on the other if they just be patient with it and use their resources in a combination together. It's definitely what they need here to be able to take this one.
Yes, this is a battle of trying to set the pace that works for your comp. And right now, Rising Beyond the Tides has been doing a really good job of setting it at their pace, really, really fast and frenzied.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, we got that Horns Dread, I think that was coming out.
All right. Yeah, we've got 3 of the newer weapons on the side of Plurality coming out here. So yeah, you can see that their comp has definitely gotten a faster pace. And meanwhile, there's a sploosh that is appearing on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides, so only to make that even quicker while having the power of that hammer potentially to help them out. But 2 members going down, it looks like they're trying to go around with this hammer, able to get one. Look at this pinch! Look at that pinch! Yes! That is sheep herding at its finest in Splatoon.
Ring around the rosy.
Oh! The members just putting them in the corner while the hammer just swings around. I love that. I absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, and they got such a quick early dunk on that. Oh, well, okay. I was going to say, this looked like a really dangerous Kraken for the Kraken, but able to get a pick there. Honestly, really good on them, but they're the only one alive at this point. Everybody else on the team is currently down, and at this point, the field is all rising beyond the tide.
Meanwhile, Plurality still looks like they're still moving without their actual team. Like, the shot just got picked off on their own up front, so now they're defending with 3. Shot is back in play here, but now the crab is out. It looks like they're going to try and get the roller. Very nice bubble from the roller there. It looks like the sword going down. Roller is still there in play. Crab being forced to back up here. They can't really do much. Well, the Rainmaker has so much space to go forward up here with the Kraken just trying to go on the side until they fall off. Not a bad thing there, because they've got a couple... Well, there's 2 members left, though. I didn't see the other one go down. But now control is back in play of Plurality here. It looks like one goes down. Now they're back in together here. Crab does go out. It looked like they wanted to go back and get that Rainmaker, but they see the curling bombs being thrown, and it's like, there's somebody here. There is somebody here that is about to be a problem. We need to get rid of it. They finally found it, got rid of it, but what a stall by curling bombs!
Occasionally a curling can be a little bit of a stall. At least you know you're like, I don't want to pick.
Yeah. It just knows that somebody's there, so it's like they can't move forward, right? They know there's a threat there around the corner somewhere that could be a huge problem, and knowing with what weapon it comes from, we need to make sure it can't just run up and grab this Rainmaker and run. So now you can see that held back Plurality a little bit while the middle was reclaimed by Rising Beyond the Tides, but it looks like now it could be possibly going in neutral state. I lied. I think it's still more in the favor of Rising Beyond the Tides. We see Edgar here with the Rainmaker just going there. Kraken is out. It looks like it was on top. The Rainmaker's just going, getting points. Got all the way to the edge of the ramp. That is a lot of points here. 2 members, 3 members now down on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. Finally defended. Oh, not everybody's out. That roller is still here. Never mind. The roller's gone now. Don't worry. It's gone. Maybe. I think. Everybody's out? Yes? Okay. You never know with this quick-based comp, because if it's that quick, someone might jump in and just swoop. But you can see how quick they're already back in middle. Paint control has only just been reclaimed, but considering with how much paint output Rising Beyond the Tides has, they could get that back relatively quickly compared to the time it took for Plurality to be able to get some paint down the middle here. And there's a hammer out from behind. This Sploosh doing a really good job just turning the members around, getting another 2 for 1. It's just the shot left alive on the side of Plurality. 2 members on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides, but that still allows them to keep control of middle here, especially with, again, what they can use to paint.
Yeah, and just like that earlier, not even attempt, just that earlier aggression from Sailor, being the final one alive in that push from Rising Beyond the Tides, you know, they did go down, but they were able to eat up some time on Plurality. Plurality couldn't get into mid as quickly as they would have wanted to for their own counter push. I think that really cost them. They're still stuck at 97, not able to get through, and with the Edgar's hammer coming in, that is a big wipe out on to Plurality. We have less than a minute left to go. Still a huge amount of control for Rising Beyond the Tides. They were already on that ramp, ready to push it forward. They could just play it safe for the rest of this time. They still want to challenge it, but they absolutely don't need to move this forward. But I saw, burst bomb being thrown at them. The sword gonna go down from Plurality, and this hammer from the Sploosh has done so much work, getting another wipeout. Never mind about playing safe. Just able to run it forward, get it all the way to 14. Like, was that the most necessary? No, but was it awesome to watch? Yeah.
No, but if they have the opportunity, they might as well take it, because they still, there's still crab online for the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. Overtime is happening. Sailor's lurking underneath the ledge. This Rainmaker's just kind of in a corner here. I hope they realize that there is a roller that can be underneath any ledge, and if they don't have proper control, that roller is just going to sneak right in, and I think they were able to call out that roller. They did get rid of it. There is Zipcaster online for the sword right now, and it looks like Kraken goes out as well. The Zipcaster hasn't been used yet, which is good. Oh, now it gets used. The Rainmaker got picked up from behind.
It did. Yeah, the overtime push when everything is a chaotic mess.
I didn't see what got it. I'm like, I don't think it was the hammer.
Either.
I didn't see what got it.
Yeah. I don't know.
This was... I'm glad that the comp was changed to try to have from Plurality to try to have another thing to force it, but we knew how strong Rising Beyond the Tides was on that other Rainmaker game. I'm still a little confused why Rainmaker would be put here, knowing how much pressure that there was as well. And it was just hard. Like, they were Rising Beyond the Tides just went at it right at the start of the game too, and I'm like, oh no. And just right off that opening, and we just saw it on stream as well, where the teammates of Rising Beyond the Tides, like, the hammer was going out around the circle, and basically the other teammates just put them in the way of the hammer, just like, hey, I'm gonna go here, you gotta keep going that way, the hammer's gonna get you eventually, so go right on in the path of it if you don't mind, thank you. And the hammer just got a clean triple there, and it was just boom, just exploding on the way, and just so much control from Rising Beyond the Tides. Plurality as well, there was a push there that they had in the middle, where they were on that right-hand side, and Kraken and Zipcaster were used at the same time once again. I would have loved to see those specials come out one after each other, because the Kraken could have displaced first, and then the Zipcaster could have followed, and could have caused more displacement on the sidelines, while the others could have still moved up with it. So it was just, I was like, oh, they had the opportunity, but they used both resources at the exact same time, causing for both to look at one another, but they didn't really get anything out of it because the crab was online, be able to defend from the Rainmaker, even getting any further from that elbow. And it's just, oh no. True. It was unfortunate, but I saw the idea that they wanted to do. It's just definitely needs a little work to be able to synergize it properly together.
Definitely. Yeah, and I think a lot of the times combining specials together is really good for helping. Sometimes, one special just needs a little bit of help getting in and then can go off. Like hammer, definitely. You set up a teammate with the hammer, use your special to let them get in and use theirs and clean up. Really, really important. And sometimes it really just depends on what the opponents are playing. If they've got, crab to stall it out, sometimes you need to not use two specials together, knowing that, like, okay, if we use this, they're just going to counter with crab and then we can't actually really do anything. But just more of a, okay, we're going to use this, they're going to respond with that, and then we respond with this, and then we can move in.
The semi-final bracket there, Roulette and Bad Guys played. Roulette taking the 3-0. Roulette has been undefeated so far, by the looks of it, in Alpha bracket. Meanwhile, Rising Beyond the Tide, of course, we just saw taking the 3-0 going down. But if you take a look in Losers bracket, there was a lot of stuff happening there. This is fine. Went 2-0 over Twister time. That is the only 2-0 in round 2 of Losers. The rest went to game 3. So This Is Fine is moving on, and they're now playing Kittens, while Reef Runners is taking out Octo Express, and Freak Force taking out Blitzwave, knocking them out of the bracket. So Freak Force and Reef Runners are in the other half of the losers bracket right now.
Yeah, absolutely. When you take out that seed one, and be like, all right, let's go. Let's run it all the way to the end. Let's run it all the way to the end. We're going to survive 3 losers. Let's do it. But, unfortunately, both those teams, only one can move on between Force and Reef Runners. So time will tell which of them will be continuing their run through losers bracket. The Kittens in This Is Fine game will be interesting to see emerges from that one. Because we watched Kittens just a little bit earlier today, and they were fierce.
Oh yes, absolutely. It's just like, what's the Kittens still have a little bit of claws, so be careful. But now, sitting in finals, winners bracket finals, is Roulette and Rising Beyond the Tides. Those are the two that are sitting there, and one of these two teams is going to make it on to grand finals. One of them will have to fight their way back up. What do you think about this set, Rose? What do you think? The undefeated team in Alpha bracket so far versus Rising Beyond the Tides, which we have seen go absolutely bomb crazy with curling bombs, splat bombs, and suction bombs.
That has been wild. I wonder if that is going to keep working out in their favor. I'm not entirely certain. I've commentated a fair number of roulette sets, and I've seen them be so oppressive. Like, I was so unsurprised to see they did really, really well yesterday, and that they haven't dropped a game yet in our second day. They haven't dropped a single game in alpha.
No.
So they're playing really well. I'm sure Rise and Beyond the Tides really wants to win this. They want to meet this challenge, but I do think it's going to be a tough challenge for them against Roulette.
It definitely will be. I do believe that this is where, like, I still want to see what Roulette has to bring out, because we've seen what Rising Beyond the Tides can bring out. I want to see what Roulette is truly going to bring out here. I have an idea of what their comp could be, and how Rising Beyond the Tides comp can be a problem for them. With the two that I could possibly think of what could be appearing, especially on this map 1, which looks to be Zone's Robo.
Yeah.
So that could be interesting, because this could favor the potential long range, which I can see coming out from Roulette, which they do have access to. And again, it'll be kind of like that first Zones game that we saw in the last bracket from Rising Beyond the Tides, how they were fighting a bunch of ranged weapons, and they did get locked back into their spawn for a little bit, but were able to come back out because of the specials that can provide that extra range for them, push them back. Like that Booyah Bomb really did initiate to break out of that lockout, followed by that crab, which really helped them out big time. So I'm not too 100% sure on Roulette's comp, but I do have an idea. But I will say, bombs, if those bombs get close, that
Yes.
could put a bit of an obstacle in Roulette's way here.
That could put Roulette in a little bit of a check. I'll be interested to see what they pull out here. I think Robo Zones really, you have ways of countering opponents with much more range than you. You can take some nice angles on them if you're able to throw a ton of bombs at them. There are only so many places to set up on Robo Zones. It's not like a huge place. So if you're able to push through certain chokes and whatnot, whether you're attacking or defending, if you can really punish any team that gets clumped up, and I think just the way RoboZone is laid out, when you are trying to attack and push through the enemy's area beyond the zone, can lead to a lot of accidental clumping.
Yes, it truly can. We cannot forget about the two bottom corner areas as well that teams can use to their advantage, where they can bait people down into the corner and get them into their range. I can see Rising Beyond the Tides possibly luring members of Roulette down. But like I said, there is some range here. I figured the Nautilus and a Pencil would be out here. I wasn't too sure about the other two. We do see the Decav and the Neo Splash appearing from Roulette, and the similar comp coming out from Rising Beyond the Tides. But Rising Beyond the Tides is going to provide the range space with a Pencil of their own appearing. So not that fully range comp, but they're going to have that Pencil in place of the Junior.
Yeah, Edgar opting for much more range this time around. I don't know if that's, 'cause I know Edgar can play backline options.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting that, didn't get taken out for the previous set, but so far working really, really well for them. They're about to hit this halfway point, but two of them are going to go down. Edgar is going to have to be forced to hold this space here. Kiro, again, on this splash, forced to back up, reposition. And here's this ramp area where, again, it's very, very easy for teams to accidentally get clumped here, especially when the cooler gets thrown out. This Decav able to punish down in that pit area. Now Roulette moving forward. They know absolutely, the other team was cooler. They've come back in really, really quickly, but they're holding this area really, really well. I love that use of
the crab explosion gets to. What a huge thing. Yeah, the Decav doing some really nice work. You can see the Decav actually popped Bubble up in that choke point there first before dropping down to get that punish, which really helped them out there. And then the crab was still able to come out and getting two that were stuck on the backside. And we can see how close this is, 46 to 45, with numbers ticking down to get out of their penalty point and get more points on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. This Nautilus here trying to lead the way. You can see that there's one member on the bottom corner there trying to fight the decav, and it looks like the Nautilus wants to try to come and help here, as, again, like I said, I could see Rising Beyond the Tides doing more of luring into the corners, and that is what they were doing there on the side. It looks like the decav goes down in that one corner versus the roller, and it does help Rising Beyond the Tide reclaim the zone, just continuing to add points. It is very back and forth right now. There's no pure control. Rain is coming out over the zone just to add a lot of extra pressure, but you can see the pro is waiting in the corner, is seen, did get picked off, and it looks like the rest of the members of Rising Beyond the Tides are still going to opt for those corners here, and you can see that's kind of their main advantage here. One gets picked off through the strikes. The roller here in a tight situation. Good jump out there. Did have the cooler to get out quicker. Zone is in control of Roulette. They are close to take out penalty points, but they pick off that Neo Splash on the side, and you can see the decav is the only other one alone on the other side, but does have a little bit of protection with the wall, but does get picked off on the corner from that pro. Pro winning the battle, getting Booyah Bomb out. Zone should be back on the side, but that sprinkler on top is kind of helping them out here. I'm not gonna lie. The sprinkler is raining down from that pencil inside of Roulette, helping to keep control because they just couldn't paint fast enough with the members online. And the lead is in the side of Roulette now as it is ticking down as they were able to hold and keep that zone in power. And this could be rough, but the roller's coming in to bop people in the head.
Let's go! Let's go! It is not over. Rising Beyond the Tides with that roller, able to get enough really key points on the zone as well, but it is not over yet for Roulette. This pencil doing a lot of chip damage and able to get in some really important splats. The strikes going out yet again along with the bubble, meaning Roulette is able to get an easy cap, applying some more penalty points to Rising Beyond the Tides. They don't have a ton of penalty points. They could, if they get a nice hold, be able to go through this really, really quickly. Getting out that Nautilus earlier was really big. Hero's trying to stay alive, does have the crab ready. I can tell they definitely want to get into position, but no, they're taken out. Those were splashes on both sides taken out here. Sailor trying to do roller things, holding the space here, but no, a cheeky entry into that bubble saying that is ours. The points going down for Rising Beyond the Tides, but the neutral state forced by those strikes. And along with the bubble, we're going to see a ton of specials coming out now. The Booyah not able to put out enough paint, but yeah, man, able to get some huge picks. Heroes trying to move in. They need to play for zone right now. Stay alive, put on necessary pressure, and absolutely do not go down. Strikes coming out. Are they able to pay? Not stuck at 13 for them. But we've only 30 seconds left to go, Debbie.
Getting Kiro off the zone is huge because that makes it so they could not paint through those strikes. That is kind of one of the big difference between the two splashes here is they can both paint the zone well, but one special will actually paint the zone. Hello, Decav, trying to get a pick on the side, doesn't quite get it as they move away, and it looks like the rest of the members of Rising Beyond the Tides are in the middle, but again, the crab splash, when it goes, it can't paint the zone as well as the Neo Splash can in this case, where the strikes can just hold it. So getting the vanilla splash off of the zone there was big, and just being able to get back onto the zone to hold there, pushing the members back from Rising Beyond the Tides. But what a middle game there until Roulette finally had majority of the control. They couldn't get their other extra main paint to go down on the zone. I noticed that they were also getting a lot of decent picks on that Forge Pro towards the middle of the game, which really helped them. Sprinkler on the roof. MVP. Don't ignore it. Do not ignore that sprinkler on the roof. That was actually helping them in a little bit of a scenario there, because you could see there was a little bit of paint going out while others were focusing on the players. And it was just like, okay, this little bit of sprinkler paint is actually going a long way right now. And it was such a good angle that we had to see it. And it's just going well. But yeah, towards that middle there, just Roulette was able to hold that middle, getting what they wanted to push back there. And they kept keeping that extra range from the pro and just keeping the splash off zone. Was doing a lot there for Roulette from the middle to the last half of that game. But we gotta, again, props to Sailor for saving the day towards the middle of that game. Just we're seeing it right now, just seeing that bop come up. That was huge there. If that did not happen, the game would have been over a lot sooner. And what a sneak by Sailor on the roller there, just able to get those members down and being able to save the day there to give another last hurrah. And it really did help them towards the end, but of course Rising Beyond the Tides got pushed off of the corners and weren't able to hold it. So it was really well done towards there. Roulette at the start of that game, Roulette was struggling.
That was interesting. I think they were just trying to figure out, okay, we
we don't want to overextend too hard, but we also they were playing really carefully, and I think in some ways, then Rising Beyond the Tides was able to take advantage of that to set their own pace. And even though they didn't have a really, really strong advantage, because Roulette was still playing very strong, and I think just not constantly feeding, but it did put Roulette on the back foot for a little bit until they were really able to actually hold space effectively for a while. I think once Woke gets set up with their Nautilus, and they're able to hold aggressively, they do so much for Roulette.
It really does, yes. And even the decav is trying to put some displacement on the sides of trying to flank, but I noticed that it is getting caught out here and there from the time. So it still turns the members of Rising Beyond the Tides away for a second, which can help one or the other, which does go a long way in the end, even if it's one down, especially if you have Cooler, you're right back into play. But the counter pick here, I was like, they have a Rainmaker comp. If they don't use the Rainmaker, I'm gonna be surprised. But here it is. Rainmaker is appearing here.
We just saw it earlier.
Yeah, I can see Roulette using similar things. There could be another kind of flip, because Roulette might have a little bit of a switch for a Rainmaker of their own. But we can see how they can hold, how they can get set up. They do have more of a rangy comp, but we see Rising Beyond the Tides. That Junior's, if it doesn't come back here, I'll be a little surprised. The Junior put in a lot of work on the other side, or the Splash, because this is the one that the Sploosh came out on during the last set. Rising Beyond the Tides brought out that Sploosh and did the ring around the rosy with the hammer, and got the 3 right off the get-go. So it might not be the Junior, but it could very well be that Sploosh appearing, and they could have that extra front pressure that they do want, and that could pose a problem to Roulette here if they aren't aware of this.
Yeah, I think this is going to challenge Roulette's game sense a lot. Be able to keep an eye out, especially if that Sploosh comes out from Rising Beyond the Tides, to make sure, okay, where's the Sploosh? Where's the Sploosh? Making sure that we're not going to get caught off guard. Because I think definitely with the weapons that Roulette plays, they want to maintain some spacing and not get caught off guard with a really quick short-range weapon right in their face. But so I can see how Rising Beyond the Tides absolutely counterpicked this. They crushed it in the previous set streamed, where they just absolute dominance that entire game. We'll have to see if it works out just as well this time.
Mm-hmm. There is a chance that Roulette is prepared for this as well and has something of their own to say about it to possibly shut it down. But we'll see what's going to appear right away here for the counterpick of Rainmaker Scorch. I was like, wait, what? I briefly forgot the name of it, and I'm like, I know what it is.
The one with the sand. Ooh.
Yep, that's the Crab Splash and the Sploosh are making their return. Meanwhile, we have a Crab of their own on the side of Roulette as they are bringing out the vanilla dualies here. That Decav staying, Pencil staying, Nautilus staying, of course. So now we'll see what happens in this neutral side. Curling bombs being thrown out here. This again. Look at how it's just running over them. It's like, oh, the curling bomb, and just helping out there. But you can see that it's being played around so well that Hammer is ready to go. Hammer is looking to try to find a good spot here. It does opt to throw it. That is probably a good option there, as there was a lot of sight lines. However, the Crab, I believe, got a pick on the decav. The knot goes down. Booyah bomb here going out as well, trying to put it around that first checkpoint. Decav trying to pick off that Rainmaker. Bubble is out. Really nice bubble by the Decav there. Able to protect it, and Pencil is able to pick off the rest. And that whole comp is gone. That push just did not exist. The counter was ready. They had the people in play. Booyah bomb not getting quite the picks, but that bubble by the Decav really helped out a lot there, just making it so they couldn't move so the Pencil could pick off the Rain.
Yes, that's going to be a quick first check down within this first minute. Edgar, no, that Hammer going to get canceled. There's a wipe on to Rising Beyond the Tides. This counter pick not working out too well for them right now. Roulette is running in down to 38 at this point. Rainmaker is going to go down, but they do still have numbers here. And Rising Beyond the Tides is stuck back in their spawn. They're trying to break in. That is the struggle here against Roulette's comp, is that so long as they're able to maintain the spacing here,
if they're trying to go back in, it's going to be really difficult. Fortunately, Rising Beyond the Tide's able to take them out at this point. They are running through mid super quickly. It looks like Booyah's coming out. They wants to force that area by the check. It looks like 2 members are down. Perfect time to get that Rainmaker dunk in, which they do. They still have some numbers on the field, but the pencil is looking at them, trying to hit them. Not able to get the kill in just yet, but there we go. Just a couple little tap shots, able to finish that off. And also with some coolers out, but no, just the run of a century, getting all the way down to 30. That was so quick.
That's what their comp wants, is to be quick and go forward, and as soon as they can do that, it's great. And of course, with the pencil being the only one alive there in the like the beginning there of that push, it just have to try to hit that Rainmaker, make it stop. It's just like what it's going to do, run into it, and then the rest of the members got jumped in there. They got that lead. That is what they wanted. But Roulette has a lot of resources on their own. They've been doing a good job being able to take down those hammers on the defense. They were able to see them. I think Edgar realizes that and is now playing them to a better sense here around the corner. But if they can keep those hammers offline, that'll do really well. So we do have Crab and Hammer at the ready, followed by another Crab of Roulettes. But the roller just goes in and gets 2. That is huge. Just has that extra way forward, and the roller just gets a couple of them. They're not opting to push here because members are down. This is good, just holding in the middle. The Rainmaker is popped. You can see that they just want to try to keep it there. The Crab wants to try to keep the members of Roulette in a corner here for the rest of the team to come back. They want to make sure they have that extra control. Sailor is in a decent spot here under the edge. I believe the Decav knew that and was trying to slash at it. Is going to go back and hide in a corner. We do have the Booyah Bomb at the ready as well. There's 1 minute and 35 seconds left to go in this game, and you can see now we're in a bit of a neutral state, just kind of like how the beginning is. This Splash is the one that's hiding in the corner here, waiting to make something happen. It looks like the Nautilus goes down, followed by the Roller. Bubble is online, along with a Booyah Bomb and a Hammer, followed by a Crab. This can go any way right now.
We've got resources upon resources. They're going to start getting to be used right now. Roulette is picking up that Rainmaker. They want to run this through, but they need to start using those resources. We've got the Crab out, trying to create the space. Set up in a pretty good spot, but unfortunately, not the best possible spot, because Rise Beyond the Tide's able to pick them off right there. Roulette forced into this corner area. Members are going down really quickly. This Rainmaker only has one person with them, but the Hammer just go pop. I'm gonna get both of you down now.
The moments where you can see your life flash before your eyes as a hammer slowly makes its way forward to explode near your general direction. And it's like, what are you going to do? But hope for the best that maybe you might survive this. There is 30 seconds left. This Rainmaker is stuck up in the corner here right now. It is just going to maintain the color of Rising Beyond the Tides. Hammer is online. It looks like the bubble was used in the corner to try to create some space. They want to get the Nautilus up there. Bubble gone now. Barrier still the color of Rising Beyond the Tides. The rain is out from that Nautilus. Nautilus and Decaf trying to work up together. Bubble going out on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. 2 go down. Roller is down as well. The paint is in control of Rising Beyond the Tides. You can see the Doolies and the Nautilus trying to work together. Crab out here. The Crab just about gets taken down. Overtime is on the side here. It looks like the pro's down, but there's Sailor! Sailor sneaks right on through and just bops the Rainmaker with that Roller.
Like, I just got to get close enough to you. That's all I got to do. I'm going to run straight for you while my teammates are also fighting them. Oh, good. That was honestly, I was a little worried for Rising Beyond the Tides for the first part of that game when Roulette had such a good initial push, but they really put on the pressure and showing why this is their counter pick.
When it comes to Rainmaker, it's really down in the last minute what can truly happen, unless if there's, like a push way up and just fully secured to dunk it. And I'm like, both of these comps have potential to just lock one another out and go for it. And in this case, just the way that Rising Beyond the Tides just kind of came back, they finally were able to get their specials online. They weren't just using them out where 3 members were shooting at them, which we saw at the start, because the hammers were getting canceled off the start quite frequently. And then finally they were able to come online when they got into Roulette's spawn area and were able to make something happen. There was so much going on between specials and people flicking ink. It was like... I can't see what is exactly happening. I can't even process it, but all I know is that Rising Beyond the Tides is taking down members of Roulette, and the pencil was just having a time trying to be able to finish off that Rainmaker from getting further, ending up having to drop down themselves, getting the cooler out before they went down. But by then it was already basically too late, and there was a lot of points going in for Rising Beyond Tides, and they were just able to hold it there towards the end. But I will say that final push from Roulette, though, was looking really good, because they were picking off the Pro, which had majority of the range for them. But I believe the paint was still there, the extra pressure was still there, and Sailor, once again, able to just slip right through them, just to cause mayhem in a really crucial moment. Just...
And that's important, especially you want to make sure you're able to enable your roller player to cause mayhem.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what they want. And you can see just from how, like, why they're playing such more shorter range weapons is to help build around that roller, help to build around that splash. Like even before when we saw the junior, it can help enable everybody in their own way. So there is one person who can kind of go around the side and pinch and play further back. There's a couple more playing up front. They're swapping. They're doing what they need to do to get each other enabled to follow up with what's going on. But again, even with Roulette, like you could see the teamwork, how the bubble was placed up on the side to be able to enable the range with the Nautilus, and then the Nautilus and the Dualies went in. And then the sword followed up afterwards, or the decav followed up afterwards, I should say. And they were all able to push up together and try to take up front there, but it just missed the one roller. But otherwise, that push was looking relatively good for them. They were covering the areas they needed to and finding those players. They just missed the roller by a smidge.
Yeah, it did look really, really good. I missed how often Woke was throwing out point sensors. I don't know how the roller did get tagged by sensors from that Nautilus. I think there were more important things to be happening in a certain way, making sure, okay, I want to make sure that I have my charge and that I'm putting paint down for our Rainmaker and also putting on the pressure so we can get through this choke point. But yeah, that roller Sailor, cheeky little Sailor going right through.
I don't know about you, but I love playing with roller players. Fighting them not as much, but playing with them is great. I love seeing what they can do, how much they can output, and they really test your, hey, did we get this threat out of the way? Because it can cover some really big areas that we do not want them to take control of. And having that extra resources to be able to help them does a lot. So now they pick Tower Control Hagglefish. So this one for a roller is a bit harder to move in for, but this kind of has the same kind of Rainmaker crab leg vibe, but now it's Tower Control, so it's a bit slower, but there's a lot more open space, so it's a little harder for Sailor to get around with that roller, but there's definitely a lot of places where Sailor can go with that roller, and we've seen Sailor do it twice now, to just get around close to basically in plain sight. I mean, on the Robo Ramen one went around the side, but during the Rainmaker one just kind of went straight through, but can be that sneaky enough to get around where Roulette misses them in those key moments and can get something done there. So I can see maybe Rising Beyond the Tides might bring that pencil back out again, but I can see why this is the counter pick, because this does work with Roulette's comp better than the Rainmaker one. But even as said, both can still have their potential, because you never know what can happen or what could go wrong with either of the comps. But just general speaking, you can see how this fits Roulette's comp a little better.
Yeah, I can tell this is gonna play to their strengths and fit their style of play more than it would for Rising Beyond the Tides. I agree. I certainly would not be surprised if Edgar goes back to that pencil and does not play the Sploosh for this. I think Sploosh
bring the junior.
That would be fun to see too. I wonder if anybody else would play a backline here on Haggle for Rising Beyond the Tides, but I'm certain we're gonna see. Actually, I don't know. Rising Beyond the Tides could totally throw me for, but I would not be surprised if we see like some long range option to come out to make sure that they're not constantly being put into check by Roulette's own pencil.
Mm-hmm. They were really using the like during that Rainmaker one. They just their main range has been from that pro and then the splash using the crab. I'd also like to note that there is a switch out on the side of Roulette now. So they have something else being brought into the picture for this counter pick.
They do. I'll be interested to see what it is.
We swapped out the decav, is what has happened. So the decav has been swapped out. So we'll see what happens for there. But still curious to see what Rising Beyond the Tides has for this one. If they're going to bring out... I can still see them bringing out their shorter range comp, meanwhile their range is being the specials from that crab and just the range from the forge. While keeping that junior in for those extra corner splat bomb menaces that can happen. And then just bubble on the tower. It's definitely plausible, especially for how this team has just been carrying on throughout, because they did it in the splat zones, they did it in a more range favored map before. So it is possible that they might stick to that, but it is more likely to see possibly the pencil. But yeah.
Yeah, and maybe, even against Roulette's pencil, a lot of those HP specials, like the bubble, the crab, pencil's gonna have a harder time dealing with. So, I don't think it's wrong for Roulette to be like, okay, we're gonna move fast, but we've got certain specials to help us make sure that the pencil can't just walk right over us from far away.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But here we go. We are ready to roll. We are now entering tower control on Hagglefish. Score tied 1-1 right now for both teams. It looks like even though the decav player from before was subbed out, there's still a decav. But we have the octo shot with those strikes appearing for this tower control game. But the difference here on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides is a 52.
Yeah, we've got a double bubble comp with Whale on that 52. That will be interesting to see. I can definitely tell they want to play fast here. And so far, things going down in a 3v3 situation, in a neutral scenario to start out with 30 seconds into this game. Woke moving forward a little bit, but forced to back up. These whales are going to be a nuisance for some of these slower weapons on Roulette. They're going to have to be forced to not get caught off by that whale, and the Booyah forcing Rising Beyond the Tides to back off for a moment, but they still have a nice control over this mid area. Sailor does not have the bubble ready just yet, but is getting it charged about halfway there and whatnot. And things, we don't have a huge lead away yet, but now we see Woke. There we go. Woke and the rest of the team able to put on that pressure from some relative range. The bubble is going to come out, but it's going to get shredded super quickly. And the rain just making sure that we're able to get in the rest of Roulette to move forward, set up Inu on this decav, being an annoying menace. There's so many annoying things a decav can do alone if you don't space your attack on them correctly. And that we are already at that second checkpoint, and it looks like they're going to cruise right through it. Roulette is still going in.
Roulette was still going in. There was a moment in the corner there where Sailor actually came around behind once but missed the bop and was taken down in return, and that kind of, it was just like, uh-oh, and then Sailor coming in again. But now this is a crazy hold right now for the side of Roulette. Like, they're pushing as far as they can, but then some of them are backing up when they need to, and you can see the pencils back in middle with the decav respecting that they can't go in further here. Unable to move in, but this is also, I'm really loving this 52 pick, because something that I know just from playing is how crazy wall can be to help get you in on this map. And it is, just from the start, you could see it working, and it really is paying off for them here. But we have a really crazy push from Roulette off the get-go here, and now Rising Beyond the Tides trying to make the comeback here. The bubble was out by that decav. It looks like they want to try to destroy the bubble, but Sailor getting kind of stuck in the corner there. The Octo Shot trying to push them back out. We do see Edgar on the tower here just trying to put those bombs. Bubble does get dispersed, and it looks like bombs are going around. The pencil trying to poke on the tower. There's 3 members. That's a delayed 3 on the side of Roulette, and members from Rising Beyond the Tides still trying to go. There's a strike coming out here as well, trying to secure, allowing that decav to go forward and help get that wipeout. That was an amazing combo from the strikes and the decav right there.
Those strikes were huge, making sure the decav could go in and finish the job. really, really great providing that cover to get in safely and just putting Rising Beyond the Tides in a state of disarray, making sure that Roulette still has that lead right now. And now Roulette has their own counter push going in, able to get in some nice picks here. The pencil is set up. Those bubbles, I think, the bombs against the bubble, able to get in enough damage to take them out. Always love seeing that. Woke really holding forward here, taking a really nice spot and making sure to use these strikes to hold the spot. The rain coming out is going to take out Woke right now, but that rain is going to put a little bit more paint on that field. Roulette can back up here and whatnot. Definitely they want to keep pressure on, but they want to keep on pressure safely. If they can keep the tower over on Rising Beyond the Tide side of the field without making sure, without losing their members of their team in the process, that's going to be huge for Roulette. And it looks like that is absolutely what they're trying to do.
I love seeing the combination that Roulette is doing right now as well, because there's been a swap between 3 different people on the tower, between the Nautilus, the Decav, and the Pencil. And the Decav just knowing when they can go in, when to go forward. Like, the Decav play here is a lot more playing around in the middle compared to the previous, where the other one was being more on the front. And you can see that really working out. So then the Decav will go forward when it needs to, but it's really comboing with the members that are around it with its range, trying to do what it can. But now there is 25 seconds left to go. Whales are on. There's 3 specials online for Rising Beyond the Tides, and it looks like a couple on the line for the other side for Roulette. And Rising Beyond the Tides is trying to get up across this corner. Booyah was used, so they don't have that extra displays. Bubble already shredded and gone. The Sailor is gone. The Pencil's gone. Those strikes are appearing, able to get one corner, but it's going to be 2 members right now on that side of the tower, picking one off. 2, just one trying to get on the tower in the last desperation. Just going forward here, and I also realized that I had the things flipped. It is Rising Beyond the Tides who actually has the lead.
They stole that
Sailors
lead.
in the corner. Yeah, they stole that lead briefly, and I only just kind of realized that and how it is, because I was like, wait a second, it's not that I have it backwards, oh no. But just the push here from Roulette being able to get control here, and just there's time here that they can use, but they have to be really careful because there's not far they can go, but they do have a lot of stuff at the ready. Bubble on the tower, Whale trying to shred through it. It is very tight space here as 2 and 2. Just the pro! Just the pro!
Everybody committing their resources to that tower, and sometimes that resource is yourself. I'm going to throw myself at the tower.
You do what you gotta do. I didn't even. Oh my god! I didn't even see the lead change. Oh my goodness! I was like, wait a second. Rising Beyond the Tide. It just happened so quickly. I was so busy watching around the sides and seeing the resources and all that. I didn't actually see the point. I'm gonna be honest. I'm being completely honest. I saw everything but the points. I was like, oh wait a second. It's not over yet. Like, when I saw the strikes going out on that edge there from Roulette, I was like, oh, okay, the game's over. And I'm like, wait! I didn't even see it! But I still make the point of, I loved how Roulette was swapping their players around, playing, and I like to call it a nice triangle formation, while the 4th is kind of around filling where it needs to be if one goes down. And I just loved seeing that go. And it's really, like, if anyone ever watched that replay from a full-on overhead perspective, I know we had the stream did a pretty decent job, but if anyone watched it from an overhead perspective and just watched how the members were rotating from above, just to get a better idea of how they were fully rotating around each other, oh, it was amazing. I loved it.
It's really good because I think sometimes teams will be like, okay, we're gonna have so-and-so is gonna ride the tower, and nobody else on the team is really paying attention to the tower. It really takes a good practice of communication and awareness of where your team members are, and communicating, what you're about to do, so that people know, like, okay, you're gonna be hopping off of tower, I'm gonna get on it. And being able to rotate around. 'Cause sometimes teams get really slowed down by being like, so-and-so is just going to ride the tower. And if they go down, it is a flurry to figure out, okay, wait, somebody has to be on tower. Like, who's gonna get on tower?
Yeah. Some just don't have that ready, but of course when you have the weapons all around, like what can do and can hold for a little bit to get up, even if it was used, because a lot of times like when Woke took the tower, it wasn't for very long, it was mainly to get up into a more better position for them to be able to take out the ranged weapons from above, but still took it at times when needed, and then you could see the decav go, and then just kind of going around the sides, and then the decav going in, putting a bubble up front, playing what they could. And then a lot of times when two members were down on the side of Roulette, it would usually be the pencil and that decav left alive, and they were just kind of there backing up together and using their range, just keeping space so that the other two members could come back in and they didn't lose too much space. They did not give free real estate. They did.
You have to pay taxes on this.
But Rising Beyond the Tides push, now that was there. Like I said, I didn't even know that the lead was swapped, but of course everything just kind of fell into play for them right where it needed to on the last second. And again, like I said, I didn't even see it. It was just so much going on at the same time, and it just, wow. But counterpick there, counterpick being Rainmaker Undertow.
Yeah, Roulette picking that. They want to tie this back up. They want to bring this to a game 5. Rising Beyond the Tides at this match point, really close to proceeding through the winners finals, getting set up, but Roulette has to win this. They have to win this to be able to have a shot at moving forward. Moving forward without having to go back to losers bracket. You want a shorter trip.
This one's interesting because we already know how strong Rising Beyond the Tides is for Rainmaker in general, but the map itself is what can really help Roulette's comp. So this can definitely go both ways.
We've seen Rising Beyond the Tides do really well on Rainmaker in general, but also against
the 52 mirror. The 52 mirror. They were just like, you have one, we're gonna put one out ourselves. And now they also have the crab dualies appearing back here, but we have the junior instead of a sploosh here for Rainmaker from Rising Beyond the Tides, which I can see being absolutely beneficial for them because those splat bombs can go a long way. But of course, already pressure going out on the other side. No one's here to stop this. This is just free checkpoint.
Yeah, really. Yeah, unfortunate for Rising Beyond the Tides, they did not have people in place ready to contest this. So that's a really quick initial check, and obviously you want to be able to get the check really quickly if you can on Undertow.
Oh, hi, Sailor.
But Taylor doing Taylor things. I'm gonna get a wipeout. It's okay, y'all. I gave you the first check. I'm gonna go wipe you out now. So now Rising Beyond the Tides can start moving, but you already see Orcanite and a couple other people from Roulette are setting up to try to counter this. Rainmaker getting dived upon by these dualies, who are then just calling out the 52 and saying, no, get the heck out of here. Woke setting up on the spine area, but yeah, man, 52's walls really, really obnoxious to deal with. I think that's a nice, somewhat of a counter to that Nautilus being like, well, now I have a wall. But Sailor, I think, died because of the Rainmaker shield?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was something off the Rainmaker shield or just the extra picks there, but Sailor was in a tough spot, but did get 2 down with it. And we can see now that Rainmaker is in the favor of Rising Beyond the Tides, that Crab is going to appear to be able to defend it, and of course, it is basically checkpoint points right now. So, and this is where a lot of games on Rainmaker Undertow just get stuck for a lot of times, is just on this checkpoint. One will get it, one won't, and then they just have to try to both get past it, but both have it, so it's just how far can they get past it. So it looks like 52 going down on the side of Roulette. They do have that bubble ready on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides with the whales, and we got still a good half of this game to go. 3 specials now ready on the side. Oh, I take that back. The Booyah Bomb got destroyed, but there's still a bubble from that roller, and the roller just looking to try to find a little bit of space here, but there's a lot of paint on the side of Roulette on this map here, so it does make it a little harder for Sailor to move in right now, but the rest of the team is back with that bubble in the middle just kind of being there. The junior getting picked out. That's actually a really good pick there. There is now 3 specials back online. Never mind. The Booyah Bomb gets taken down before it goes again. Okay.
You're cursing the Booyah Bomb.
Roulette is moving forward.
They run that forward. They're able to, still not a huge lead on this map mode, but they're down to 44 now. Two of them are going to go down, so that's definitely end to that push. Hero now moving forward, they want to make sure they have plenty of paint on this map for their roller player. But, Nautilus has been doing a good job of putting these point sensors out there, keeping an eye on the roller, but you can tell every time this roller gets set up in a good position without being point censored, they're able to do a lot of havoc. They get a lot of value. They get a lot of picks in that. And even just like, if they don't get the picks, they're able to cause a havoc. But Edgar on the junior forced to run all on their own, not able to get any points. But, they moved it to one side. But at this point, Rise Beyond the Tides, I think just needs to slow down for just a hair. Make sure we get everybody ready to move in together.
Roulette is doing a really good job making sure that they hold this middle. I will also say they're doing a great job at getting bomb splats off the Rainmaker barrier.
Those are so fun.
They are when it's not on you. But 2 members down on the side of Roulette. Tacticooler is online for the pencil. There's under a minute left. Sailor getting picked off by the pencil here. Whales are online. The cooler going out, but of course in a tight corner here because now members go for that. Wait a second. Okay, Lee Reclaim snuck up the side. There's 40 seconds left in this game. 2-point difference. This 52 is in line here. Sailor's nearby. They can grab this pop. They can probably put it in a corner here for a few extra points. This is a really tough spot to be able to reach if Roulette gets this and has to push it forward. Crab coming out online, the pencil there, but they're just trying to keep it in this corner. 2 members down. I see Sailor from the backside. They're just trying to go towards as many points as they can. It's just woke online there, and just the pops are instant, and they're going 3 down. Sailor's still here. There is so much happening in the last 10 seconds, but there is a huge push that has to happen on the side of Roulette, and Sailor. If Sailor can stay hidden, I'm pretty sure this pencil knows where Sailor is, but if they just have to keep up the callouts now, Sailor is right there! Just missed it, but is marked right now by the point sensor. 2 members down. They have the Booyah Bomb online. There's still lots of time to get set up for a solid defense here, but they need to use whatever they have online at an appropriate time to be able to secure to shut down this Rainmaker so nothing bad happens.
Sailor being sneaky yet again. Oh yeah, the moment they took their eyes off of Sailor, stopped looking in one direction, Sailor is no longer point censored, just went okay. Game's ours. We get this. We're moving on.
Yeah, hey, let's get our resources already. Let's secure this and all that. Oh, hi, Sailor. Okay, nothing I said mattered. Just Sailor, just whoosh.
Oh, cheeky Sailor.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest.
Gosh.
Sailor's flanks have been key moments. There's been one time, I know it was shut down more on tower control Hagglefish, but in all of the other games, there was a Sailor moment. And they paid off. Well, mostly. I know they lost the first one, but it did a lot to help keep Rising Beyond the Tides in that game for as long as they did in the first game. But just right at the end there, they had so much time to get set up. They pushed forward well, and then just the Sailor, of course, backed up, just had to stay hidden. And of course, that first flick just had to run around. And yeah, as soon as it wasn't point sensor, it was just the right side was there. I saw the pencil turn at a split second. Was like, oh no. But it was already too late.
It's too late once you get that roller super close to you.
Oh my goodness. But it has happened, Rose. The undefeated team in Alpha Bracket so far has been sent down to Losers Bracket. Rising Beyond the Tide has knocked Roulette down into Losers Bracket, but Roulette still has the opportunity to make it back up into Grand Finals. So they could very well bring it back. The Losers Bracket right now was going there with This Is Fine taking 2-0 over Plurality and Bad Guys taking 2-0 over Reef Runners.
That's gonna be a fun set. This Is Fine and Bad Guys, both really strong, both aggressive and really fun to watch. They're gonna be duking it out to see who moves on to Losers Bracket Finals to then fight Roulette
to see then from there who is going to be punching their ticket back up into grand finals. But if you're Rising Beyond the Tides, this is great. Great place to be. Going on into grand finals, you just got to win one of those sets. If you get, hopefully you don't get reset on, but even if you do, you just gotta be like, okay, we just got to win. We got to win one of these sets. We don't have to win both. You have to win one.
But I believe that is it for us, Rose, on the mic as we swap and take the sets down into losers bracket now to see who will make it back up to fight Rising Beyond the Tides in grand finals.
Yes, everybody, you do not want to miss the losers bracket semis coming up here in just a moment between This Is Fine and Bad Guys. Debbie and I will be stepping down. I will be watching to see what happens.
I'm also going to be watching. I've got a group I'm going to go watch this with.
Heck yes. Thank you all so much for tuning in for a really exciting Low Ink Alpha in June 2025. Debbie, where can people find you?
You can find me on Blue Sky at Debbie Doobie or just Twitch at Debbie_Doobie. How about you, Rose?
You can find me at Rose of Battle over on Blue Sky. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube. Those are my main places. If you want to see cat photos, come on over to my Blue Sky. Try to put in my 3 cats on Blue Sky as often as I remember to. They're wonderful.
Meanwhile, I do streams of 4 hydras committing crimes in open sometimes, so I don't know about you.
I run into you sometimes when that happens. I'm like, what?
It's all just for hilarity and content and amusement of the weapon. But anyway, we will be stepping out.
You all have fun here.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we're still live, aren't we?
Oh.
Hello.
Okay.
Debbie and
Good.
Rose.
Wow, good thing.
What's up,
guys?
friends?
Hey.
Well, we did. Okay, so we kind of did this last month, I think, where we just didn't really take a break, and the teams are ready, so why not? We'll just do the awkward switch over. Debbie, I want your seat. Can you move over a little bit? Just let me get the microphone here.
Okay, maybe I can for fellow Hydra enthusiast.
Yeah,
okay,
Rose, if you
have
can scoot over
fun.
to a
Have
little
fun.
I'll lend mine to you, Falco, to a friend.
Thank you.
Rose, I
Have a
do
good
want
one.
it stated, Rose, that you are
What?
still eligible to play if somebody needs a sub today. So be on the lookout for
Yo,
that.
y'all hit me up if you need a sub.
You know,
Okay, and with that,
what if you sub? What if Rising Beyond the Tides needs another sub, and they ping? Are you gonna hop in?
I'll hop in. I'll be
Yeah.
scared, but I'll hop in.
Hey, you got
All right, let's go.
this. Okay, have fun. Bye.
Have fun, y'all.
Yeah.
With that being said, hello, friends, and welcome back to Pride Month Low Ink, June 2025. I am Popgun, joined by the Falco Fire, and we got a doozy of a tournament here that we're going to close out for you. Not going to jinx it, but on the TO side of things, this has been the best low ink so far. But you idiots in chat are going to find some way to screw it up for all of us. I know you are.
I was talking to Hoenn just before this, and I asked how Dave. No, it was a good conversation. It was good. It
Okay.
wasn't about you or the calendar that IPL is going to release later on. But no, Hoenn was mentioning that this is the smoothest low ink and that they've had in a long time, and they honestly were like, I didn't even need to be here today. Popgun could have done everything, but no, you put Hoenn hard at work. Hoenn is graciously taking time out of his day to be here, but I'm glad it's going smooth. It's going really good.
Yeah, I noticed Hoenn has not been around. I'm glad Hoenn noticed that as well. But no, he doesn't really need anything. The last time someone needed something in help desk was a sub, which is worth pointing out. We'll get to that later. Rising Beyond the Tides actually has an interesting sub story, but we'll get to them when we get to them. Right now, This Is Fine, finally living up to the hype from what they've been doing in Ludi last season, but they haven't really found a way to translate that into alpha bracket success. This time around, they have. They are now in loser semifinals, taking on Bad Guys, a team that didn't play in losers semifinals last month because they were already in losers finals based on their result from finishing third place overall. So a bit of a step down here for Bad Guys. They need to win this one if they want to find their ways back into the podium like they were last month.
Yeah, but This Is Fine is really riding the wave of the losers bracket wins, getting 2-0 victory after 2-0 victory. They got knocked into losers bracket from Kittens, and then in losers round 3 defeated Kittens 2-0. So they've had a little bit of redemption there. Then taking on Plurality, getting the win. So 5 in a row, hoping for them to make it 6. But Bad Guys, I mean, this is one of the teams, too, that I've had my eye out from watching pretty much all through today, and they look very strong, but this is going to be such a fun game to start off our block with.
These are 2 actual name brand teams. This Is Fine's been around for a long time, as is the Bad Guys. I just now noticed the Bad Guys logo is Mew. For some reason, Mew's not a bad guy. Even in the movie, Mew was kind of a protagonist, so I don't really get the correlation there. But we are going to be rolling in. This is just the best of 3. These 2 teams are losers, so they don't get the benefit of a best of 5 just yet. Goatchild coming back out with another charger, as they're known for. And shout-outs to Pampers, which is a popular brand here in the Pop Gun household. Falco, Pampers or Huggies?
We use Kirkland signature diapers. We're Costco guys. So, anyways, the comp from This Is Fine. This is kind of the comp that they've been running with. A little unconventional, but you have 3 one-tricks there. Amy is such a good battle junior who really is not afraid to take on some battles. But right now, 2 of their members are down right now, trying to get a little more paint. They weren't able to hold on to it for very long, but Kale here in particular, somebody who's going to be all over the map. Maybe not right now because they're in squid form hiding, but they are one of those players that's very unpredictable in this game.
Bad Guys really are trying to beat the Bad Guys here. They're using the new brain-dead weapon of the month, the mini Splatling that gets the Zuka way faster than what you should be getting a Zuka for. And that's going to cause a lot of issues for This Is Fine. It also combined with the soda coming out from Goatchild. Honestly, minus the Dread Ringer, you might see this comp a lot in Super Jump coming up next weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen there, obviously. Not many teams or players have been using newer weapons, but like you said, this mini seems to be one that a lot of players are picking up, and like you said, getting that Zuka pretty quickly and early on along with the beacons here. But now we have a 2v1 situation. Jam is going to go down to Blaster and still holding the zones. Bad Guys able to hold on, not really getting rid of any of their penalty points too, and they just have a lot of map control as well, as This Is Fine is struggling to find a way back in.
You know, I've been commentating off of the stream, and I'm just now looking, which is about like 15 seconds behind, so I'm glad I haven't really done any play-by-play just yet. But what is there to talk about? The Bad Guys are taking care of business right here. Maybe we'll get the stall out here. There's just not a lot of painting power coming out from the side of This Is Fine, so they're going to need to find ways to get splats, which they don't. Game 1 of this best of 3 goes to the Bad Guys.
Yeah, you really only had Amy who could paint with the junior, but they couldn't really find a way that they could push forward just with the junior. You can throw bombs to kind of throw some paint a little bit further than your normal shot, and you have a bubble, so you don't have much lethal paint to support you, just your main. And yeah, unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough to cap the zone and really net anything. And Bad Guys, this is exactly what they did when we saw them on stream earlier. They just seemed very dominant.
Bad Guys 1 win away from a rematch against the team I completely forgot about, Roulette. The team that has been undefeated until they just took a loss to Rising Beyond the Tides, who is waiting in grand finals here. What is This Is Fine going to need to do? What is their counterpick going to be? Well, they've been pretty well, actually, I take that back. They have not been familiar with counterpicks because they lost in round 1 to Kittens 2-1, and then they've won 8 straight in a row. They have 2-0'd Krill Streak. They must have cheated to beat them somehow. Twister Time. Kittens, they got revenge on them 2-0, and Polarity 2-0 as well. So this is the first loss in 9. Yeah, this is they got 8 straight wins, and this is their first loss. Now they can't take a second one, or else they're out of the tournament. But This Is Fine. It is also worth noting they have not had a break. When you're in loser's bracket, you just keep playing and playing and playing. So we'll see how they respond here.
Yeah, and of course, in a best-of-3 situation, the stakes are always higher there. Like you mentioned, you don't have a break, you just play the matches as they come up. Counterpick is going to be tower control, ship-shape, cargo. Okay, and I doubt, we mentioned this is fine. They have a lot of players that are one-tricks on their team. I don't think they're really going to be changing the comp. It might be, might be Pampers who could potentially, but I don't know for sure. As Jam, Kill, and Amy are pretty much, that's how I know. I've played with This Is Fine in a pickup from the Ink Up God, it was like a year ago at this point, and figuring out what comp we were going to run was really hard, or how I was going to be best suited for their team. But they are just such strong individuals with their weapons, and like you mentioned too, bad guys, they seem to just run the course for that first game. It didn't. The comp that This Is Fine ran didn't really give them much that they had to worry about. They were just in control the entire time, and in zones, as the clock just kind of ticks down, you're just going to be forcefully feeding yourself, and that's not where This Is Fine really had a good time.
According to my sources from the idiots in chat, the Mew logo for the bad guys is a coin from the Pokemon TCG Pocket.
Yeah.
Which it still doesn't correlate to what a bad guy is, but okay, we at least got that figured out. And to the person wishing us a belated Happy Father's Day, you're a week late. It means absolutely nothing. Don't bring that noise in.
I'll take it. It's my first one. I'll take it.
Fine.
I'll be great.
You can have it. You can have it. But Pampers is such a wild name to go with here. And yeah, you mentioned that you played with This Is Fine and From the Ink Up a year ago. That would make sense, because there's no way they're going to be eligible for From the Ink Up after what they've been doing in Ludi, and actually probably before Ludi. With how well they've just been playing over the course of this entire year. So this is the last leg of things that they're trying to look to their Sindel bio to get banned from low ink with what they do today, but they got to win 2 in a row against a team I predicted to be the winner, the team that finished 3rd place last month, and a team that has a Blaster player who doesn't actually play Blaster. We should see Goatchild on Sniper throughout the entire day. Maybe bust out E-Leader here and there, because that's what they've been known for in the past, although I think they just want to keep onto Pencil right now. It is worth noting, though, I had ProChart on my show earlier this week, talked about how Rapid Blaster, the new Rapid Blaster with Cooler, you're going to see that a lot in tower control over Pencil. We haven't really seen it that a lot in low ink at this point, so you're probably just going to see a lot other than just... Actually, do we see any new weapons? Yeah, we still see the Mini, but that's it.
Yeah.
No comp change at all from This Is Fine.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. They're not going to be changing it. I think here they're going to have to rely on Amy's bubble for tower control, just placing it strategically in front of some of the checkpoints too. So it's all going to be if they can get their right steps at the very beginning. They don't want to go 2-3 down and have an opportunity for bad guys to take the objective first, which is not what's happening. So thankfully for This Is Fine, they're able to push it just a little more, but at the risk of 3 of their players going down, Jam is going to have to retreat, and all of a sudden they're back on defense.
Goatchild starting this setup. You'll want to see Goatchild start eventually finding a way to get to control that left flat area right now. But right now they're doing a good job of holding down mid from the right. Here comes Torch with a hammer. We've seen a lot of really good hammer plays coming out here. The problem with Torch is they're going up against a really good Nautilus player in Pampers, and that is the last weapon you want to see if you are a vanilla wiper right now. But at least the hammer worked out for their favor this time around. Will they clear this first checkpoint, though? They seem a little skittish about it. Finally, they did.
Yeah, it took a little bit. Goatchild was there on the tower. I think they hopped off a little bit just to kind of give themselves some space, let This Is Fine use some of their bombs to throw on the tower. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's completely gone now. And again, only 2 checkpoints here on this map, but the first one is pretty long. So that's a pretty big win for bad guys right now, as This Is Fine is trying to replicate that. 2 members are going to go down on This Is Fine. So it's going to be a very short-lived push, a battle back in mid once again, as Jam is always trying to find ways that they can poke forward using the splash wall, but now they caught themselves in a 2v1, going to be able to take down one of the members on bad guys. So again, just a skirmishy stalemate that this is fine. They need to try and capitalize, and they finally do with a little more paint on their offensive side.
And yeah, they got their junior as the player that's pushing up, leading the charge for this push. But then again, that'd be the one player I would want on the tower, especially with that bubbler. So the bubbler gets eliminated. That's going to get them across the checkpoint, though? Yes, okay, finally they get across the checkpoint. But still, the player's a little bit out of position as far as where you would want them. You got so much aggression coming out from everybody else. I want the junior on the tower, pop that bubbler, get the lead, and let's find a way to get to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they were able to do that. So now that they have the lead, they can play a little bit more conservatively, which is, I think, going to benefit them too. It goes down to the bomb because they're all over the map. But Bad Guys taking the lead right now. Amy's going to try and push up, but nope. They're going to go down to Goat Child, getting a nice snipe there with the pencil. And caught in a 3v3. There's going to be a jump there, and the point sensors. Again, I figured there are going to be point sensors just spammed all around this map, and that's how you need to counteract a team like this is fine, especially with a Galuga player like Jam and how Kale's been playing as well.
Especially if you want to pad your KA stats as well. You get assists if someone gets splattered points. See, it's not my fault we lost. I went positive. Okay, cool. Now, lead went back into the favor of Bad Guys. Here comes Jam with the Galuga dualies. You don't see that too often, but it's working out for them right now. The problem is they don't paint a whole heck of a lot, and they're getting kind of bodied right here. Goat Child surviving, shooting through the wall to make sure to get the splat. Can the lead switch back into This Is Fine's favor, though? Typically, you don't really care about getting the lead unless you can find a way to get through that second checkpoint, but with 1:20 left to go, you want things into your favor right now just to help you out mentally. The question is, how are they going to add on to this lead? Goat Child's been doing a fantastic job of holding down that right side. Ocean's starting to push up now, has a booyah bomb to work with alongside with the Zuka as well, coming out from Blaster, who's not using the Blaster. But this is the space they're going to have to hold. Two players going down. Falco for This Is Fine.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to work out for them, too. I mean, I know there's a whole minute, which, you know, if you're playing Splatoon, that can take a long time, but they do have a full checkpoint lead with only about 5 units. So that is a bigger lead than what it seems right now. And again, it's okay, well, now it's gone, as Bad Guys are able to take it over once again. They have a booyah at the ready, too, so quickly, This Is Fine is going to have to adapt to try and stop Bad Guys from pushing this tower even more. Jam is going to get the booyah ready, going to be throwing it towards Blaster where there's a jump. Amy's going to be watching the jump, able to take them down. Can they take down Blaster as well? No, they can't, but that's going to be a trade. So this will be the last opportunity for This Is Fine, as they just keep trading, which unfortunately is not working out for them, even though the tower is back in mid. So maybe it is, but I think Bad Guys, if they could just spend these last 10 seconds building their specials, they're going to be able to get the stop, but I'm really curious to see what This Is Fine has up their sleeve.
They got the bubble ready. They're just trying to hold it on. Pop it now on the tower. They do, but they get splattered at the same time. Is it going to be enough to get through? They do, barely, just barely. They came so close to getting splatted before popping that bubbler. It's like, what are you waiting for? You just need 10 points. You don't have to go that far. He'll survive that long. This Is Fine, scraping their way through their own counter pick to force a game 3.
Yeah, get the win any way you can, and that was definitely a scrappy match. I think anytime we looked at the map, it was very rare that we saw 4 players from each team were on the field at the same time. You looked up, there were always 6 or 7. It was very rare that we had this 4v4 situation. Most of the time, I think it was a 2v2. We didn't have any wipeouts, so you had to win your 1v1s in that situation. You had to get the points that you could get whenever you could get them, and it worked for This Is Fine, but they really used all the time on the clock there.
That brings up a counter pick from the Bad Guys. They can't do splat zones. That is the only mode they've won on so far. So they have to do anything else. The floor is theirs as far as what they want to actually pick. I have no idea on the insight. I know they kept picking... Actually, no. You know how their run ended last month? They had a DC in Game 5 of Losers Finals after the point to where it could be replayed. Also, shout out to Amy, who is apparently in chat. And wait, hold on.
Hey, Amy, it's also like 5 a.m. It's also about 5 a.m. for Amy, I think. Amy is an Australian Splatoon player, so
oh, okay.
happy Monday to Amy, who's really grinding away. So that's really impressive.
That's, I've always found it to be unfair when Australians or anybody from that region plays in low ink, because as the tournament goes on, they get energized from the sun rising versus everybody else who's getting weaker as the sun goes down. I guess we're all like on Superman's terms is what I'm getting here. Like we're powered by the sun. Counter pick, as we awkwardly stall right here. What is the counter pick going to be from Bad Guys?
Yeah, we'll see. Like you mentioned, it can't be zones. They had a really good zones game on Mahi Mahi, so unfortunately for them, they can't go back. But I'm gonna guess clams. I have no idea. I'm sure you will know sooner than I will. But if you're looking for it,
makes you think. Oh no, because they don't have to talk to each other anymore.
Oh, they're going back to tower. Okay.
Tower control at Inkblot Art Academy. There it is. All right. What are they going to do differently, though? They're still going to have that mini, I'm assuming. It's just so good. So much paint. So much in the right hands can be a really good killing option. Beacons are something we don't typically see in competitive just because of the weapons that it's on, but it's finally on a weapon to where you can push up and put beacons in active positions to help your teammates get back into things. And, of course, the 190 Zuka, which makes absolutely no sense, especially on a weapon that paints so good as that. Probably will be touched by the next patch in some form or fashion, but for right now it is still completely legal. So I'm assuming that's what they're opting to go with here. Let's find ways to get Goat Child positioned into spots where they can start attacking both the plat and defensively with that pencil, start pushing up, get a huge lead, and then just Zuka the tower to death. Now that we're on a mode that's not quite as fast, or a map that's not quite as fast as Ship Shape.
I won't be surprised if, I'm pretty sure This Is Fine is not going to change their comp, but even Bad Guys, because they held in that game 2 so close, had to lead the majority of the time as well. I think they're banking on, okay, if we do this step a little bit better, we could potentially get the lead, get the win. Again, that game, the most previous game, went the full distance too, so it could just be strategy talk rather than comp. I know we do see some player swaps as well, so we might see some weapon changes at that, but I don't know. It's going to be hard to tell. Unless we want to show a different map, I doubt we're going to be doing that pop gun than what's shown, but we'll see.
So wait. What are we doing? Is it Art Academy or Mako Mart? I don't know. The map currently loaded right now is Mako Mart, but our lovely and talented streamer. Wait, hold on. Could I get confirmation again?
We're going to cancel this upcoming game.
We're canceling.
Yeah.
So we were right. Whoever the host of this room is wrong. It is not Tower Control Mako Mart. They picked Art Academy. Trying to cheat in low ink. That's crazy.
With the help of production.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Hey, Popkin,
well, we're not hosting the room, are we? No, we're not. Okay.
Oh, okay.
What you got, Falco?
I was going to say, have you ever heard of this as a counter pick before, ever in your life?
Tower Control Art Academy?
Yeah. Has it ever come up?
Not in Game 3.
It's
a little
unofficial
too
Game
late.
2. Yeah.
Yes, it's a little bit too late for that. But I mean, it is what it is. Here's what Mako Mart looks like from the Tower Control's perspective, for if anybody was curious about that.
They can't see it.
They can't? Oh,
no.
Well, we can. Let's see. Everybody is using quad arrow spray. I think one person's using Respawn Punisher. Pampers has changed their name to Huggies, and the battle has ended. All right,
yeah.
Falco, I have, while we're stalling for time here, we talked about how amazing this low ink has been behind the scenes. How fast day 1 has been. How fast day 2 is going, other than that awkward little glitch we saw right there. Help desk being chill. 91 teams. This is a big low ink too. There is one issue with this tournament though. These team names are horrible. Absolutely horrible.
So I'm looking at Alpha Bracket right now. None that catch my eye. I mean, some of them are a little bit longer. Okay, give me an example. Which one do you not like? Let's call some people out.
they're not. They didn't make alpha bracket because obviously we don't allow you to make alpha bracket if your team name is horrible.
Would you still love me if I was a worm? Question mark.
Oh, that's tame compared to some of the other absolute. And it's funny because the teams that were dropping in help desk were typing out their team name and say is dropping, and it's like just reading that sentence out loud made absolutely no sense. I'll make a list. We'll talk about it after this game because the players are getting started and we are on the correct map. Do or die, game 3 here. Tower control at Inkblot Art Academy. Stop me if you heard that one before. No surprises. Actually, no, that is the Twinkles. And I'm not calling it the other name you guys want me to say. It's the Twinkles Dualies. And no changes coming out from the side, so this is fine.
Yeah, that's going to be the only weapon change that we see. And this is fine, running the same comp that they had. Huggies going back to Pampers now for this one, getting their name correctly.
And no mini. So that is I guess Blaster was the player that was on the mini. But that new dualies is just so good. Being able to use Bubbler and force people to come into your Thunderdome to fight you in there, but also you still got Fizzy as well, a really good sub special that just works really well with the dualies. You're going to see that a lot in Super Jump next week as well, not just here in the lane.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, and like we mentioned, see a lot of the weapons that will come out of that, especially since there's going to have a bit more, polished play and people with some experience, Ocean Opal is getting a really good double there. Amy is going to be taking them out, and throughout all that time, nobody on Bad Guys were able to take the tower just until a little bit later, but it is approached at the first checkpoint right now. Bad Guys trying to get through, 2 players down. Do they get all the way through? I don't think they do. Not quite yet. Very close, though, to the end. And this is fine. Quick to make up some more map control here in mid.
As always, with Tower Control Art Academy, the first checkpoint doesn't matter. It's all about that second one. So can you find a way to get up on this flat area right here? Can you start pushing them back? Which Bad Guys is getting pushed back from that flat area. That Booyah Bomb's not going to do a whole heck of a lot. And everybody else is far away from their specials as far as it comes defensively for the Bad Guys. So if you are, this is fine. This is your opportunity to put the nail in the coffin early. If you can find a way to cross the second checkpoint, Pampers doing a good job of getting control of this upper area, stopping some players that are jumping in a little bit ill-advised right there. Pampers, a huge play. There goes the checkpoint. Things looking really good for This Is Fine.
Yeah, textbook plays by This Is Fine. They're able to get 2 players down, and they assumed that somebody was going to be jumping in, so that's what Pampers did. They immediately went up and saw where one of the jumps was located, camped them out, and now This Is Fine really on a tear. Can Kale clean it up at the end? Yes, they can. Huge win there for This Is Fine. A big 180 from what we had seen in the first 2 games, especially the first game. But This Is Fine moving on there to the losers finals here in Alpha Bracket with a dominant victory.
At some point, you have to cut your losses and say, okay, they're at that first checkpoint. We need to regroup. We need to back up. And we just need to build up all of our specials together and make sure we save that second checkpoint. Instead, they threw the Booyah Bomb that didn't really accomplish anything because it wasn't really comboed with anything. And then they just got to start backing up. And then Pampers realized, oh, if you're not going to take that plat, I'll just go up there then. And I'll just start mowing you guys down as you're panic jumping and doing everything you can to try to save that second checkpoint too late. So Bad Guys just got sped up right there. Maybe a little bit of frustration with how that game 2 in bled over into that game 3, but This Is Fine keeps the loser streak rolling. 5 straight set wins in losers side for This Is Fine, and now they're going to losers finals.
Yeah, and this was the first time they dropped a game in losers bracket at all. They 2-0'd 4 times in a row in losers, so really had no wiggle room, and they went the distance for this one. But like we mentioned, they are now facing Roulette, who recently got knocked out into the losers bracket by Rising Beyond the Tides, who will be waiting for the winner of this game in grand finals. So man, This Is Fine. They want to keep this momentum going, and I'm excited to be here for it.
Of course you are. By the way, it's nice to commentate with you again.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Is your wife doing okay? Because I know mine. Well, actually, we got a friend over, so PJ is currently getting watched by 2 different individuals, not just my wife right now.
literally just texted and said, "Do you know how long you'll be commentating?" So she's doing great. She's at her parents' house right now.
Okay.
So we had Baby Flyer's first birthday party yesterday.
That's right.
And so it was a busy family day. We were just with both of our families pretty much the whole time, and then we went over for lunch. Had some burgers and hot dogs, and Grandma wanted a contact naps, and we will never turn that down ever.
Right.
So,
yes.
yeah. So it's been good. It's been good. She's good, and first birthday party is always exciting. We got a little smash cupcake, and we're at a park that has like a splash pad and everything, so we got to play there. So Baby Flyer's not quite walking yet, but you can kind of like walk if you're holding his hands type of thing. But it was really fun, especially on a hot day. Like I'm sure it's the same for you, but it's going to be like 90 degrees for a week straight. Yeah. So it was really good to get outside and be in the water a little bit. And thankfully, he's a water boy. He loves baths. He loves playing in the water. Loves all of it.
Good. That's yeah. It's hot.
Yes.
I'll just say it's hot as balls outside. So, like, I should say that. It was like, actually, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Hohen's coding right now. He's not paying attention.
Yeah. He's busy.
Okay. So I kind of tease this. The horrible team names that are in this lowing. You mentioned what would you still love me if I was a worm with no space in between all of them?
Mhm.
Yes, I get that. Let me just read you the list of the team names that I wrote down. That's it. That's the team name.
Like THE space U. Okay.
Yes. There's also a team called the THE. Just that.
Mm-hmm.
This is a cool name. Promise. Whatever. Go my mini. It's Blue Pikmin month. I guess that one can slide. That's not horrible.
Yeah.
We should had won World 9. Well, why didn't you? International House of GOG. ... I think that's supposed to be like. I keep clicking on that, assuming it's going to expand to the full team name. It's going to say like Google, but we didn't get there, so I don't know what that is. Me when I win. WHEN, me when I win, which was really confusing yesterday because they said me when I win is dropping, and it's like what?
Yeah.
So that's what I've been dealing with.
Okay. A lot of pickup-y style names that we would see in other tournaments.
No, at least pick up team names. It put forth effort. Like these are just words put together to try to. It's not. These aren't even actual sentences.
Yeah, that's fair. At that point, I don't know if you prefer to have something like that or just like pickup name, placeholder name, and that's their literal team name. So there's some creativity with what they've done, but you're right. It doesn't make our job any more fun as commentators. So.
You remember what we used to do with Proving Grounds when somebody had a name that was like just pickup or something like really stupid? We would force their name to change to Legends of the Hidden Temple teams.
Oh yeah,
so, like red jaguar, purple parrots,
blue barracudas,
orange iguanas, like all those kinds of things. The silver snakes. That's what we rolled with.
Yeah,
we might just start doing that again because like, what is me when I win? Like, what happens if that team made alpha bracket? Like, what do we do then? How's that?
Then
how's that help our
they're on their way to
viewership?
winning. Then that's them on their way to winning.
But it's not winning. It's WHEN. Like, when are we going to win?
Yeah,
I guess.
You know what? You're the head TO. I'm just here vibing. I'll let you have this one.
Am I though? Am I really running all of this nonsense? Do I really want my name attached to this? I don't know anymore.
The thing is, we're talking about it, so there's probably some motivation from teams and players to make that happen. So it gets mentioned by the commentators.
Like Pop done said my team name. Yeah, I did. You got me
did.
there. This is fine taking on Roulette. Roulette was undefeated per sets. In fact, they are not lost a single set in the last 2 lowings on day 1. They went 6-0 2 months in a row. Started off today 3-0 until they played against Rising Tide of the Win When I Win or whatever. And they lost to them 3-1. So now they are going to be taking on This Is Fine.
Yeah, well, so Roulette, they right before they got knocked into the losers bracket, they beat Bad Guys 3-0. So they had three solid sets where they swept, and then they 3-0'd Bad Guys that, we was that one on stream? That one was not on stream. No, because prior to that was Bad Guys and Kittens.
Correct.
So okay. So I mean, on paper, Roulette is going to have this if they, 3-0'd the team that This Is Fine took to a game 3. But This Is Fine, I feel like, is one of, and we've seen it before, but they're an unpredictable team, but unpredictable in a good and fun way for us too. With their comps, very predictable, but how they play and how they're going to perform is always leaves us wondering.
Are you using ipso facto logic to say that Roulette is going to beat This Is Fine because of the triangle or something?
I'd say on paper that I would say Roulette is favored.
Yeah,
but
if there was a money line. Now, if you've been watching the NBA Finals, you'd never trust the money line. But yeah, I'll give Roulette 6.5 over This Is Fine. However, the one thing to keep in mind, This Is Fine is on that loser's high winning streak, which doesn't really make sense when you say it out loud. But this is a best of 5, by the way. There's a gal rearing its ugly head in low ink. There's no comp change coming out from This Is Fine, but there is the strike splash that is going to be going nuts, putting strikes all over the place. Nautilus versus Nautilus in losers finals here.
Yeah, no new weapons this time around. This is probably the first game in a while that we haven't seen any new weapons. But This Is Fine is going to quickly get 2 against Roulette, so that's going to be nice as Woke is trying to back up and forced to retreat by Amy and Kale and Pampers, who are just throwing bombs left and right. So a very quick first take here for This Is Fine on their lockout, trying to push forward, as T8 is trying to push forward as well, just poking around with the pencil. But This Is Fine not really pushing up as much. I would rely on Amy to try and do that, but Amy is going to go down. Jam is going to go down as well, so now Roulette back in the zone, able to get that cap. But 58, that was a pretty solid start for This Is Fine. They had not had that, they had it in the last game, but they did not have that in the last time they played slot zones.
Well, if you don't push up and you don't find ways to challenge their ability to build up specials, it's going to be very difficult to deal with the strikes that are going to be constantly coming out from Roulette. On top, though, of the fact that it was combined with Killer Whale to make sure that the enemy team moved just enough to those strikes to land to do their thing right now. As we see Roulette in control of the zone. Now, are they going to start pushing up? But they do have the strikes yet again to kind of extend this push as well. And they're going to have Rain and Killer Whale to go with as well. But 3 players going down. That might be the game, actually.
Yeah, I think that might be. It depends on how Pampers. Okay, Pampers able to take 1. Maybe they're not going to provide any jumps for This Is Fine members, as they are pushing from the left side, and Pampers is going to go down right now. I think if This Is Fine loses 1 more player, that's definitely going to be it. You have a bubble ready, but that's not going to help you on any offensive push. Jam is going to throw a Booyah Bomb to try and get a last-second contest on the cap. It is not going to be enough, so Roulette, with a nice double to start off the lockdown, able to pick off players from This Is Fine 1 by 1 and get the win for our first game in the losers finals.
You kind of mentioned Amy needing to be the one to push up for This Is Fine, to stop them from building up those specials, to start taking fights away from the zone. And you look at their comp and you're like, that's kind of a crazy thing to say, considering Amy is the junior player and they got 3 triple weapons. But that's the play style they've been doing. Amy has channeled. Is that really Lily? Like Splatoon Lily, the person who invented the Slayer Junior that's smurfing into our tournament to try to make that work? But that is the play style Amy has been doing. I would still like to see everybody else from This Is Fine take that initiative and let your bubble player find positions to use bubble and hold down things defensively.
Yeah, I mean, on that stage too, there's a fair amount of greats where Kale, I think, could really thrive, especially with the brush. And thankfully for Kale too, they have splat bombs that they can throw up on some of those ledges. But I think it's going to be hard for players like Jam, who they really have to rely on these slow pushes that are going to utilize the walls. So, and they don't have any lethal sub power unless you somehow get splatted by an ink wall, which we've all gotten before. Okay, not all of us. Most of us have probably gotten it before, but like you mentioned, Amy is playing definitely how we know Splatoon Lily plays the Battle Junior in Splatoon 3, and they do it really well, and that's the reason why they're in this position in top 3 of low ink here this month. And they're gonna want to change it around. Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz. This one looks better for This Is Fine. I think based on their play style, I'm happy to see them play clams. We haven't seen that yet, so this one will be fun.
This Is Fine is making a smart counter pick right here. If you paid attention to Winners Finals, Roulette had an option to where they couldn't pick Splat Zones because they already won on it. They lost on Rainmaker and they lost on Tower Control. And instead of picking Clam Blitz, they opted to go back to Rainmaker, which they had already lost on. So to me, just looking at that says, wow, I don't think Roulette likes Clam Blitz at all. Like, they would rather, let's try a different map on a mode we already lost on instead of something completely different. So I don't think Roulette wants to do Clam Blitz at all. So we'll get a good sense of why maybe coming in here. But just from what I personally seen out of Roulette, Clam Blitz in general is a good counter pick. So we'll see how it works out for him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it's going to play out. But I think for Roulette, they just had a very solid hold on the zone. I think their positioning was really great for ship shape. I mean, we haven't really seen a ton of that. I mean, we've seen them a little bit today prior to this, but with how they've protected the zone and how they were able to just identify where members of This Is Fine were going to likely be either jumping in or flanking from. They just seem to be one step ahead of This Is Fine the entire time. So I think, like you mentioned, I love this counter pick for them too. I'm very happy to see Clam Blitz. I like Clam Blitz in general, and I think this mode in particular will go better for them. But we'll see, especially if there's going to be any comp changes. Most likely not from This Is Fine, but from Roulette. We'll take a look.
I think we identified the identity of the person named Clam Blitz in chat. It's actually Falco. It's been you all along. Wishing yourself happy Father's Day a week later. I see you here. Okay, so what do we got? We got the old school dualies with the crab coming out from the new, and we still don't have any changes. This Is Fine is saying this is what we got, and this is what we're going to use. Deal with it. All right, fair enough. The question is, with this little bit of a faster comp, I want to say, maybe coming out here from the side of Roulette from what they're used to, what are they going to do offensively to make sure they get control of mid? Right now, the question is going to be, how do we stop this avalanche that's coming right down the mountain?
Yeah, that was a quick 3 players pushing up. Kale got that power claim at the perfect time and able to throw it in the basket. They have some follow-up here from Amy. Amy going to get one end, opting to try and retreat, but Roulette very quick to defend that basket. So that could have gotten really out of hand for Roulette, but I kind of wish This Is Fine were a little bit more aggressive on trying to get some claims in. Amy had some positioning where they could, but you always have to weigh the battle of, okay, do I want to throw this claim in and likely get splatted, or do I want to try and get a 1v1 pick first? And unfortunately for them, there just wasn't much to follow up on. So Roulette just hoping that they can try and at least counter that as they push back closer to mid.
Oh no, that was a horrible push by This Is Fine. You get one clam and one normal clam in there, and then you essentially get wiped out. The last player had to jump all the way back to spawn. You get absolutely nothing out of your opening push, and you allow them to get complete control of mid. The good news for This Is Fine, though, is that Roulette didn't really do anything with the space they were able to capture. That was a huge opportunity for them to get control of this game, and instead, This Is Fine is right back here, yet again, knocking on the door. Penalty points already gotten 2 players down. This is going to be the hurtful push they were looking for last time.
Yeah, if Pampers can get 2 here, that's going to be huge. They're able to get 1 and have some clams, but it hit the wall first, so it didn't go in. but then that was Kale able to follow up some more, so this push looking much more promising. Still holding on to that player advantage as well, getting down to 35. Holding on to this map control too, Roulette is found no opportunity that they can push forward, but This Is Fine only has 2 claims right now. Jam is going to be the one holding them, able to get 1 in. Jam finally taken down, 2 players left on This Is Fine with the basket still open. Just Amy is going to be backing up. That is going to be the close. So second time around, Pop Gun, a much better follow-up.
And look how the push ends with the entire mid covered in purple. There's no free space that's going to be captured right here. That is a textbook push coming out from This Is Fine. That's a game-winning push coming out from This Is Fine as they're trying to avoid the pencil player not going to be able to do just that. So Roulette needs to start getting some splats and need to start getting control mid and holding down position in mid. But right now they're getting some really good fall-off shots on a couple of players that's allowing them to push up. They're moving with each other, but This Is Fine starting to find a way to get a response out defensively.
Yeah, Roulette, they can afford to have a slow and steady push here because they do have about 2 minutes to work with, and you can easily get past that 23 mark or 23-point mark if you're in control the entire time. And right now, they seem to be doing that, but 2 are going to go down. Amy's going to be trying to use a little bit of an offensive bubble to set up some of their players, mainly Pampers, who can kind of stand up on a little bit of a higher ground and get some picks. But T8's going to be able to try and get one, taking down Jam as well. So This Is Fine slowly creeping their way back forward, but watch out for the number of clams that members of This Is Fine has. Amy's going to be holding 7 right now, trying to find a good position for them to push up. Kale's going to be using that whale to help support that push as well. And again, a very slow and steady push for This Is Fine, as I think they're going to be able to make this work, as Woke is having a hard time staying up on this ledge due to all the bombs that were coming up, and Jam coming in with the Booyah Bomb. 2 are going to be down, though, Pop Gun, so I don't think this is going to be the push they wanted, but hey, that is a minute off the clock where Roulette didn't score.
They have not crossed the 50-yard line yet. Roulette is really struggling to get anything going. Even when mid is completely theirs for the taking, the response coming out from This Is Fine has always been finding ways to get a splat here or there, getting the flank off from the brush, and finding ways to just completely slow them down. I don't see how Roulette wins this one in the final 30 seconds. They have some clams built up. And there you go, Battle Jr. rushing right in, finding the way to slow things down yet again. Not versus not. Woke able to get the splat right there. Hold the phone. This might be finally an opportunity to get at least somewhat close to the basket for Roulette, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, Pencil's going to now be getting a power claim. The Doolies have a power claim as well, so that could be 40 points taken off down to 60 if they're able to score. Woke is also trying to get some claims ready too. 21 on the side of Roulette to try and score, but they are going to try and do this in a very careful manner. They're able to have the player advantage, but they're not able to push up, still a little too timid. Jam is just waiting there. With the Booyah, yeah, they're just running out of time. Roulette is not able to push up in time, even though they had the clams.
You got to try. Like, you got to at least, like, rush in there and just try to make a hero play. I mean, now, look, they do that, and it's still not going to be enough. There's such a huge mountain to climb. That's not why they lost. But still, that was clearly a waving the white flag. You know what? The set's tied at 1 apiece. We get a counter pick in game 3. We lost this one. We're just going to move on right there.
What's so hard is you had 2 power claims to work with. It wasn't you just had 1 and that was going to be the predictable person who was going to score.
Yeah.
They were just a little too timid. And I know, like, if you want to play conservative game, that makes sense. But when it's overtime and you have that much of a deficit, yeah, you really got to go in and make some gutsy plays.
Yeah, it's like running the ball when you have to throw a Hail Mary. Like, oh, well, that didn't really work out right there. But fair enough. Look, that was a good counter pick by This Is Fine. They saw a flaw and they exposed it. The good news for Roulette is they won game 1. They don't have to go back to Clan Blitz again over the course of the rest of that unless they want to pick it for some reason. So things are still very much in their favor over the course of this set. As in this best of 5 set, no, best of 3, like This Is Fine has been playing up to this point, loser side. So things are still pretty good for Roulette. They can just say, all right, we've been exposed. Clan Blitz isn't really our forte, or at least against that team, but they're still in a really good shape here.
Yeah, there's no way Roulette's going to be counterpicking Clam Blitz with how This Is Fine performed. And unfortunately for This Is Fine, if it comes back to them, they can't counterpick with that mode either. So I just had a feeling that was going to work out for This Is Fine, and I'm glad I was right. But we'll see what it's going to be. And like we mentioned, they can't choose splat zones. I'm going to guess we're going to be seeing tower control. I think that's going to be favoring a team like Roulette more than it would favor This Is Fine.
So there's a couple of chants going out for This Is Fine. We got Get Diffed by Tiff. And we also, someone's trying to push this narrative of Sniff for Tiff. I don't know about Sniff for Tiff, but I mean, I guess that tickles your fancy, so be it. What are we going to do for Roulette? Ain't no sweat. Let's go, Roulette. Check yes, Juliet.
That's a good
kind
song.
of a hard word to mix some things in there. You got threat, debt, win Roulette, win for my pet. I don't know.
I think I'm gonna leave it up to chat to be the creative one rather than you. You had some good ones though.
I was trying my best. Well, I mean, first off, we need to get fans for Roulette. It seems like everybody's rooting for This Is Fine in all capital letters. I mean, one person is biased, one person is in This Is Fine. Why are you listening to commentary? First off, you don't even have 4 players in the room yet, do you? No, Pampers is on their team. They got 4. They're waiting on a sub from Roulette.
Yeah. Also, Amy said yesterday they played pools and then went to work in the morning for low wake.
I bet a lot of people do that if you like work the night shift or something.
Sure, but and that makes sense. But it's just you don't see it very often from somebody in like Australia, New Zealand, and play.
Oh no,
yeah.
You go win low ink and then go to school, like immediately.
Oh
like
what a segue. Well, it's summer now, too. So that's why,
I mean, and we get some. We will get some slack for the Splat World Series when that comes out because the finals of that is at 8 a.m. Eastern time. Europe is gonna love it.
Oh yeah, that's built for Europe. Yeah.
The West Coast, for those who qualify that are on the West Coast, will have to play at 5 a.m. And it's like, look, until we move to Mercury, there's not really a whole heck of a lot we can do here. But we do appreciate the those from Oceania who have come and played in Low Ink in the past. And have won Low Ink in the past. That has happened several times.
Yeah, it was pretty often because I knew during Proving Grounds it wasn't unpredicted that we would see Australia and New Zealand teams play since it's Saturday morning for them.
Yes, yeah, like the Friday night tournaments have always been favored by the Eastern time zone, or the Eastern time zone, the Eastern hemisphere, I guess you should say. Outside of Europe. Up there. Yes, you're good point. Anyways, Tower Control Hagglefish is the counter pick coming out from Roulette. So yeah, they're off of Clan Blitz. It's gone. They don't have to pick it. And This Is Fine can't pick it again with how few games there are left. So there's no possibility for that. Yes, Lois is a good example. Thank you, Pikachu.
Yeah, and this counter pick makes perfect sense to me. I feel like Roulette thrives more in a mode that has a better, more stable environment like Splat Zones or Tower Control, and This Is Fine is going to thrive more for Clan Blitz or everybody's favorite mode, Rainmaker. So this counter pick makes perfect sense to me. So I would imagine if they win This Is Fine, their counter pick would probably be Rainmaker since they can't go back to Clams. But we could see all 4 modes pretty quickly. We'll see.
We could. By the way, did you notice there's nobody in chat called Rainmaker? It probably never will be.
I mean, do we have a Splat Zones and a Tower Control in chat?
Do we need? It goes without saying. Like nobody needs to like prop them up. Clan Blitz needs a hype man.
Yeah.
Rainmaker needs a lawyer, more so than anything. Game 3 here, online now. Did somebody sub out? Because we did have play. Yeah, I think we did. I think we got a new player in for Roulette. Good luck pronouncing that. The clock has hit 0 and nothing has happened. That is a bad sign. So we'll see how this game 3 goes.
All right. Well, so far so good.
So far, we see the map, and we're loading in. Everybody's coming out of their espresso machines. We do see a splash with the crab. No weapon changes coming out from This Is Fine. Oh, new weapon alert. New weapon alert.
New
Whoop,
stamper.
whoop.
Yeah, I was waiting to see this one come out. You have Booyah on this weapon, and there's a lot of great stamper players. I don't know in particular which player this one is. I know we saw the roster screen, but these specific characters weren't on the roster.
Right.
But I'm happy to see this pick. I mean, I don't like the weapon, but I'm happy to see some new weapons being played in general. So this one doesn't surprise me.
Well, this one's really good, too. First off, they buffed Booyah Bomb to deal with crab, which there's no crab that they're going to be going up against. And we're talking about this weapon while This Is Fine is absolutely bodying it anyways as his first checkpoint starts to fall here. And here comes the crab coming out defensively, and there goes the crab as the yellow team Roulette now seems to have settled into things. So they give up the first checkpoint. The point I was going to make with that new stamper, why it's going to be something you see a lot, and it is something that top-level players really love because you can just pop Booyah Bomb and stay in the fight. You're not going to disengage like you do with the Zipcaster. You just pop Booyah Bomb and just keep on rolling.
Yeah, it's a very easy in, easy out type of special that I know Stamper players are going to be thriving for. And speaking of thriving, This Is Fine is actually still pushing the objective. Anu is trying to get some picks standing up on their canopy as Kale was the one on the tower going to be backing off just right now, trying to get some picks. So again, still holding most of the momentum, but we have a 4v4 situation. No players have been splatted in about 15 seconds or so, which is quite a long time considering how scrappy some of these fights have been in the previous games. But now two are going to go down from This Is Fine, and Roulette, they have to capitalize on this right now. Okay, they're able to get the tower. It's just going to be Amy who is alive and is going to be backing up. So, ooh, the cooler is... I was going to get knocked off. Okay, no, that's actually a very good cooler placement. I was really scared for it. But I think Roulette is going to get past this checkpoint with breeze.
Yeah, because the Glugas is not going to get that Booyah Bomb in time. That's going to just force them off the tower. So there's the lead right there. And that Booyah Bomb in a good spot. Two players make that three. Now it's just Amy versus the world. The nurse from Australia. And the nurse might just win here. One player going down. The checkpoint does fall. Amy's moving all over the place. And now things have finally fallen into the favor of Roulette. They got the lead. And they're approaching this final checkpoint, trying to stay alive. Kale is trying to get there as fast as they can to save this third checkpoint. And I think that's it. I think the pencil's just going to back off, give some jumps. Heck of a push by Roulette.
Yeah, Pampers was really lucky that they were able to take down two players from Roulette who were pushing the tower. That allowed for members of This Is Fine to kind of get back, regroup, and take out the rest of the members of Roulette who were trying to get to the tower. So a little bit of a soft reset here, but a major hill to overcome for This Is Fine as they have about 2 minutes left. As they're trying to knock out T8 here, who is still trying to just find ways that they can stay alive, backing up even more and more. But This Is Fine able to try and push this tower once again on the offensive side. Two specials at the ready. That is going to be Rain, and that is going to be the Killer Whale. They're going to use that in tandem at this first checkpoint, along with the Cooler coming out as well. But is that going to be... Oh, the Cooler on the side of Roulette, and two players down now, three. That is... Oh... That's so hard, but you got the bubble. You have the Amy who is going to go down, not going to jump off. Nope, I want to get credit for this one. Oh, so that's an unfortunate way to go down, but it worked out for Roulette. They still have the lead.
I won't let this stone take my glory. You die by my hands. All right, it's not that deep, dang. But here we go, Roulette starting to feed a little bit too much right here. You don't want to be opening up the door for This Is Fine to get back into this thing. You want to play a little bit calculated here. You got a minute left to go. Instead, they're feeding into the meat grinder, and now This Is Fine has another opportunity to try to get something going. Now it's going to be very difficult to get to this last checkpoint. And this new player hot off the bench, creating a flank and getting a lot of splats on the backside. Not a good defense of the backside rear of the tower. Everything falls apart, and now 40 seconds left to go. Roulette in a position to where they just need to bleed time off the clock.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be in a good position to do that too. Jam's going to be trying to take down one of the members, able to do so. That was a good hiding position for them. And Jam is finally going to be somebody who's pushing forward as well. Caught in a 2v1, going to be going down, but This Is Fine still in control of the tower. 2 are now down on the side of Roulette. I didn't see, it was probably Amy who took them out. The Battle Junior who's using the bubble in a very aggressive spot. I know, just duck, dive, ditch, dive, and dodge, whatever the 5 Ds are. Able to do them all successfully. Could they be in a position? I don't know, because if they lose one player, they're probably going to lose 2 pretty quickly. But Pac-Man, they are still pushing.
Oh, and they got another bubble to work with as well. Oh, no. Stop it! Stop it!
Wow.
Are you kidding me? 3! I saw their heads fly off.
Yeah, I know. Just that
Dang.
was insane pick there. Able to just go up and, you know, how are you going to avoid that? Because you have to bunch up in that situation. You take a look at the replay here. You assume the bubble's gonna protect you, but the Stamper player is like, nope, wait, I'm going to sneak up here. I don't have much space to work with, and here you go, the triple to end it. So good clutch play there from Roulette. Is that Surgistic? Is that who? I don't know who the Stamper player is. It's either Surgistic or Orca Knight.
I think that's Shohei Ohtani, the way they just swung that lumber right there, right across all their faces. And that's the only move they could have made, too, right? Because that bubbler was pushed out there. That means you have to take the fight in the bubbler if you want to hold on to that slim lead you had at that point. So they rolled up, winded up, and just knocked them all back to spawn. Yikes! Winning game 3 with a statement.
In the game, it's just funny because the game ended so quickly after those three snipes happened. So if you blink, you missed it. On seeing the triple, essentially, there was barely it was only a few frames where you could actually see all 3 players get splatted, and that was beautiful. That was beautiful for Surgistic. That was incredible.
That was a nice little play right there. Nice little play. A game-winning play, too. Because if they don't make that play, This Is Fine wins that one. They steal it, and then they get home court advantage back. But here we are, moving on to game 4. Splat Zones is being picked by This Is Fine. They can pick this because they haven't won on it yet. The only thing they can't do is Clam Blitz. You can't pick the most recent mode that you have won on. So here we go, Splat Zones at Umami. And Falco is going to break down how the comp that This Is Fine uses is going to work out into their advantage somehow against Roulette here.
Yeah, if I could, I would.
Yeah, what?
I knew you were saying. Yeah, I am surprised by this. The thing, their only other option was to go to. I couldn't see them picking Tower again, and you know, if Rainmaker is not their jam, no pun intended, then I guess you have to go zones here, but we saw how dominant Roulette was on game 1 during Ship-Shaped Cargo, and Umami, it's a little different. You have split zone, so honestly, I could see this benefiting This Is Fine a little bit better, just knowing that they have a little bit more space to spread out. So I'm trying, Popgun. I'm trying. And you know, I want to see them win so we could see game 5 potentially, but it's I'm pretty surprised with a Splat Zones counter pick.
Yeah, but you know, here we are. Right here, Splat Zones at Umami. Now, let's see. Let's take a look at the rosters here. No changes from either side. Now, who was... So, Roulette has the player that subbed in. Who's the player that subbed out? I think Orca Knight is the player that came out.
Yes.
And yeah, this must be Swigistic. I assume it's the player that's coming in here with this name.
Yeah, they're the one who got the triple Stamper pick. Yep.
Yes, and they have Stamper in their send out bio. And this is a new player for Roulette. So Roulette played last month, but this player played on a team called After School Sweets Club, which I am assuming is an anime. And I think they won at beta bracket, actually, this individual player did. So coming off the bench, has also got a history of playing with the Night Sharks as well. So coming off the bench in a very crucial moment to help out their teams get that win right there. And now the clock has hit 0 yet again, and we'll be rolling into a potential set closing game right here. If This Is Fine, or no, if Roulette wins this one, They'll get a rematch in grand finals. If This Is Fine wins this one, Falco will get his way, and we will go to a game 5.
Yeah, we'll see any comp changes here. And okay, we have, I think it's the same comp because we have the same weapons. Did they have strikes? They had crab before.
Yeah, they had crab the last time. This time around, strikes. Makes sense for zone.
Yes, yeah, okay, and that especially on a split zone where if you want to just try and split them up a little bit too. So Sugi is going to be going down pretty quickly there, and Kale doing Kale things and getting the killer whale in the span of about 10 seconds. They always do that and open up really strong, and This Is Fine able to take control, and Amy pushing up already, taking out 2 to start off this game. So This Is Fine turning it around from game 1.
I think people are kind of confused when they see a junior coming up and throwing hands at you like that, and they're like, okay, this is a thing, and the junior keeps winning. Amy's been playing fantastically so far, but Roulette is the team that has the lead as far as the set is concerned, but right now a good start for This Is Fine, getting a really good jump on their counter pick yet again. Woke trying to get a splat on Pampers, wins the Nautilus 1v1, but the killer whales still been a lot of issue. There's nowhere for Woke to go. They're looking for an opportunity to get away. They still find a way to get another splat, that time on the brush players. Here comes the strikes to just try to slow things down, but they really just need to focus one zone. Stop the bleeding right here. Can they do just that? The strikes get eliminated. Woke starting to push up, getting the splat on Kale. Can they get one more? Yes. Woke has been under duress the entire minute and 30 seconds, but they've been playing fantastically and still just right there.
Yeah, well, they haven't capped it yet. They've contested the zone, but This Is Fine haven't let go of it, and they're still in control. 2 are going to go down. I think they're going to be able... Now, okay, I don't think they're going to be able to save it anymore. Okay. What I really liked what Roulette did at that moment was they were trying to find a way to break in. They threw strikes, but instead of going towards their right zone, which is closer, they went towards the left, and that allows them to just kind of catch members of This Is Fine off guard. The zone closer to you is going to be the more predictable one that you're going to try and cap, so they were able to spend a little more time. Now, of course, that ticked off a few more seconds on the clock too, but it set them up for this breakaway that they're able to kind of have right now, as This Is Fine is struggling to find a way back in. Amy's going to be trying to go and using the bubble, and I love the aggression from Amy, but they're going to have to back up, and Roulette is really looking strong right now.
I don't love it. What was the plan right there? Is 1v4 yet again. Now the bubbler's gone. Now Amy's gone. And now the lead might be gone as well. Jam gets eliminated on top of that. Can they dive bomb onto just one zone? No, that's going to be lead, and that might be the game as well. If This Is Fine can't find a way to start attacking this right side zone, Amy gets taken care of again. A little bit too much. Slow down, This Is Fine. Roulette punishes it, and they take the set.
Yeah, so I think Amy's objective there, they used the bubble, and a lot of members from Roulette were kind of bunched up. So Amy came in, I think has a double bomb comp, or double bomb loadout too. So if they're able to just drop a bubble, drop 2 bombs, they expect themselves they might get splatted, but they were banking on getting a double or triple out of that. I think that was the logic behind that play, but it wasn't successful. And Roulette able to come back and just have a solid lockout, and again, it all started because they opted to go to the left side of the zone rather than the right side, and make members of This Is Fine scramble just a little bit, and it worked out. It was a big hill to overcome, and they got it.
Nicely done there by Roulette. I go back to Woke. Their gameplay, as they were trying to avoid getting KO'd in that opening push, just constantly drowning in the enemy ink, but still finding ways to win fights here and there, eventually pushing up, leading their team back into mid, kept their team from getting KO'd, because it looked like they were about to get KO'd right there. But then, once they got control of the zone, they were able to use This Is Fine's hyper-aggressiveness against them. This Is Fine really needed to pick a moment to say, okay, let's back up, let's build up our specials. Let's go in together. Let's calm down just a little bit. And they weren't able to find a way to calm down. Roulette takes advantage of it, and now they're back in grand finals.
Yeah, this will be a rematch of the winners finals where Rise Beyond the Tides took down Roulette 3-1. So that match was casted by our lovely Rose and Devi, and they got to bring you that action. I'm excited to bring this one to you guys because this will be my first time seeing Rise Beyond the Tides, and I mean, Roulette they had a strong game. Obviously, still thinking about that triple to save the tower control match as well. But yeah, we're finally here. Started with what 95 teams down to 2. Popgun, is that right?
91. Well, I mean,
91.
People don't check in. I don't know. Sindel says 91. We'll roll with that. Can you believe this? This Lowink has been as smooth as butter. We haven't even taken a break on stream yet. Like, literally no break. We even hopped in before the commentators could leave. So we're gonna do that right now. So maybe somebody's got to use the restroom. I'm sure. We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna get reset back up, and we're gonna come back with the most incredible grand finals you will ever see in your life here on IPL.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Low Ink June 2025. We're getting ready for Grand Finals. My name is Falcofire, joined here with Popgun. We have Rising Beyond the Tides coming from the winner's side versus Roulette, who we just saw on stream get a nice 3-1 victory over This Is Fine. This is going to be a rematch of the winner's finals that favored Rising Beyond the Tides, getting that 3-1 victory over Roulette. Popgun.
So this is a interesting story for Rising Beyond the Tides. They were actually in the Find the Sub channel at 4 a.m. this morning because, quote, one of their players' transformers exploded overnight and they don't have power, and another one of their players isn't available to play as well. So they have a sub playing for them. That is Sailor, I believe, who isn't in the lobby right now, so I don't know if like a player came back during the break or not, but Rising Beyond the Tides has been playing with a legit sub that they got from the sub application channel and are now in grand finals. With that, there have been players, they're Sailors, so there's been players or teams that have won low ink with the help of the sub before on day one. Like the sub got them through day one, and then they had their actual roster on day two. I can't think of, I know it's happened before, but I can't think of any time in Splatoon 3 where a team won day two of low ink with a legit sub that they got out of the sub application channel. It might just happen here.
Yeah, I could see it if it were day one and day two sub, because you kind of build that connection and playing together on day one that can carry over to a day two. But that is pretty impressive for all of the players involved, all the regular players and the subs, if you're able to pull that off. At 4 a.m., I'd like to think they sent the requests and then went to bed, rather than they woke up at 4 a.m. and had to stay up, unless they worked this morning or work at a coffee shop.
It might be EU.
Okay, well, they exist too, I guess. You're right.
But that was their captain too. I think they're playing without their captain right now, which is also impressive as well. I mean, I don't know what like their captain, like if they're like the shot caller of the VC or something like that or whatever. But this is a team that is these are 4 players that weren't expecting to play with each other just 12 hours ago, and now they are mishing and matching, and they might just find a way to win this entire tournament because they're coming in from the winner's side. In fact, they're getting a rematch against a team they already beat 3-1 in Roulette. Roulette won game 1, which was Splat Zones, and then they played Rainmaker, Tower Control, and Rainmaker, all 3 of those going into the favor of Rising Beyond the Tide. They were using a hyper-aggressive comp. Edgar doing sploosh at some points and chargers at others, which is the widest scope you could have between those 2 weapon pools. But they've been doing like Hanron, run and gun style, or they can slow it up and do things more traditional with an anchor. There's a lot of flexibility from this team with the roller sub that they picked up in the channel a few hours ago. And there they are, no anchor, just gonna be throwing punches at you with that Forge Pro.
Yeah, Forge Pro, not a weapon we see very often. I would honestly be less surprised to see the new Pro that came out with splat bombs and Tentamissiles, but to each their own. And I like how you were mentioning Edgar, because they're running Zap. You mentioned the member who would have a range of a splatter scope to a sploosh. They're going to be opting to go for a support weapon this time around. But Rising Beyond the Tide starting off very strong here. Not a lot of players going down, but still a decent lockout, because Roulette is not able to find any way that they can get into the zone. But here they finally do with the resplatter. That's one way to do it.
I was about to say, the player who dropped Stamper for the Dreadringer, there's only one reason they would do that, is because of Reslider Cheese, and it came out in full view right there. But they're going to need more than just the Dreadringer Cheese if they want to find a way to get the win right here, especially with this lockout that was created by Rising Beyond the Tides right here. They're doing a good job of keeping everybody contained, making sure this pencil can't get activated with the rest of their teammates. Yeah, those Resliders are going to make sure you don't get KO'd, but when you have to use them and eventually jump and always just constantly jump right back out, you're not going to get lead off that strategy alone.
No, and because you're not going to completely paint the zone, you might throw a little bit of a distraction, but yeah, that's not kind of the end goal for that. You hope your team can follow up and get some picks as well, or able to cap the zone, and we have a very close one right now, with Rising Beyond the Tides going 2 members down. That's going to be Kugiyama, who's going to be trying to go up on this left stack, going to be using that Booyah Bomb now, throwing it towards the north side of their zone, and here comes a Reslider once again, able to get one. It's just, it's fun to see on the overhead cam. It's also scary if you're the opposing team and it's just rushing towards your face, but Roulette trying to counter this with some strikes, they're able to get the zone.
Yeah, here come the strikes, dude. This is Splatoon 3. This is the game we're playing right now. So be it. This is a fun time. As the lead is actually going to change right here. Question mark? It will. Yeah, that Reslider's going to guarantee it. The lead now in the favor of Roulette. And now the Reslider cheese is going to work out really well, because then you can just keep flipping the zone back over and over and over again. And Woke, I feel like Woke feels more comfortable in the enemy ink than their own ink with the way that they play, even though they lose that fight right there. Or the lead's going to instantly change right back. They had like no penalty points, didn't they?
Yeah, no, they didn't. It was pretty much a neutral game, and yeah, like you mentioned, Rising Beyond the Tides able to take it back. They're going to be losing some members. Here comes Strikes and a Reef Slider from Roulette. Can they take down Kugiyama? Woke is trying to do that with a 2v1. Sugi is going to be helping them out as well, now taking control of the left stack as well. So Roulette has, again, decent map control and just paint kind of spread throughout the map. They do have opportunities to flank, but I think Rise Beyond the Tides, they're utilizing the entire map as well, so it makes it harder to pinpoint how you want to approach these players. They're very rarely bunched up, except for right now in the zone, but this is such a back-and-forth game.
I mean, makes sense. When you got this faster comp, you might as well use your speed to your advantage, use the entire map to your advantage, and get those flanks going. But the problem is they got to eventually focus back onto the zone, and they're struggling to hold on to it with all the specials and strikes and the Resliders being thrown right at it. Are we going to see yet another lead change here in this very important game one? We are. Sailor coming around the back door, and the zone will flip yet again. It feels like nobody really has the lead. Look how much they have to do to get lead right back. It's basically nothing with all the penalty points they have.
Yeah, it probably won't take that long. There's, again, just neither team has a lot of penalty points that they really need to work with, and these specials are just kind of staggered too. Every 3 seconds you'll see another one popped out and keep coming out, and Roulette, this is actually looking very good for them. 2 are going to go down, and they have their penalty points gone. So taking down the clock, can they get past this just a little bit, as Edgar's trying to find a way that they can paint into, build some of that cooler, just touching up on the zone. They finally get it out. The strikes are going to be coming out from Roulette. 2, 3 are down on the side of Rising Tide, so Roulette, this one is looking pretty good for them, Popgun.
Yeah, that's it. Rising Tide's going to be taking... Oh, wait, no, this is Roulette. It's taking game one here. They got it.
Yeah.
They got it. There we go. So there you go. I think that just came down to the special tug of war. Ultimately, the rhythm of that, like those strikes and Booyah Bombs and the Resliders coming out. At one point, we saw a Booyah Bomb coming out from Rising Beyond the Tides, and it came out by itself, and then other players got splatted, and it was just like, okay, well, there you go. There's the penalty points gone, and you have control of zone, and the other team doesn't have any specials to throw on it, and you got yours built up. Eventually, the special tug of war just landed into Roulette's favor, and they take game one as the team coming in from losers bracket. Yet again, they win on splat zones against Rising Beyond the Tides like they did before.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention too. They did what they did during the first set. Now, unfortunately for them, they're going to have to go on to different modes than in the modes that they lost against the same team. You know, for instance, they played Rainmaker and Tower Control, and then Rainmaker again. We haven't seen Rainmaker. Our comp block has not seen Rainmaker yet today. So
are you upset about that?
I'm not a Rainmaker hater as much as some other people are, especially as a spectator, since I don't play comp anymore. I understand why people don't like it. I like to watch it. I like to commentate it sometimes. So I'm expecting we're going to see it again, especially because Rising Beyond the Tides, they won Rainmaker twice when they faced Roulette in games 2 and 4.
Well, and it's not as unplayable as what it will be at the higher levels, because teams aren't really using Kraken. In fact, we've rarely seen the new splatter shot at all being used right here. But tower control ship shape is the counter pick coming out from Rising Beyond the Tides. It is also worth noting, as we always do here on Low Ink, a little bit of a break for Rising Beyond the Tide, about an hour break between the last time that they played, and they're playing the same exact opponent. It's really difficult to beat the same team twice in the same tournament, especially when you have a break. Depending on what you did during that time, you might be a little rusty coming out in game one. But tower control ship shape is what they're going to do. I think they picked the best of both worlds. They picked a tower control map on a Rainmaker map.
I could see that working for them. If they weren't going to choose the mode that they had played before. Or they could be banking that they might need a Rainmaker counter pick later. I don't know. But also, they didn't have to... They only had to counter... Did they have to counter pick it in winners finals?
Yes, in this game in particular. I think they went with Rainmaker Scorch, their first counter pick. And then, it was just all downhill for Roulette. Because Roulette doesn't want to go to Clam Blitz, and they went on Splat Zones. So they only have like a couple of options to go with anyways, which are the modes that Rising Tide kept beating them on over and over again.
Yeah, that's always always tricky. But yeah, like you mentioned, like this one being kind of more of a Rainmaker map, but you're playing tower control, so you have the slower pace of tower, but you can utilize the same space that you would for Rainmaker as well if you're just used to playing and winning on that map. So, yeah, just initially, I'm shocked that they had 2 Rainmaker wins under the belt against the same team and they don't opt to choose it. So, but I think you made some good points about how this tower control mode can work on ship shape for them.
It's just so fast. I mean, it's just so snowbally. Well, why is it in the map pool, Popkin? Look, there's so many maps that are bad in this game. We just have to find some that are somewhat tolerable. Please just bear with us here. We didn't make this map. Everybody's readied up. We're ready to go. And it is now game 2 here. Roulette up 1-0. They want to keep wins so that they can get to the bracket reset quicker. They don't beat themselves up in this kind of way. There we go with the Stamper Booyah Bomb coming back out from Roulette. Now, this is a different player, I believe. I don't think this player played for Roulette in the last set against these two teams. So this is a little bit of a change-up from what Rising Beyond the Tides is used to seeing out of this comp.
Okay, so Sugi didn't play against him before. Sailor getting a nice pick there. That's the sub for the team from Rising Beyond the Tide, getting a quick one early on, and that's going to help Rising Beyond the Tide take control of the tower for approaching this first checkpoint. T8's going to have to back up just a little bit to avoid some of these bombs, and then avoid this Booyah Bomb as well with their teammate Woke. So they're still not quite to that first checkpoint. Hero's trying to make some good use out of this too, and Abe's able to get one and avoiding getting splatted by that Booyah Bomb. I thought for sure they were weak enough that they would get splatted, but no. Rising Beyond the Tide's not quite past to that first checkpoint just yet, but they're still in control.
There's Edgar now going to the 20th different weapon they've used so far in this tournament, this time a junior with Bubbler. Now, are they going to use the Amy hyper-aggressive junior, or are they going to try to play a little bit more of the supportive role, make sure they get those bubbles off on the tower? Double bubble comp, by the way, because that's the bubble roller as well, so a lot of different things they can do to kind of box out the enemy team on these pushes.
Yeah, you know, it's tricky because I feel like for tower control, you always think, oh, I want to have strikes, I want to have a Booyah to get the GG and save us. And I mean, they still have a Booyah, but that's really the only lethal, other than Killer Whale, that's only the only lethal special that you have. So it could really benefit them or destroy their team too. It depends on the situation. But right now, for Rising Beyond the Tides, it's working out. I mean, they have the lead. They can play this conservative game for 3 minutes if they want, but they just don't want it to go out of hand. But right now, I would say it's working for them. It's just hard to see how long they can bank on it.
3 minutes left to go here as T8 able to get a nice splat somehow on the roller. And it does kind of make you think, because again, Rising Beyond the Tides is playing with a sub that they picked up right before, not the whole tournament, but right before today started. So it's just a matter of, does Edgar just like using Bubbler on this map and mode always? And it's just like, well, we're stuck with a roller player, so I guess we'll just do double Bubbler. but there are ways they can find to make it work. Maybe like do 2 bubblers onto the tower back to back, because there are no strikes coming out. It's really just the Booyah Bomb that can be used from the side of Roulette.
Yeah.
And of course there's one right there coming out from the Forge Pro. But yeah, like you can find ways to stagger those bubblers and make it work.
Yeah, you can, but yeah, you only have one offensive. Again, you have Killer Whale, but you only have one offensive special that you can really have.
GG special, yeah.
GG special, yeah. So, but Rising Beyond the Tides, I mean, they've just been in this solid control. I mean, what we're seeing and what we've seen for the last 2 minutes is just kind of like a scrap in mid, the great battle of mid that we see pretty often. That the longer it goes is only going to benefit the team that's winning. But Roulette able to finally push a little bit, but yeah, they're going to have to avoid the Booyah Bomb that comes out. So they're able to do that, but Roulette's just kind of going down one by one. Again, they haven't been force strong. They haven't had a player advantage at all pretty much this entire game except for that opening push. But I don't know. I don't really see what they can do other than I don't know if you would just work better together and push up, but
get good.
Just get good. No, you know what I mean. It's just really everything that's happening right now is benefiting Rising Beyond the Tides.
Well, okay, so the Stamper's not getting activated in the way that we saw them do in the last set. They're getting really contained, and you see them looking for opportunities. You see them sharking on the ledge, waiting for somebody to pass to where they can get that double that opens up the door, but they're not presenting them. There's not really any major mistakes being played by Rising Beyond the Tide, and they have to play that way because the game is essentially tied right now. Yes, there's a full checkpoint lead, but it's ship shape. Who cares? Even with 50 seconds left, all you got to do is sneeze, and the lead is going to be going into the favor of Roulette here. But they really need to find a way for the Stamper to get activated, not on the tower, but start pushing up, taking fights away from the tower. And here we go. 3 players going down, but double Splat Bomb perfectly. It's not going to be enough to save the checkpoint. Not be enough to save the lead, though.
Yeah, we'll see if it is. And Rising Beyond the Tide's able to get back on there. 30 seconds left. So that was a really good attempt there for Roulette to try and push up. And like you mentioned, you don't have that much of a lead if you are Rising Beyond the Tides. But Roulette was able to push it up just a little bit more. But now 10 seconds left. Woke is going to be getting a pick. That is going to be a much-needed pick to try and get that player advantage. Booyah Bomb to help them survive on that jump. Rain is going to come out as well, but they're going to have to try and take out, I believe that, couldn't see which player that was who's pushing forward. I think it was a junior player. The Whale is now coming out as well. Are they going to have enough players to get on the tower? No. So Rising Beyond the Tide able to get the early lead, hold on to it for 5 minutes, and get the win, tying this up 1-1.
Nice use of the Killer Whale, because that's literally all they had. I mean, you were talking about the GG specials that Rising Beyond the Tide was going to have. All they had was a Booyah Bomb, and they were nowhere near it. And the pro's not going to build up a Booyah Bomb in time to get the lead. And what are you going to do? You're just going to like put bubblers in front of the tower and make it stop? That's not going to work. The only thing they had was the Killer Whale, so they fired it, and then with the Killer Whale attacking the tower, everybody attacked the tower at the same time, because that's literally the only thing they could have done. Now, it also helped that those Splat Bombs earlier saved the checkpoint, so the tower had to stay there a little bit longer, but you don't really have a whole heck of a lot of resources, but Rising Beyond the Tide was able to use what little things they had to their advantage and find a way to get a scrappy, very low-scoring tower control ship shape win. But a win is a win. You gotta take it.
Yeah, neither team even got to that second checkpoint, so it was the low scoring win. I thought Rising Beyond the Tides would get that just because they had already won tower control before against the same exact team. But Roulette now in another counter pick, they're in their first counter pick position here, winning previously on zones. They cannot choose splat zones. The only mode that they have not faced each other already is Clan Blitz, so we could see that one come out potentially.
I don't think they want to go there.
You don't think so?
They want to. No, I mean, and you know what's so demoralizing about that is that tower control game. Yes, they were close to winning it, but they played 5 minutes in overtime and couldn't clear the first checkpoint on ship shape. Like, how demoralizing is that? That you're having so many struggles against this team, in Rainmaker and tower control. And those are really your only options to go up against them with, unless you want to go to Clan Blitz, which they've been like avoiding like the plague, and they legally can't go back to Splat Zone. So like they don't have any counterpick options. they have none, and they have to find a way to get 3 more wins in this set.
Yeah,
or 2 more wins in this set.
That's that's always rough when you're facing an opponent that you'd already faced before, and you have the situations where you know the lineup and the history. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would want to play. I mean, we've seen Roulette, how our only knowledge prior to or other than these head-to-head games is how Roulette faced against This Is Fine, which we mentioned is a very unconventional team with kind of their This Is Fine's loadout. So it's hard to get a good gauge on what is going to be best, but I don't know. This is tricky for Roulette, but I still say Clan Blitz just because they don't have that one-on-one experience with it.
Might as well. But then again, do you really want to go against Clan Blitz in this fast-paced comp that Rising Beyond the Tide has as well? I mean, I think your best bet is just to keep trying tower control. And maybe like try to find I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but just trying to find a map that doesn't really benefit Roller that much.
Oh, you're right.
And what's the pick?
It's tower control. Yeah, Hagglefish.
Hagglefish. Okay, well there you go. Yeah, I think that's because like you don't really want to dance Rainmaker against the comp they have, and have Edgar pull back out the hammer, which Woke might be doing a good job of dealing with that hammer. Everybody else is going to be struggling with it. So tower control might be your best bet, and then just like, okay, let's get off the counter pick and let them make something. Maybe they'll pick Splat Zones, and that'd be cool. Maybe we could trick them into doing that. And also, if you win on tower control here, they can pick Splat Zones the next time they get a counter pick, because you can't pick your most recent win. That'll free up Splat Zones to use later. So they just got to find a way to get off of Splat Zones as an illegal counter pick. Just win anywhere.
And that would make you be forced to go into a game 5 at that too. So it's one of those things. Will it pay off? Who knows? Because you're banking that you would go to game 5, which is not unrealistic at all. It's tied 1-1. We're basically in a best of 3 situation right now instead of best of 5. So it's just, yeah, like you mentioned, the fact that Splat Zones is not a legal pick that they can make. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how this differs. Like we mentioned on the previous game, a very slow tower control game with teams barely getting to that first checkpoint. Nobody approached the second checkpoint. So just kind of a battle in mid that only favored the team who scored first. We'll see if that changes up here for this one. We'll see if we see any comp changes as well. I think Sailor came back. I don't think they were in before. Somebody had a sub. So we'll see if there's any comp changes.
Decisive game 3
Carbon.
here. The set tied at 1 apiece. Carbon with the Zuka now coming out. So they're going to drop the Bubbler. And keep in mind, that's the change coming from the team that just won the last tower control game. So there you go. You get a little bit of an extra, well, we don't need double Bubbler anymore. Could you just like get Zuka and like use the really good Roller? Sure. Let's make it work.
Yeah, I think that's a better change for them too. Double Bubble, I feel like, is pretty rough to work with on tower control, so we'll see if this benefits them. And Roulette able to get 1 pick off to start off. Sugi is trying to face Edgar and trying to take them down. Sugi is going to be getting their Booyah ready as well. 2 are going to go down, so Sugi's really pushing for somebody. Are they going to get another triple here? No, they're not. But if you're able to get on the tower and help push this, so this is already a better pace of a game than what we saw in game 2.
Not quite enough pins lined up to get a strike right there, but you could see it in their eyes. They're looking to hit another home run at any point. And that's, psychologically good that you're going back to this map, because you were able to score a lot of points and hold on in the last moment. That's going to give you a good boost over the course of this whole time right here. But Edgar doing Edgar things, getting a splat, using a rare same weapon they used the previous game right now, but now being the only Bubbler user. And main tower riders are going to fall off. They're not going to find a way to get across the first checkpoint just yet. Unless they do. Sailor schmimming all over the place. They're having a hard time keeping up with them.
Yeah, Sailor's doing a good job at least bringing the attention to them. And I mean, if you're going to go down with the trade, and that's going to help out your team because Rising Beyond the Tide's able to push it down to get to this first checkpoint. Are they going to get past it now? Sugi's trying to go up, able to get down one, but going to go down themselves. So this tower's still not quite past that first checkpoint. Essentially, it is at 64, but Roulette able to stop it just in time with about 3 minutes remaining.
No checkpoint falls right here, but still, the problem still remains for Roulette. This is now 7 minutes and some change of tower control, and you haven't cleared a single checkpoint against this team in Grand Finals. Things not looking good offensively, but you're keeping yourself in it defensively. That's all that matters. Step one, though. How are they going to start locating this carbon? If I'm woke, I'm throwing point sensors all over the place. I'm making sure we locate Sailor, we take them out first, and then we move on and take care of the rest of the things then.
Yeah, like Sailor is definitely the one you want to pay attention to, especially being a carbon roller who's going to just be guarding some of those ledges, doing all the flanks that they can to try and get some of these picks. And we are in that same stalemate of a game that we had seen in tower control just the game prior to. So once again, over halfway through, no team even gets past that first checkpoint. So either really good or really bad for these teams, but their defensive plays have been so strong throughout this entire game.
2 minutes left to go here. Nobody's cleared a checkpoint. This is old school tower control, back when they played with leather helmets and the forward pass wasn't a legal thing yet. Very low scoring defensive struggle, but now Rising Beyond the Tide taking another approach at this checkpoint, but they do have a bubbler to work with coming out just in the nick of time. Will it be enough for them to clear this checkpoint? The answer is no, because it was a glass cannon. It instantly falls apart. But still, yet again, if Rising Tide's defense holds as it has been with this much more aggressive comp, a comp you're kind of used to seeing more points, more offensiveness coming out of it, this is going to be the lead for them, or at least the win for them with 1:20 left to go, because Roulette really can't move past mid at all.
They can't, but they do have a decent amount of map control in front of the tower, but it just quickly gets covered up by members of Rising Beyond the Tides. That might be a moment where, here we go, Roulette has a 2-player advantage. They need to, okay, they're on the tower. They need to get this checkpoint. Edgar is there waiting. There's another member as well. They're going to go down. So can Edgar get some picks? They're able to, no, because the Booyah comes out, so this might be the lead change here for Roulette. It is able to take the lead and get past the second checkpoint with a minute left now on the clock. The drivers have changed in this match. 3 are going to go down, but this is a whole new game, Popgun.
I thought Edgar was about to do some junior shenanigans right there. That Booyah Bomb coming out at just the perfect time to stall things out. Here's the problem, though. All these specials, Booyah Bomb, Killer Whale, Bubbler, being activated on the tower right now, and all you got to do is clear the first checkpoint, and you essentially got the lead. Here come the strikes at just the perfect time, but they don't get any splats on anybody. Edgar back onto the tower. Checkpoint cleared, lead cleared, 15 seconds left to go, but a lot of players went down from the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. There might be a chance right here. Roulette doesn't have to even get to that checkpoint. They just got to get a little bit past the first one, and they'll get the lead right back.
Yeah, and Rising Beyond the Tides, they know that. They're going to try and set themselves up. And remember, they do have a GG Booyah, and they have the Zuka as well, if they can get it in time. But they're running out of time. 3v3, 2 players are going to go down. Still on the tower Roulette. Can they get there in time? Sailor is on Sailor. A nice pick before the Booyah comes off, just in time. So Rising Beyond the Tide able to sneak away with that win. And Popka, that the last 2 minutes, last minute and a half of that game, a totally different game than what we had seen before.
And if that is the home run that we saw out of Roulette in the last game of Tower Control Hagglefish, that one was just a double from Sailor, but it's all that was necessary to shut down that push. And man, just another low-scoring Tower Control game that comes down right to the end. And that might do it, Falco. I mean, I know we still got some games left to play, but that was Roulette's best chance to get out of this I can't counterpick Splat Zone's hell that they've been in this entire time they've been playing Rising Beyond the Tides. I think they're going to have to go back to tower control again.
I could see it. It's just hard to see it 3 times in a row, and you're just hoping, okay, another one. No, we got the next one. Because, like, on paper, you kind of look like a fool if you counterpick the same mode 2 times and lose on it 3 times in a row. But obviously, on paper, is not what we see here on stream, and we've seen how close these games have been. It's just more of who's going to show up for that minute. If you break it up by minutes, the game's just completely changed. It was wide open at the very beginning, was like that for 3 minutes, and then finally teams were able to take control, a little more space, and push the objective too. But I don't love a tower control counter pick. For the second time in a row, third time on stream here, but if they have the heart for it, then I won't knock it.
I don't think they have an option, honestly. I mean, they lost Rainmaker twice against this team, and they I don't even think Clam Blitz is on their bingo card as far as the counter pick. So you just got to keep hacking away at tower control, and eventually those checkpoints, you're going to get that one push that you need that they haven't gotten in the past, like 10 minutes and 20 seconds of gameplay in tower control. But I mean, they just don't really have any counter pick options. If they can't go back to splat zones, they're limited against this team as far as what they want to do. Now, let me point this out, because it is so crazy how Sailor woke up today in the sub channel and now might end the day banned from low ink. Like that, like they're probably thinking like, oh, I'll just hop on any team that needs me or something like that. No, I'm going to be hopping on the team that's going to win it, and I'm going to play a key role in winning it. Like, I'm not just like a role player right here. I'm like the driving force for this team. A team that's playing without their captain because their transformer exploded and they don't have power right now. What a crazy story Rising Beyond the Tides is pulling off right here.
Right. And like you mentioned for Sailor, they are joining a team who made Alpha Bracket. It was known that this team was very likely going to be an Alpha Bracket, pending some crazy situations. So Rising Beyond the Tides, I'm sure they were picky about what sub they wanted to pick, or at least they had some time. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but you can pick up a sub like pretty much until the tournament starts, right? So
you can pick up a sub. You can't put in a sub application once the tournament starts.
Okay.
But you can add a sub at any point during the tournament.
Yeah, so they had time, and there was, I'm sure, some vetting. Like, okay, we're an alpha bracket.
Yeah.
We want to be picky on who we want to pick. So Sailor was in a very fortunate situation that a team from alpha bracket picked them up. And I mean, from what we've seen, Sailor's definitely been pulling their own weight too, getting some of these nice picks. And we've seen them with their plays, like the Carbon Roller plays, and just some really good splats. And they've got to pat themselves on the back no matter how today ends. But we just have one more counter pick, and I think I know what it's. I think I know what it's going to be because I want it to be that pick, but I'll wait for it to pop up on stream, just because we haven't seen it yet. And yes, okay. So we are seeing Clam Blitz. So no tower control for a third time in a row. Pop gun. I'm happy about this map mode. I'm happy with this pick.
This is the 8th game these two teams have played against each other. This is the first time Clam Blitz had made an appearance. And, we'll see how it goes. This is not the counter pick I think they want to make, but I think you're right. It's like, okay, are we just going to keep trying to make tower control work when it clearly isn't? Or are we going to try our luck on Rainmaker yet again when that clearly hasn't worked? And the frustrating thing for them is, even if they win this one, it's going to go back to, it's probably going to go to Rainmaker in game 5 anyways. So why not just try your luck on a different mode, give them a different look, and see if it works out. Now, we did see this team play one time on Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, and it wasn't pretty. This is fine. Whooped them pretty good at Barnacle and Dime. So now they're going to go to the museum. They're going to try their luck here, try to force a game 5. I like it. I like, it's so difficult to make counter picks again in this kind of situation, but I think throwing a different look, even if they're uncomfortable here, let's see how it works.
Yeah, I think so too. Because again, you don't want to be that team who loses 3 times in a row on the same map when you counterpicked it twice. And you're just you're throwing gum and see where it sticks essentially at this point. So. I do like the openness of museum clams. I think this could benefit Roulette a little bit if they can kind of spread themselves out and obviously not get wiped out. But we've seen how these two teams have played against each other. Just a lot of skirmishes where one player goes. You see a lot of trades too. But I'm ready to see some quick action. Look at the sploosh is coming out. No, this is not Jeff playing and smurfing into low ink. We are seeing it come out from Edgar Popgun.
And this hammer is not going to be thrilled that Woke is still using the Nautilus, but what do you expect? Sailor gets eliminated instantly as a flank doesn't really work out for Rising Beyond the Tides, and that is the splashdown Nautilus that is being used as well. But keep in mind, they're not going to have those point sensors anymore either, so if they're having difficulty keeping an eye on the carbon roller, they're going to have even more now that they don't have a way to mark them.
Yeah, that's true. This mark have been coming in handy. Yeah, that was a Destin. Honestly, a great takedown. Use your special to take down a stamped player like that. 3 are going to go down on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides right now. So Roulette having 18 claims, power claim, able to score it. Oh, and they're going to throw one up there as well. Anu is going to be throwing it, seeing if there are any players alive, and no, the Dread is going to get splatted just before they're able to pick up that power claim. So a one and done that had a lot of potential, but those picks were not on the side of Roulette.
And that is the first time we've seen Roulette score in Clam Blitz. And all it was just the one push that isn't that good. But hey, for them, it's kind of like the yips. You just kind of find a way to get anything up on the board, and then it kind of settles into there. There we go. Roulette now popping the basket, and they got a lot of clams to work with as well. Doing a little daisy chain, getting them up there. Can they find a way to put them in the basket? An offensive explosion for Roulette. Why didn't they counterpick this hours ago?
That's what I'm thinking too. They were a little timid on it. Still scoring claims. 3 are going to go down on the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. Roulette able to get more in. 4 claims just needed. Anu having the crab, trying to get some picks, but it looks like the pencil is alive. Are they able to get to the basket in time? No, somebody scored. I didn't see who it was, but only 3 now remaining on the side of Roulette for power claims. So that was a huge push. 44 a penalty point, but they're still getting the picks, Popgun.
They end the push better than what they started. They have controlled mid. They have the squid advantage. Everything's looking really good for Roulette right now, and it's Rising Beyond the Tides that's not used to being punched in the face like this against this team that's scrambling for answers. And we just about crossed the halfway mark on this as well. What is the response going to be for Rising Beyond the Tides? They got a little bit of a player advantage right now. They're trying to get some paint on their own base if they can start taking control of mid, but yeah, Roulette's got to be feeling a sigh of relief with how that first half just went.
Yeah, and they can, now that they have a very comfortable lead, they don't need to try anything gutsy like they've needed to do in the last few games, in the last few seconds. So they just need to hold mid a little bit, just don't get wiped, identify where members of Rising Beyond the Tides are, and they're doing such a good job just holding mid and even just getting a lot of paint on the enemy spinner without necessarily throwing any of your bodies that way, just with the crab and the pencil. So they've been doing such a good job as Edgar's trying to go up. Can they take anybody out? No. We did see the Reef Slider, I think, took them out from behind, but Woke now trying to just get some picks and gather some claims too. And Rising Beyond the Tides, we have a minute 45 left, but it's still not looking great for them.
There's no Splatling player on Earth that is scared of a hammer, especially when they're trying to mow you down. You just stand your ground, shoot at them, and then they evaporate. Which is, why we haven't really seen a lot of... Actually, Edgar's hammer play has changed completely from the last set we saw them play against a different team, but that's neither here nor there. The question is, how does Rising Beyond the Tide even find a way to get into the enemy base right now? They're trying with this hammer over and over again. There's one splat the normal way. The connection doesn't get landed with the other hammer, but they had soda in them, I'm assuming, so they're already back into the action. Sailor getting a lot of difficulty, not a lot of paint to work with right there. That's a tricky jump they were trying to make, but would have been really cool if they landed it. Said they're going to have to go through the front door. There's a re-slider. By the way, have we talked about there's a Dread Ringer instead of the Stamper being used by that player now too?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. That's the weapon they're opting to go for, which, not quite working, it is working out for how well they've been doing. Haven't really been getting any of those Reef Slider picks, but I mean, Roulette's still just holding strong, and I like some of the pushes that Rising Beyond the Tides have been making, but they would get close enough to the basket with, 5 or 6 clams, they didn't have a power clam, and then they'd get splatted and lose all of them. So they're working as if they have a basket open, and they're trying to push up to the basket rather than needing to form a power clam and score, which it's obviously not helping them right now because they haven't scored quite yet, but Hugama is going to be going in for a Booyah. They're going to be holding it because they know they don't have much time, but having to drop down to avoid that suction bomb. Great play, suction bomb. We're going to be approaching overtime now.
You're just trying to force something right here, which I understand at this point. Nothing's going to give. We're going to a game 5, Falco. Yeah. They're just so good offensively and just played 2.5 minutes of total defense, not giving up any points. Why were they not counterpicking this all along? What was the concern? They keep going back to tower control or Rainmaker. That's all they had to do. It was like a completely different team.
They hadn't played it in for Roulette. There was no room for error too, because if they lost this, it would have been completely over. And Rising Beyond the Tides would have won low length. They would be your winner. But no, we're in this game 5 situation now. Rising Beyond the Tides, they better choose Rainmaker for this last one.
Oh yeah,
since they have to, because they won on it twice in the previous set on the counter picks of Roulette anyways. Or no, one of them was their counter pick and the other was Roulette's counter pick. So they've got to do it, and we haven't seen it yet during our block, the later portion of today. So if this counter pick is not Rainmaker, then I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, Rainmaker Scorch would be my assumption. They can't pick tower control. That's their most recent win. You don't want to show mercy to Roulette and go into splat zones. And maybe you want to do Clam Blitz again, but just to mix things up, I'm assuming they're going to go with... Oh yeah, Rainmaker Scorch, like immediately.
Yeah, that was the fastest counter pick that we had seen. Most of them, it's taken like 2 or 3 minutes, but this one was instant.
The most predictable counter pick as well of them all. You're going to see Edgar go back to the sploosh here. And I kind of mentioned when we saw Rising Beyond the Tides, who did they play against? Plurality. We saw Edgar just rip them to shreds with Hammer because Plurality didn't have a comp that could deal with the Hammer. This time around, though, Woke is going to keep Edgar in check. And Edgar's always going to be checking to see where that Nautilus is before they pop the Hammer, but they are going to try to initiate everything with that Hammer. So if I'm Rising Beyond the Tides, take the Nautilus off the board, pop the Hammer, win the game. It's that simple.
Just follow that script.
GG no re.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm excited to see this just, because we haven't seen Rainmaker yet. Y'all did if you were watching earlier today for the winners finals, but yeah, Rising Beyond the Tides, they won Rainmaker 2 times against Roulette in games 2 and game 4, which is what pushed them into grand finals. And again, they could have chosen this during their counter pick in game 2. They did not. They opted to go for tower control, which they still got the win. So this is by far the best case scenario for Rising Against the Tides, and you called it out before, which they are going to be banking on using it later, which again meant now. So here's a replay of what happened earlier today during the final moments of that Rainmaker game. This is during game 2 when they faced each other for the first time. So T8 has the Rainmaker, and again, they don't have the lead right now, pushing to get it, and Sailor just comes in and says, nope, I'm getting the dub, I'm getting the splat, and that's how that one ended. So we'll see if we see a repeat of that.
How many games has Sailor ended? Like this sub coming off the sub channel bench, just saying, no, we're ending this game right now. From the closer role from the roller, just been playing absolutely fantastic. Game 5. If Rise Beyond the Tide wins this one, we all go home and get ready for the NBA Finals tonight. If Roulette wins this one, we're playing 5 more.
Yeah, and we see the sploosh come back out again from Edgar and the splash. So just a ton of paint on the side of Rising Beyond the Tide. This is the same comp they used in the previous game on Tower or on Clam Blitz. So We'll see if that works. We'll see if that works out again in their favor. As Woke is trying to just get some paint, trying to not die from some of these burst bombs. Reef Slider is going to be coming out, taking out 2. Huge start with the help of the Juice 2, getting back 3 down to pick up the Rainmaker. Let's go get that first checkpoint. That's going to be an easy first checkpoint for Roulette.
And you got to go right now. This is your game-winning moment right now. You need this. You got them wiped. You got the checkpoint cleared. Grab that thing, get a few more splats, and put this one to bed right now. Move on to the bracket reset, or at least get a huge lead right now. Instead, they're really struggling, finding ways to get this Rainmaker out, and now they're going to retreat because the specials are coming out. That was their window. They got the checkpoint, but man, they should have got a whole heck of a lot more on top of that.
Yeah, at that moment, you know, you're not going to bank that you're going to get the GG dunk, but you want to just extend the Rainmaker a little bit more. You know, members of Rising Beyond the Tides are going to be respawning, but you just got to keep that momentum going and push it as far as you can. But no, Rainmaker is going to reset. Only gets to that first checkpoint now, but Roulette still has a ton of paint on the map. We will see if they can do anything about this, as Edgar is waiting to come up with the stamp. Can they take out TA? Almost, but they're going to die to the splashdown instead. 2 are going to go down on Rising Beyond the Tides right now, and we still have a skirmish in mid.
Edgar cut to the right instead of cutting to the left. I don't know if they lost track of where the other player was, but they were trying to chase them instead. Caught the hands, just a little bit of a misplay there from Edgar on the hammer, which is the activation special they're trying to move in with. So far, Sailor's been trying to stay alive in these curling bombs, but look how much paint is on the ground right now. There's no room for Edgar or Sailor to be hiding at this moment, and they're having a lot of difficulty initiating things. There's that hammer going off yet again, but Woke is right there. What do they expect to happen? Woke is too good to be tricked by hammers.
Yeah, Woke has really been able to avoid the hammers, and like you mentioned, taking them out before. Finally, they're able to push past this first checkpoint. T8 with the help of the splashdown, getting very close. Can Sailor stop them? Yes, they can. 2v2 situation. The Rainmaker only 12 units away right now. It is going to be popped and picked up by Rising Beyond the Tides. They are going to be resetting it, but Roulette still has so much map control in mid.
I'm never a big fan of resetting it when you have those few players, because that just takes another one of your players out of the board, and now the Rainmaker's back. Yeah, you're not going to get KO'd, but you're going to waste so much more time right here, because the Rainmaker is now sitting in the clutches of the team that has all this paint working out for you. But there you go. That's how you win a Hammer versus Nautilus fight. You pop the Hammer from behind them when they don't have an opportunity to react to that. So now the Nautilus is off the board. What is the response going to be here from Rising Beyond the Tides? They get their first opportunity at a push with 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and 2 we're going to go down, 3 are going to go down, so that is not the push that Rising Beyond the Tides wanted. Like you mentioned, 2 minutes left. This is looking really good for Roulette right now, and again, they still have that first checkpoint as a buffer and breathing space, so they're able to sacrifice a little bit of paint, able to sacrifice a Rainmaker push from the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. As long as they just hold mid and don't get completely wiped out, especially after that first checkpoint, they're going to be sitting in a good spot for potentially bracket reset.
A minute 15 left to go here, and again, Edgar's stuck on the defensive side of things, trying to get out of spawn. And they got to use a crab just to pop the Rainmaker. These specials are just not really working together at this point, as it seems just a lot of desperation. I mean, they got so far they got to go. This is virtually an unwinnable situation on a map like this with Rainmaker in general 50 seconds, but still, things are looking really good for Roulette, to state the obvious here. But can this hammer finally connect with something? Yes.
And it's the pencil. They get the dunk. The pencil's able to take out the Rainmaker carrier. So this is setting up for... Okay, they have to be a little bit careful here. You can push it. You can afford 1 or 2 Rainmaker pops here at this moment, but just do not get wiped out if you are Roulette. That will be GG's if that happens. Edgar's going to have to be very careful avoiding the Reef Slider, and it's going to get them too. So 2 are going to go down. Crab is going to come out. They just need to stay alive, and this will give them a little bit of effort, but they don't have the player advantage. They have to get these jumps back in, and Rising Beyond the Tides having a hard time trying to get that pop. Will the Rainmaker even pop? That's the question, because it's just contested the whole time.
It's not going to pop into the favor of Rising Beyond the Tides. Roulette exercises the demons and forces a bracket reset after 5 games in the first set. Wow. And doing it with flipping the script with Clam Blitz, and then beating Rising Beyond the Tides on essentially their home court. Rainmaker, Scorched Gorge. Wow.
Yeah, for all the matchup history, I'm throwing it all out the window now. For the modes that, this team won on this mode, this team won on this one. No, just throw it all out the window. Because there has just been so much back and forth, and all these games have been incredibly close. The only one probably not being that Splat Zone Tobacco Mart game as much, but wow, this has been a doozy, and we're only halfway done. This one went the full distance for our first set. We'll see if it happens again, but we are guaranteed 3 more games between these two, potentially 5.
And we're going back to Splat Zones on the very first one. Yeah, match history goes out the window. 100%. What doesn't go out the window is momentum, and I think that's where Roulette is starting to get things going into their favor. They curb stomped those last 2 games. Those last 2 games were not close at all. I mean, it got exciting towards the ending of that Rainmaker game, but Roulette jumped out to huge leads in the first 2 games, which they haven't done at any point against this team. And that's credit to Rising Beyond the Tides being a little bit more desperate, being a little bit more trying to force things that's not there. Like, just, well, I got hammer, let's just pop it. Well, Woke's standing right there, staring at you. What do you expect to happen with that? The curling bombs from Sailor, swimming right through the enemy ink. Where do you think the roller is? In the curling bomb, getting the splats. They're not getting the paint down to work with. They're not finding ways to settle down, get into those sharking spots, and start landing those splats that they were getting earlier. Roulette has sped them up a little bit, and Rising Beyond the Tides has to find a way to breathe and calm down. The problem is they got to go back to splat zones on game 1, which favors Roulette in this series.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Roulette, and like you mentioned, the momentum going into this too. Rising Beyond the Tides, they were favored. They were coming from the winner side, and they had already beat Roulette 3-1. Taking a look at our bracket here once again, the third head-to-head between these two teams, and for Rising Beyond the Tides, this is the 3rd time in a row they're out of any opponent and that they're facing. So it's not even 3rd time throughout the entire tournament. Literally 3rd time in a row they're facing the same team. But we mentioned Roulette. They've had a lot they've had to overcome to get to this position. They defeated This Is Fine 3-1 in the losers finals, knocking them out. So for the last hour, essentially, we've been in our top 2 here of low ink. And it's been so fun, but we're just gonna do this all over again.
And everybody is officially lost. That is Rising Beyond the Tide was 5-1 yesterday. That's their 2nd loss today. So it's this has been, I've been talking about how good low ink has been for us behind the scenes, like suspiciously smooth. Are we going to get a game 10 grand finals out of this as well? That would put it over the top. That'll be the last low ink if that happens. We'll just end it right there.
I'm sure there's been a low ink where the bracket reset also went to both went to game 5s.
I can't now. There's so much data out there. I would assume it's happened once. Nothing comes to my mind. The one set that comes to my mind is Lois versus Access Denied back in Splatoon 2. But the first set was game 4 that got pushed to a bracket reset before they went to a game 5 there. It's probably happened before, but I don't know. I don't think we can be that lucky, can we?
We might.
I mean, the players don't want that. It's going to take a while.
Yeah. All right, well, let's do it. Bracket reset here of low ink grand finals. Roulette coming from the loser side, but winning this one, forcing the reset.
Hold on. What is that? Sailor? That is not a roller. What is that?
No, they're going for Not. So they're going to fight Not with Not, but they have different. They both have different builds. So instead, we're going to have We're going to have 2 different Knots face off against each other. And wow, there's an easy breakaway there. A quick pick for Rising Beyond the Tides. But yeah, this is a big shakeup, especially going into the reset.
It's a huge shakeup. I mean, it's a completely different play style from that thing. Now, all of a sudden, you've got a pseudo anchor for Rising Beyond the Tides. That is a wild change from a player who's been doing nothing but roller up to this point. So far, I guess it's working. A lead into the favor of Rising Beyond the Tides. but now the zone goes back into Roulette's favor, and we'll see if they can create a lockout here. By the way, Woke on the splashdown Nautilus as well.
Yeah, so I do like, obviously, this fight. It's obviously working for them, and this has been a very good day for Sailor. They're comfortable playing a roller, then switching to a knot, and of course we mentioned about coming into this day not knowing even if they're going to play because they came in as a sub, but it worked out for them in the beginning. But now Roulette is in control. The Crab is going to be out for Rising Beyond the Tides. Is it going to be enough for them to take the lead? Yes, Roulette does take it. Special still coming out from Rising Beyond the Tides right now, but no players are going down. It's just Specials being thrown at the zone, just kind of losing the cap, regaining the cap. So all in all, not netting a ton of picks here. Not until now, at least, where it looks like Roulette is definitely thriving.
It's the same kind of play style we've seen from Rising Beyond the Tides in the last couple of games. Rushed, trying to make hero plays, trying to force something that's not there, throwing Booyah Bomb on top of nothing, throwing Rain by itself. It's just not a lot of coordination coming out here, and they haven't found a way to settle down. They are able to cap one of the zones, and as soon as they say that, instantly lose it. Oh, can they do it right here? Yes, they do. So finally, Rising Beyond the Tide's able to put things back into their favor. But kind of like that last game at Mako Mart, Falco, I wonder if they can win the special tug of war on a 2-zone map like this.
Yeah, I don't know. They're fortunate enough that they're able to kind of get the cap and force a lot of penalty points, but Roulette was able to just quickly recap it. And they don't necessarily have a player advantage, but they have a position advantage right now with just kind of being on the offensive side and having a little bit more paint, and now they have that player advantage. You know, it's unfortunate for them that they had quite a few penalty points that they have to get through, because Roulette is just looking unstoppable. TA getting a very nice pick there on the not player, on Sailor there, and this is looking pretty good for Roulette.
Yeah, pretty good. It's a fair way of saying it. I think they're about to get, unless this Crab.
Oh, they should throw him
somehow.
In one
yeah, that's this is drip pick time. Is what this is right here. This is game one. Splat Zone's going back to the favor of Roulette. They have won 3 straight Splat Zone games and 3 straight games in general in a row against Rising Beyond the Tides. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, and you talked about momentum going into this set where Roulette had the momentum. They clearly carried that through this entire game as well. I don't think there was enough time for them to do Drip Pip. They were like, nope, we're still going to push up. It's not over until the clock hits 0 or the score hits 0. But Roulette, they're riding a good high right now of getting these good wins. Right now, they are only 2 wins away from becoming our Lowing champions.
Did you say your wife texted you to see how long you were commentating?
Yeah, and at first I told her 5-ish, and then I texted her, we'll be a little later than 5, and I just haven't updated her.
5-ish Central Time.
Yeah. It's funny, like, sometimes if I'm messaging my, like, IRL friends, or, like, what time are we meeting up? I'll be like, 5 p.m. ET. Like, why eat? Opposed to what? And I'm like, sorry, habit.
I'm actually used to talking to people in Europe and Australia.
Sorry, I actually have internet friends. I talk to more. Yeah.
I'm kind of a Splatoon micro celebrity. Nope. You've never heard of me?
No, she's actually feeding baby fly right now. And it's too hot for a family walk tonight. We think, and luckily we're able to play outside in the water. At our in-laws' house, they had like the little kiddie pool set up, and because we typically do a family walk with our dog, but I'm just gonna have to walk the dog when he goes to bed. It'll be like 8:30, 9 o'clock, and then it'll finally be like 80 degrees out, maybe. So,
what are they doing? Tower control ship shape. This is tricky.
This is Rising Beyond the Tides counter pick. Yeah. So remember,
that was their pick last time, and they won on it.
They did, yeah. But they won tower control twice.
Yeah.
So, they are relying on what worked for them. So I don't blame them for this pick. It might not be pretty. It might not be a pretty win, but they know they can get the win. I think that's they're grasping at straws right now too.
I mean, tower control makes sense. Obviously,
yeah.
It's their most recent win, which came 4 games ago, on Hagglefish, and yeah, they won this one, but it was a very low scoring tower control win for them. They didn't have a good offensive tower control game at all. And now the question is, okay, was that Nautilus just like, oh, I just don't like roller on that map? Or was that Nautilus like, this is the change we need to see going forward? We'll get that answer here. Now we got what's the scientific term for like when you're doing a test? The control group. Tower control ship shape is the control group to see the experiment of what weapon Sailor's going to use. Are they going to use Nautilus for the rest of the set, or was it just for the last one? But on the flip side, I think we kind of know what to expect from Roulette. I think we're going to see that Stamper with Booyah Bomb come back out. But they got Rising Beyond the Tides on the run. 3 straight games, come out early, take the fight to them, and I don't think you're going to see a good response from Rising Beyond the Tide.
Yeah, we will see. And I mean, well, especially to see what Sailor is going to be running with. Like we mentioned before, they would use the roller. Sailor, okay, sticking with the Nautilus.
What is going on?
And we finally have the new the Friesen 4 or Pro,
and the machine.
Yeah.
And the Dread Ringer instead of the Stamper. What is going on?
We've got a total shakeup. I'm here for it. I know you guys are here for it too. They might as well put on a show for us since this is game number 7 that we are seeing. Well, no, game number 11 that we are seeing between these two teams today. So a good healthy shakeup. Healthy by my standards, at least.
This is a complete change. It's the same exact map mode they played earlier, but this is a completely different Rising Beyond the Tide. Now, they probably... And again, Sailor dropping the rollers for this map too. This is really curious. I don't really know what to make of it here with the machine as well, so that they can get Booyah Bomb and they get the point sensor. Although I don't know if they were having really trouble. Maybe they were expecting the Stamper to come back out for Roulette.
That was part of it. I think too, if the Carbon was going to come out, you always want to be censoring Carbons as well. So there's always that thought process behind it. And this is the first time we're going to be seeing Tentamissiles. I mean, nobody really uses Tentamissiles anymore, at all in Splatoon 3. But obviously with this new Pro with a Splat Bomb, this is definitely a good weapon. It's basically a K-Pro and K-Shot from Splatoon 2 had a baby, and it was in Splatoon 3. So various stalemate starts, 78 to 79. Both teams approaching that first checkpoint, but back to mid now with Roulette in control. Strengths are coming out as well. They're in a decent position to get past this checkpoint. You just got to be okay. You got to take out who's under there. Okay, Kaguama's there as well. Okay, so that's actually really good. That's going to get them the check.
And this machine stuck by themselves. They're not going to win that fight right here as Roulette. Things are really landing into their favor right now as they got the strikes they can use on the right side to help clear out the tower. Did Woke just eat that Splat Bomb? What happened to that?
I did not see that Splat Bomb. Or maybe it fell off the tower?
That must have been the case right there, but they cleared the second checkpoint. They got the wipe out! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Roulette has gone nuts!
Oh my god, the finesse from Woke there too in the last 20 seconds. Look at this map, and this was the quickest game we've had between Rising Beyond the Tides versus Roulette, and it really showed. And this was after a major comp change-up from both teams, and especially from the side of Roulette, where we were like, oh wow, they're changing it, but Rising Beyond the Tides, they changed their comps too, but
what are they doing?
Everything just fell in the favor of Roulette. Woke did a fantastic job just dancing around the tower, making sure that no obstacles were taking them down, and they get the play of the game for that one, for just staying alive.
Rising Beyond the Tides, something must have happened in that game 5 where they lost Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, where they're just like, we gotta throw everything out the window. What are they doing? They're using weapons they haven't shown all day long and trying to make it work together in bracket reset of grand finals. They're way overthinking this, and they got run right out of the map right there. They have not been competitive with this team in 4 straight games. Those aren't just like close losses that they're having. They're getting blown out, and they keep making these changes that just aren't even coming close to working. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking right now.
I feel like Rising Beyond the Tides, like they kind of lost their sense of stability through this, where they're just kind of like, we'll see what happens. We'll see what we can do about this. And now they have a counter pick that they have to make, a different counter pick, based off of how that played out. Are you gonna do like GG go next? We want to redo that or not? I can't imagine you want to try tower control again. You've won on it in the past, this particular map and mode, but you just don't. The unpredictability of Roulette now, I think, is what's getting Rising Beyond the Tides a little bit more difficulty. If it were a team that had, here's your 4 players, here's the comp they run, they do not change, then yes, Rising Beyond the Tides can adapt, they can be a little more flexible, but here, you're predicting, like you mentioned, you're just predicting what the other team is going to do, and you are trying to counter that, and it is not working out for Rising Beyond the Tides.
You got to do what you do best. You just got to be yourself and let the other team react to you. Okay, look, if you want to use the Nautilus because you feel like it gives you some kind of advantage against what the other team is throwing at you, fine. But you got to understand that takes the roller away, the roller that you have been riding up to this point, the roller that is closed out. We were talking about how that last the Rainmaker game at Scorch they won was because Sailor closed it out at the very end with Roller. That tower control game, the very last game that they won, Sailor closed it out getting a double on the tower with Roller. Now you're going to change up your playstyle completely because you've lost 3 in a row, and now it's led to this. They got to really take their time, come up with a good counter pick, but more so, they need to get back to the comp that got them here. You dance with the girl you take to the prom, Falco. You don't just leave halfway through because it's not working out.
Dance with the girl. Okay, got it. Thank you. I'll remember that.
When you go back in time half your life ago and go back to prom.
Yeah. We don't need to go back. We don't need to go back to prom. That was God, that was 15 years ago, something like that.
You dance with the girl you brought.
There you go.
There.
Yeah, okay, the counter pick is in. Rainmaker, Humpback. We are going to be seeing Rainmaker again.
And you're going to see Roller here. If you don't go Roller here.
You have to see Roller here. Yeah, I would imagine too. And remember, this is Rising Beyond the Tides counter pick. The last time these two played Rainmaker was in Game 5 of the previous set before the bracket reset, where Roulette won on Rising Beyond the Tides counter pick because Rising Beyond the Tide won Rainmaker 2 times when they faced in winners finals. So there's a lot of history with these teams, but more so figuring out which maps and modes we want to run. Now remember, the last time Rising Beyond the Tides had to counter pick and they chose Rainmaker, they did it in an instant. Literally like 3 seconds we saw the graphic. Here it took them like 2 solid minutes, maybe 3 minutes to decide what they wanted to do.
Well, and they readied up, the audience can't see this, but they readied up weapon-wise instantly as well. Like, they were waiting on Roulette to pick their weapons. Now, maybe they're taking more time because they're going back to their original weapon. I mean, look, if you want to run Machine here with the Roller, that would work out really well. But if they pick this just to go back to Nautilus, they completely lost the plot at that point. So we'll see how this goes. And also, I don't want to put the cart before the horse here. But if Rising Tide wins this one, well, then Roulette can go back to Splat Zone. So they're not stuck in that awkward counter pick hell they've been in last time, because their most recent one is Tower Control. So if you put money on Roulette to win this one, you're going to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah.
It's be really difficult.
Right, you were the underdog going into it, but you might be getting a big paycheck. We'll see if that happens here. Match point now for Roulette. If they get the win, they will be your champions. Let's take a look at the comps, and nothing too drastic coming from Rising Beyond the Tides here. Okay, we see the zap, and okay, nothing is jumping out at me, but you're right. Sailor is bringing back that carbon, or the spot.
The only thing is no pro. Instead, they're doing a splash with strike, so they have literally no range at all. So that Nautilus, if I'm woke, I'm like, okay, I might not like the humpiness of Humpback, but I like the comps that they're presenting to me right here that I can go up against. Same with the pencil. But still, Sailor, get back to your bread and butter, do what got you here, and take out the Nautilus to let the rest of your team start moving forward. This is the first time that, as little of a lead that it is, it's the first time Rising Beyond the Tide has had any kind of lead in a while.
Yeah, well, this has just happened as a delayed wipe, so Roulette is going to quickly pop it. I wanted them to pick it up right away, but I guess they're going to wait for the strikes to come out. Not that they would have been able to get to the checkpoint, and then going down to, I think, a bomb there. Yeah, a suction bomb. So that was the worst case scenario for Roulette, because, again, they had that delayed wipe. But they are, now Rising Beyond the Tide back in control towards the Rainmaker. Edgar is going to be picking it up, trying to get this dunk. They didn't get it before getting to 77 prior. Just trying to stay alive for some of these suction bombs, but no, that's going to be one of the players who's going to just be jumping down, going for a going for a great splat and able to get it. So this is a very skirmishy map right now where I think these players, they're just ready to go head to head.
Yeah, the first team to just settle down is the team that's going to win this one. Rising Beyond the Tides, yet again, trying to force things that are not there with the Rainmaker. You don't need to grab it in this. Does somebody have Suction Bomb Rush? Where are all these Suction Bombs coming from? That's not in this game.
No,
somebody's got like
they have double suction. So they have the zap on the Zap and the Neo, but yeah, so they're just using them in parallel. So they're always showing. Okay, so here's Roulette's finally going to take it, finally net some points, but they have to avoid some of these strikes, but able to duck, dive, dip, dive, and dodge again to take the lead. Are they going to get the dunk at check? Yes, they are. So that finesse there from T8, able to get them the lead, a very small lead, mind you, but if they can round this corner and pop this bubble, they could have a lot of potential. The Sailor's going to get 2.
That's all you got to do, Sailor. That's who you are. But did you guys forget the Rainmakers right there? Did you guys forget there's a play by the Rainmaker?
Yeah.
That might be the win right there, honestly. I mean, we're at the halfway mark, but 31 remaining off of that little miscue. You lose track of the player, and they just get that far down. Oh.
And that's
settling down.
Hero. Yeah.
That's a mistake you don't make when you are riled. That's a mistake you do make when you're riled up.
Right, and that's on Edgar and Kiro because they are the ones who passed the Rainmaker, and I forget who grabbed it up from Roulette. They're like, well, this is free. I'm just going to take this and see how far I can go. You know, I'll go until I get splatted. And you're right, it netted them 31, which, based on how these teams have been playing, is very well in the realm of your final push. All of these games have been so close and competitive with each other, but in a very defensive manner, and that's kind of how I feel like this one might end. But Rising Beyond the Tides, picking it up, getting that dunk, so that checkpoint is gone. They do have a one-player disadvantage right now. Sailor is somehow still alive. They were an enemy ink the entire time. They're going to go down, so now they're going to be opting to back up. Roulette looking much better right now.
Minute 30 left to go. At least Rising Beyond the Tide has cleared the checkpoint, so in future pushes they won't have to worry about that. The question is going to be how they get down to 30 remaining. Pencil's eliminated though, so the defense has been taken away from Roulette, at least for now, but this player who's been bouncing back and forth between Stamper and Dreadringer has been doing a fantastic job on both. That Rainmaker has no friends near them. Sailor's jumping in, trying to use this map to their advantage. Did get one splat, doesn't get another, but a minute left to go right here. It basically needs to be a wipeout if you want to see Rising Beyond the Tide extend this tournament a little bit longer.
Yeah, and once you turn around that bend, all weapons, all subs, all specials are just going to be thrown at you because that is such a narrow path. You know, nobody has really done any sort of flanks. Obviously not with the Rainmaker, but even as a flank to try and catch somebody off guard. But here we go. Here's an opportunity for Rising Beyond the Tides to try and push this forward. They're going to go. Kugiyama is going to be trying. Can they get
Did they?
Yes,
no way.
They can. The 22.
And that's the lead right there for Rising Beyond the Tides. I was like, there's no way they're just going to try to force it right there. The Nautilus is wide awake, but they slip past everything and get a decent lead with about 15 seconds left to go. Oh, Falco, there's one more player going down. If they eliminate that Zap before Soda comes out, Falco, they got a shot.
Yeah, that's going to be their goal. And we hear the Soda come out, so one player's going to go down. I think all members from Rising Beyond the Tides picked up the Rainmaker, or picked up the Soda, so this is going to be a last push by Inu. Reef Slider going in. Is it going to get any picks? No, that is unfortunate for Roulette. They were banking on 1 or 2. 3v3 situation, 3 players down. Got to avoid these strikes, and Inu's going to be backed up in a corner.
How are they still alive?
They are still alive. Oh my goodness. So they just got to take out a few members now. And again, this is only to push to 22 if they want to take the lead. 2 are going to be down on the side of Roulette. So it's just going to be the Pencil and the Rainmaker right now. Players are going to be jumping, but Manu is going to be caught and taken down finally.
Well, it wasn't easy, but a win nonetheless for Rising Beyond the Tides. They stop the bleeding and extend the tournament yet again. Now, can they survive the storm that's about to come with free counter picks, unrestricted almost for Roulette? That's another question to be asked later. But still, the good news is they got back to their roots. They picked the perfect map to allow them to do just that. They get to settle down a little bit. They get to put the pressure back onto Roulette and say, hey, your winning streak's over now. Whew.
Yeah.
What a crazy,
what-
what a crazy set.
And when we thought Roulette had the full momentum and, they were very much in a position to get the 3-0 bracket reset, to get the win, Rising Beyond the Tides, though, well, especially when Roulette pushed it to, what was it, 30 at that point? 27, 30?
Like 31, yeah.
31, yeah. We're like, oh, this is definitely... Yeah, this is definitely in the realm of a game being over, but Rising Beyond the Tides, they're like, nope, we are going to get this. We are going to get this win. And it's good they did on their counter pick. Now, Roulette making a counter pick for themselves, which they haven't done since game 4 of the prior set during before the reset. So I don't even know what they're going to pick. They just can't choose zone or they can't choose tower control. So I'm expecting splat zones.
Yes.
I guess that's what I would go with. Yeah.
You pick splat zones and you pick a map that isn't obviously favored for roller. So I don't think you go back to Mako, even though you've won one there. Obviously, you can't go back to Umami. And I don't have the splat zones maps memorized, but you go back to splat zones right now. You tried to win the tournament right now. And then if you don't, then you'll come up with something. But you need like your best possible map mode that's going to hinder Sailor and make them think about going back to that Nautilus again. Let them overthink it. But that is what you do if you are Roulette right now. This is the tournament set right here on this game 4 for them.
Yeah, and yeah, it's been a long day for everybody. Obviously, we've been on the mic for almost 3 hours now. I did finally update my wife, by the way, so we're good on the timing. So, yeah, I think she already fed Baby Flyer, and I'm probably gonna have leftover Thai food, so it's gonna be a chill, low key night. I'm excited about that.
Oh, you know what I'm doing tonight? I'm gonna go to a bar if the game is still close at halftime, because like we're gonna put PJ down, and I'm gonna keep an eye on the Pacers and Thunder. If the game's still close at halftime, I'm gonna go to one of the local bars to just watch the rest of the game there. So
I'm only 2 hours away from you. I can join you. It's fine.
You could.
Yeah, I'll try. I way too far on a Sunday night. That sounds like a fun time though. I'm sure these players are exhausted. Roulette, I mean, they've been kind of riding the high of winning a lot, and they've been playing a majority of the games that you can play in low link since they're coming from the losers bracket. But we are still waiting on that counter pick from them, as I'm sure.
see how long it takes to
not really helping
get
us.
The counter picks out here. That's
yeah, we can choose for them. How about we just choose?
Looks like somebody's using the bathroom. We have a presidential call, is what they said.
Presidential call. Okay.
Yeah.
That's one way to put using the restroom. Clams. Interesting.
What?
Wow. Okay, so remember, this is what Roulette. Yeah. Okay, so Roulette won on this though. They did in game 5 of the previous set.
Yeah.
And it was fairly. It was a convincing win as well.
Very convincing. That is true.
So okay, if it's not splat zones, I mean, this is your second best bet, and they know themselves better than we do. So
and save splat zones for game 5.
But it would be counterpicked by Rising Beyond the Tides. Would they want to choose splat zones?
No, because if Rising Beyond Tides wins this one, Roulette controls game 5 no matter what.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. No, you're right.
The problem is, if they got to a game 5, they would have a 2-game losing momentum, and Rising Beyond the Tide would have everything like working into their favor at that point. I think you go with splat zones in game 4, and I think you put them away right now. I like that. You got to choose your strongest right now, and hope that you just don't get fatigued. But here are the moments from game 5 that you just saw where Roulette Roulette got that win on the counter pick from Rising Beyond the Tide. So Roulette now choosing that same one for this moment. And to your point, yeah, I would have liked to just see them go with splat zones because they had a very nice win already, especially with the comps that just kind of left us a little bit speechless, and it worked for them. But you don't want the stress of, oh, we're gonna save our best map and mode for game 5. You don't want to bank that's gonna have to happen. With all the momentum completely taken away from you if you get to a game 5. Now, they could also be thinking, okay, same map and mode we've done before. yes, we curb stomped them here, but maybe psychologically for Rising Beyond the Tides, they start thinking about, okay, what do we do differently to win this game when they crushed us so badly on it last time? And maybe you catch them overthinking it again, and then they bring out these weapons they haven't even touched all day long. Maybe that's like another factor that you're playing into this, because there has to be some sort of change, even if it's not weapons, playstyle wise. I know Sailor got eliminated right at the very beginning because they tried to do a flank on this map and it didn't work out. So maybe like the opening changes if the weapons don't. But this does kind of put a lot of thoughts onto Rising Beyond the Tides as far as what they're going to change going into this one, because they do the same thing they did last time. They're just going to get run out and the tournament's over yet again. But I mean, maybe that's the reasoning you're going with picking the same map and mode again. Or it could just be, hey, I'm tired. Let's just pick this one.
Yeah. Well, hey,
What?
so Gamma bracket's still going on too. They're in a reset.
Really?
Yeah, they're in a reset in a game 4. Daisy Mock Bike, and Anarchy Stars. That one went to game 5 in Grands.
I need to catch that team name. Yeah. There you go.
I love Mario Kart Wii. That was my favorite Mario Kart.
Are you a Mario Kart person?
No, I'm not a Mario Kart person, but I will say Mario Kart Wii was my first experience of like quote unquote playing competitively online. And by competitive, I just mean online. But that was like the first game I've ever, was like, oh, I'm going to play Mario Kart online for 3 hours over the summer and eat cookies and drink Mountain Dew. Like that type of thing. But no, I'm not like a competitive Mario Kart person. I will say it was really cool going to MomoCon and seeing actual competitive Mario Kart people and their whole setup. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yes. Yeah, because there was a lot more than just that. But Switch 2 wasn't out then.
No. I do have a Switch 2. I do have Mario Kart World. And it's enjoyable. But it's no, I'm not a Mario Karter.
Well,
not yet.
I can't segue it. Like, okay, well, maybe they'll go play Mario Kart for their drip pick if Roulette wins this one right here. But no,
got him.
I can't take that. They are deciding they do want to continue playing this tournament because they have readied up, or at least got to the stage where they can ready up. It took us a while to get here. The presidential call has closed, so I guess we can keep playing.
Yep. Hopefully everyone got their potty breaks in time for that while we were yapping away. But yeah, so this is game 4. Counter pick once again coming from the side of Rising Beyond the Tides. The same one from Roulette, but Rising Beyond the Tides chose the same counter pick that Roulette won on the set prior. Can Roulette put it away and become your lane champions, or will we go on to a game 5? Let's hop into game 4.
This is the 13th game these teams have played against each other today. And no surprises coming out from the side of Roulette. And a fair comp change coming out this time. Although Edgar going to the pencil, that's a little bit new from them. But although that is something they've been using a little earlier. So now they finally got the pencil back out. They got a little bit of range. That is the adjustment that they're willing to make. It is an adjustment, but it's not crazy like they were showing in game 2.
Yeah, we have fairly similar comps here at this point. I mean, you have 2 identical weapons, but then you have the roller and Gal versus the Dread and the Knot. So it's this is kind of similar to what we'd seen before. But Roulette able to take quick work of a little bit of map control too. And it's going to be the Splash player who has the majority of the claims anew, but it's going to go down with 7. That is not good for them. But keeping up the momentum, still getting 3 down. Woke in a good position. This is a delayed wipe. Woke, you had to claim. There was a claim behind you. Pick it up. You were so close to scoring. Oh, not getting there in time. Oh, that is not what they wanted to happen.
Yeah, they didn't watch Sesame Street this morning. Couldn't know that the number of the day was 8. They got stuck at 7, and that's going to stop that. Now, even if that might be a blessing in disguise, because if they pop the basket right there, they get nothing out of it. All they get is a mercy clam given to Rising Beyond the Tide. So maybe that little bit of a clam blunder will work out into their favor. And look, they're still right here. They still got all the map control. They just don't have a power clam just yet, but they are getting the vast majority of the splats right here, and there still is no answer for Rising Beyond the Tide.
Yeah, there really isn't, because Roulette, like you mentioned, is just kind of keeping up this momentum. I'd like to see them score, and they finally do have a power claim, able to get it in, and have some follow-up. The Dread is holding at 5 right now, so that's going to be Sugi, who's able to get a few in. Going to go down as well. Pencil has Cooler out, probably going to wait for the rest of their team to respawn before using it as well. You get past the 60 mark, which, on paper, lower than 60 equal good, so that you did that, but... in about 2 minutes into, you take a lot of time off the clock. So overall, net win for Roulette, but definitely not a safe lead.
Well, the same issues apply from the last time these two teams play on this map, is that how do you get across midfield if you're rising beyond the tide? Because they've had a lot of difficulty accomplishing anything. All the fights are being taken on their side of the map, and they're not even close to getting into position to score. And I'm close to getting position to get across mid right now, especially with that Pencil just kind of holding down things across the board, and half the time already gone. Roulette starting to look like a tournament winner right now.
Yeah, they really are. Again, just even holding mid and keeping up the progressive. Look at 2 down. This is going to be a huge push. You have 2 power claims ready, getting down to 39 already. That is going to be Inu holding 3 claims. Going to be trying to get those ones in as well. Dread has Reef Slider ready. They're going to be using it, turning around, getting Hero. This is looking very, very good. 1 power claim will nearly do it, but they have 6-5. And, wise for them not to get it, but they are going to be going down on the Greats. Whoa, how did you survive that? What? How?
And the Dreadringer's the last one with clams. Are they going to get there in time? No, they're backing off. So the door left open for shenanigans to happen to Rising Beyond the Time, but Woke making it very slippery and very scary somehow. With 1:30 left to go, you have to get a KO essentially if you're Rising Beyond the Tides, because you want to find a way to win this one. And considering they haven't really, I don't think they even scored last time they played here.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. Okay, this is the okay, they have a player advantage. They have a little bit more control of mid, and they obviously don't need to get the knockout on this push, but they want to make it a good push. You don't want to do a one and done, but how well Roulette has been playing together just leaves no opportunity for Rising Beyond the Tide to score, and that's exactly how this has been going for about a minute and a half.
They're just drowning in that yellow ink. There's nowhere for them to go. They need to, and they got 50 seconds to work with. They need to somehow find a way to group up together, move forward with specials, build up more specials, and then use those to get an exaggerated push. They can't make any mistakes right now. They have to play perfect Splatoon if they want to find some way to win this one. And, they're not going to do that.
No,
they're not going to do that.
No, and I mean, Roulette's, they're sitting completely fine right now. They're just holding on to some strikes in case of desperation. No need to even use them and try and build them back up again. You just don't want to be in that position. So, super solid hold now for Roulette, and they're just able to hold onto it, forming power clams just so there are less clams on the map for Rising Beyond the Tides. But, I mean, we will go into overtime because there is a power claim. Edgar's holding on to it, and they do have a pity claim that they haven't picked up as well. But you have to get a body at the basket, and that is not happening right now, as Edgar's have to jump out back to mid with the power claim. But there's a jump in. Oh, okay, Edgar does make it there to the spinner, but no, this is heavily on a lockdown pop gun.
That's it. They were down 2-1 as the team coming in from the loser's side of the bracket, them being Roulette, and they picked Clam Blitz, a mode they've been dodging all tournament long, and it turned out to be the right solution for them. They win twice on it against Rising Beyond the Tides and somehow find a way to win this lowing.
Yeah, crazy run back there for Roulette. Going the distance, again, the third time these two teams have faced off. 11 games total? No, 13 games total between these two teams. Back to back to back, especially if you're Rising Beyond the Tides. What a fun series. Kept us a little speechless. Obviously, there are moments where they're just kind of like trade skirmishes, not many objective crazy plays, but it was fun to see the comps come out and how well that each team could kind of adapt.
Crazy stuff. What a great low ink.
Yeah.
What a really great low ink. I think Rising Beyond the Tides has really overthought it, though. I think they got panicked after those last couple of wins, and they had a little bit of a midlife crisis in the middle of the set. And by the time they settled back down, it's like, oh yeah, let's go back to humpback and let's go back to roller and what got us to this point. At that point, it was too much of a hole to climb out of. Credit to Roulette. I mean, they were all but done. Like, they were down 2-1 and they're in like counterpick hell. They couldn't find a way to like get out of that. And the solution was Clan Blitz Museum all along. And after that pick, they won 5 of the next 6 games against a team that had their number all day long. Nicely done, Roulette. Nicely done.
This is coming. Roulette made it to they made it to finals in a tournament that happened on Friday night too, from a different organization. But that was so they've had a good weekend so far, but I'm sure for them this is the cherry on top to finally win a low ink. 90 teams they overcame too. So a huge victory.
That's going to do it for us, because this has been it's been a 5-hour tournament, which is about par for the course when it goes to a bracket reset this deep into things. But we got stuff to do, and we're going to start wrapping it up right now. So, Falco, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me commentating Super Jump next weekend. I'll be here on IPL, and then weekend after that, I will be at Get On My Level in Toronto. That'll be my first time in Toronto. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good time. How about you, Popgun?
You can find me at a bar somewhere in Indianapolis watching Game 7 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tomorrow, you can find me on this very channel with my show, The Popcast. We'll be recapping Low Ink. We'll be hyping up Super Jump, and we'll be taking your calls. It's been a while since we talked to the idiots in chat, so we'll give you an opportunity to say whatever it is that's on your mind as it relates to competitive Splatoon. From all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this event, myself, Hoenn Hero, and Brush, the lovely and talented producer behind the camera so far today, Ink Farer, all of the staff, we thank you for playing, watching, and participating in this month of Low Ink. We will see you back here next week for Super Jump number 5. Make sure you sign up and watch for it. We'll see you then.